things get tricky and trickier for
hello.
I mean, it could be
How are you doing?
kind of different matchup in like play
Is the
styles.
pen ready?
Like, the way that
Okay,
Paper X
nice.
plays is so much different as compared to Gen G.
Hello,
So
everyone.
maybe what RRQ has is kind of catered more
For
towards
YouTube
Gen G
chat
play
as
style.
well.
So maybe they wouldn't get smacked as hard
Alright,
as
nice.
they did against Paper X yesterday.
Okay.
I'm getting another announcement.
Oh.
Not an emergency this time, but it's about Dongjin from the Korean broadcast.
Okay. Dongjin.
Winning an award, and we got the final scores. Pilsky, I think you're familiar with the scores here. So I got about 800. Oh, there they are.
I just want to say, this is a great injustice. Dongjin got 805 points. I got 820. The Korean desk is freeload. This is absolutely ridiculous. He gets an Acer Predator laptop. I want an Acer. I'm taking this home. Like, honestly, this is ridiculous. This is mine by right. I diffed the Korean desk. Vic diffed the Korean desk.
That's right. I should
Korea
get them
is
both.
freeload. You can say Korea is freeload, right?
No, but if you want the laptop, I can just.
Oh, okay.
Got some connections.
Yeah, I'll leave this one here.
Check out the thumbnail. I checked Reddit earlier. It's funny.
Love that for me. Thank you, my brother. Appreciate it.
All right, well,
Dude, they're so
when
good
Big
over
Guy
there.
helps us,
They
get a
always
couple
have
things done.
bangers.
Yeah, you should stay here. Get us a couple things done. You also get your birthday wish. You got another analyst and toss big time.
Kept the
over
stream
the
open. Your
side
voice
there.
scared me. Yeah, sorry,
You
dude.
You wouldn't replace me like
My
that,
bad.
though, would you? We're best friends.
We actually go further back than you and Benkai.
That's true.
Yeah, so yeah, I don't
So
know.
He likes me more.
He probably does.
Let's talk about predictions.
Yeah.
Let's see who's going to be right today.
Did a
Benkai, do you have
texture
prediction for today?
masterclass?
Gen G,
I mean,
RRQ, and what the
probably,
score
dude.
is?
Probably.
I just feel like Gen G's gonna take it 3-1.
I respect this.
Ah, okay.
I feel like RRQ was
He's
still,
not super
like,
confident because he's
take
gone
a
for the
mess,
3-2,
like,
but
you get, like,
I
the
respect
upper hand
it.
just coming straight out of the gate.
Okay, so you think
You
you're
got
going to
two of them?
like straight off the rip?
Yeah.
I assume you gentlemen think similar.
Yeah, I think it's going to be really hard for them to overcome the upper bracket. I definitely think that RRQ is a very solid team in Pacific. I expect them to do quite well in Toronto, to be honest. But
Great.
overcoming this matchup deficit, the upper bracket
Dude, you guys are
disadvantage,
pre-firing
the
it as
fact that
well,
Gen
it's
G gets
nuts.
to pan out the maps and pick. I think RRQ is at least good enough to win 1 or 2 maps in this series, but Gen G should be taking this every day of the week.
Is that Benkai?
And,
Yeah.
RRQ, as you mentioned, did look a little bit shaky yesterday, so I don't know if PRX has exposed some weakness there.
Yeah, definitely. Well, we are going to be sending down to the stage very soon. You can see here.
Yeah, I think
with
RRQ are in
Haven
trouble,
being the very first map.
to be honest.
But we do need to send Benkai off. Benkai, do you have any score predictions for Haven?
Haven, I'll give it like a 13-7.
Som,
Gen
thank
G.
you so
Okay.
much, bro.
That
Thank
will
you,
work.
thank you.
That's what, I mean, if
Yeah,
you
was
need
this
it,
Som's
yeah.
first stream
What
back?
do you need it for?
No reason.
First stream for a while, right? I think.
Are you
Thank you
Cole
so much.
Or, is there
Som raid,
Yeah.
Cove raid,
There we go. There we go.
is there
Bo5
something you're trying
raid,
to conceal?
Billy
Yeah,
raid.
that's
Talking
building
about.
now.
Honestly, you got some bangers,
I'll
man.
meet you later in the hallway, Ben. I'll be.
You got some bangers.
Yep. I got you.
Dongjin guy, he's got to
All
go.
right. All right. Well, as we get ready to send it
What's
down
up, Raiders?
to the
How we doing?
stage, RRQ said they have what it takes, but what we're gonna have to find out is who has more resilience: is Gen G or RRQ in this grand final?
Chad is ruthless, yeah.
Send it down to the stage.
Something that can't be your legacy, man. Come on. Big year ahead of you. Thank you so much, bro. Thank you. Hope your stream was good, man. Appreciate you. You want ads? Okay, I'll give you a small amount of ads. That's it. People like walkouts. Give you 30 seconds. Amount of the people. When that many people spam it, I'll give you a small amount. Lam GG, thanks so much for the prime. Appreciate the 7 mums. Thank you. 5 minutes of ads. Dragarex, thank you with the prime as well. I appreciate the 16 mums. Thank you. Is there any EMEA games today? Yeah. You got lower bracket. I can get up for you. It's Na'Vi against Liquid, and then BBL Foot.
그때 경기가 끝나고
Still got these two.
주변이 보래지면서 웰컴부터 마스터즈 젠지 딱 뜨는 순간 지금까지 노력해왔던 시간들이 정말 머릿속에 많이 스쳐 지나가면서 해냈구나 라는 생각에 감정이 복받쳐 오르더라고요.
For people that are just joining us, we got Pacific Finals. Good to see who gets that first seed, who gets that extra 2 weeks. Pretty important at the moment. You miss Swiss stage for Toronto, and
진짜 자신
you get,
있었어요.
I mean, 2 weeks when
실제로 제가
Teo's getting nerfed, it's huge. Because no one's playing Teo anymore. Agent's dead. Everyone's got to change.
많이 끙끙 앓고 있었던 것 같아요. DRX에서 나오고 선수 생활을 계속 이어갈 수 있을까라는 의문을 품었을 때 이제 그때 형들이 저를 불러줘서 젠지에 합류하게 됐는데 작년엔 젠지가 엄청난 성과를 이뤄낸 팀이잖아요. 잘해야 된다는 감각이 너무 많이 생기더라고요. 그러다 보니 잘 못해서 결국 결승전에도 못 가고 그땐 정말 아, 나 때문에 못 가는 건가? 라는 생각에 사로잡혔던 것 같아요.
Increase the volume slightly.
My dream was always to become the best player in Pacific.
Should be better now, right?
I still remember my Pacific debut against GENG. Maybe I was nervous, but I couldn't really show my full potential, and we lost the game. After that, I made
How's the
promise to
train gonna go
myself,
to
the
Toronto,
next
mate?
time,
It's
I will
going
show
to
my true
Toronto.
self.
What do you mean? We're building it there.
And I did pretty well. I thought that as long as my individual performance is gonna be fine, it will be satisfying. But it didn't. That's when I realized what matters more than my own performance is team victory. No matter how good your stats are, if the team loses, none of it matters.
Do you know about the Teo change? Mate, it's an answer.
스테이지 1 개막전 선발
change
명단에서
fracture.
제외됐을 때 그때가 돼서야 정신이 번쩍 들더라고요. 이제 그리고 그때 생각했어요. 이제 눈치 보지 말고 내가 하고 싶은 걸 해보자고.
This stage 1, the
Did you
team
see
has gone through a
FNS
huge
and
change.
Artist stuff?
The team's become
I
a lot
saw
more stable
FNS
with
tweeted
players
like
than
Artist is
we were
looking
also
for a
able to
team
aim for
thing.
higher
That was
goals
from
than
like
before.
2 years ago.
이제는 나 때문에 우승.
Dude, I think this world where Vitality actually pick up Artists.
내가
I'm
우승을
not gonna lie.
만들어냈다고 스스로를
They need
칭찬해주고
some
싶고
vibes on that team, man.
형들도 그렇게 생각하게 만들고 싶어요.
Making it to Masters, playing in the finals.
Artist paid for that?
And we're climbing higher
Wait,
to
how
global.
much? Wait, he's
결승전까지
paying for people to promote him? Because I'll get on board with
저의
that.
모든 거를 보여드리겠습니다.
Today, on the grand final stage, we write our names in the Pacific history. We're here to claim
우승 트로피는
the
저희
rightfully
겁니다.
ours.
Nick the Lank, thank you with the whole year, mate. Appreciate the 12 months. Thank you for the tier 1. Thank you, thank you. Panap as well. Thank you as well with the tier 1. Appreciate all the gifted recently as well, Panap. Thank you for that.
Rise Pacific.
Who's winning this today? You would imagine GENG.
Finals.
But damn, they got a new little finals intro. What's this trophy like? Not bad. It's the thing is, you got to compare everything to EMEA, that EMEA trophy. And in comparison to that, everything looks good.
GENG.
It's the moment
RRQ.
you've been waiting for, live in Seoul, South Korea. It's the grand finals of VALORANT Champions Tour Pacific.
Drag that
And
up
for
too
the
much.
first time ever, we're seeing a completely new contender on the finalist board. It's RRQ's chance to secure the Stage 1 trophy. But look who's back. It's the Tiger Nation, GENG. They are one of our most decorated Pacific teams, holding a Masters Shanghai trophy. And they're the winners from last year's kickoff and Stage 2. And RRQ are their opponents, and new face on the stage who come default with a crown. It's the King of Kings, RRQ. And of course, though, these two gentlemen on the stage, this is not their first best of 5.
Yeah, just seeing Texture and Monyak come out there. These are two
That's
players that
sick.
know each other so well. They actually lived together in the same apartment in 2023, so you can't get any closer than that. But fantastic to see them both here in the final.
Yeah, Jemkin, he is the Russian Terminator for me. This guy is just always coming at you, able to find those picks, able to have that fragging impact in the server. One of the best duelists inside of VCT Pacific, but Ash has been a phenomenal up-and-comer. He's going to get a fist bump that he deserves. His ceiling has been phenomenal on this init role coming in from GENG
Is
Academy.
FNF,
That's right. if
FNS
Ash-
watching this?
if
I'm not
GENG
sure.
end up winning today,
There's no paper X here,
Ash is
so
gonna
who
be
knows?
joining the Royal Roaders as the rookie, winning a grand finals. And of course, these are very familiar faces. You know Munchkin and Crazy Guy. Now, Ewok has commended Crazy Guy as a steady voice when it gets dark in the darkness for RRQ.
Yeah, since his addition in stage 1, I feel like this team has gone from strength to strength. But both of these IGLs incredibly well respected by their teams. You see them lead from the middle roll of this chair.
Chat, what did GENG ban, by the way?
Forward for both the teams.
Yeah, Crazy Guy has been a fantastic addition. He is so
What are they not
loud
good at?
on that
Fracture?
stage. You can hear him all the way up from a separate
What are they not
floor
good
that
at?
we get to watch on from.
They banned
Pushy,
Fracture and
another
Power.
fantastic
Okay.
addition and rookie, really making a
Dude,
name for
RRQ might
himself
have a
in
chance.
kickoff, and Foxy 9, since his
They can win
re-addition
Ascent.
back into GENG, has been in phenomenal form.
Absolutely.
Yeah, no, he's been going crazy since he rejoined. Oh, nice little cheer
They
for
can
him.
win
He's pumped
Haven?
up today, but he's been fantastic to watch, taking over on this Sentinel role. But Cushy, a real shot for Rookie of the
That's
Year.
2 maps.
Absolutely. We have a lot of
And then they
rookies
just gotta
on stage
steal
that
another
have
map somewhere.
fantastic performance.
Oh, they can win
Speaking
Lotus.
of rookies, Karen, our favorite
They
rookie
maybe
from
win Lotus.
last year. Great showing, and he was one of the key figures in helping GENG secure all those trophies last year. And of course, Xfaro. He is actually the original David. We call Divide David, but Xfaro is our real David.
I feel like both these players are the real rock of their team. Both always dependable, really showing up when you need them to. And there's no higher stakes than today for them to be as solid as ever.
Okay, every time
And RRQ and GENG
the coaches have pretty much mimicked some kind of no fist bump
They've been fighting
because
so
of
hard every single
Frost.
year
Surely
for
not
these
in the
kind of
final.
moments.
Absolutely, I mean, Solo, an absolute legend of the TAC FPS.
I gave him a normal one.
Ahead inside of GENG,
Underwhelming.
going up against an Ewok who has steadily been improving RRQ over time, iterating incrementally, and they have finally reached a grand final here. I'm sure he's pretty much
They even
put
Ascent
everything he
Lotus.
could possibly do on the
So,
line. He's probably
I
gonna
think
do
they
all
have to
the
win.
line
Do they not have to win 3-0 if they're going to win RRQ?
Finish so late. They know they have to come in and play again today.
Maybe,
and
we'll
you
see.
have to prep 5 more maps from your opponents. I mean,
He said it
who
though.
knows?
He said he would be here. He won't
Should
sit
win.
it on
If
the
they don't
couch.
win
You
Ascent,
guys
they're
there
done.
that does. He said in the interviews, he's like, I'm going to be here the next 2 days.
Yeah.
Said this on Friday, and here he is, true to his words. But he's facing GENG. It's the team that always knocks them out.
I mean, it's
Or
such
5
a
of GENG,
cursed
a strong
history
GENG
for
maps. I mean, I hope so, man. They had
against
double
this
ban.
organization. It
If they had a weak map out here, then I'd just be worrying how they got here.
Finals. I thought that was some of the worst we'd seen RRQ look. It felt like a crumble against the Tiger Nation, and as it almost always is, this is a curse that they're trying to lift to be able to hoist that trophy today. But will they be well prepared enough?
Yeah, RRQ, they face an impossible task.
Suggest
They are at
benched?
disadvantage in every sense of the word in this series. If they pull off this grand final victory, it would be nothing short of phenomenal.
We saw our predictions earlier. RRQ has momentum right
Do you think
now.
RRQ played better than they played against GENG last time?
Yeah.
Yeah.
All of our predictions, I would say
You'd
all
hope
of us
so.
are predicting GENG. 2 of them were biased votes, so the SEA votes. How many times does RRQ need to win for us to believe in them?
I don't know. I will definitely
One
believe
more.
in them if they win this. I already believe that they're going to do damage in Toronto. I just think this is a very
Is
cursed
it fair to
matchup
say
and a very
NRG
cursed
this
situation for
split
them.
was
And
better
for
than
GENG,
Na'Vi
they
K-Corp?
were disappointed by not getting
But
to
got
Masters,
lower
by
placement
getting a
because
third
America's
place
is more
versus we have to
competitive
win a third
region.
place in Pacific. But for GENG,
They were better
their
than
standard
K-Corp.
is excellent, so nothing
I'll give you
short
half of that.
Smashing RRQ in this grand final will be acceptable for them.
Yeah, I mean, the big reason I went for GENG, it wasn't because I think they're necessarily better players or even a better run team than the side of RRQ. I just think the deck is so stacked.
Don't think I can
in
say
their
they were
favor
better than
today.
Na'Vi.
The double veto, the first map pick, the prep advantage, and the rest advantage. It all goes their way today, as you say. I'm really rooting for RRQ. I would love to see them snatch a win here, but there's no doubt it's an incredibly hard uphill battle. They have to jog up Everest to win today.
Yeah, we were talking about the scoreline.
Damn, dude,
how
they're still
everything is
going?
in the favor for GENG, and we say in VALORANT,
Could be a
anything
time
can
limit
happen,
on
but
this,
what
no?
is a Korean team who has that advantage? Like you were saying, Pilsky, Korean teams strive for perfection and excellence.
Yeah, absolutely. They got a star-studded coaching staff, as do pretty much all of
Jokes
the
aside, do you think Paperx will perform better than RRQ at Masters? Yeah, I do. It just makes sense that they will. They get their best map back in. They don't play Teo. Everyone else has got to change.
Show their flaws, show their weaknesses on some maps, show some of their strengths so that you can be able
But
to
they've already got all their maps down and all their comps and agents make sense. Everyone else plays Teo so much that nothing makes sense anymore. They'll have like a whole strat book where you like default with Teo, so Then you take the site with Teo, then you're playing after plant with Teo, and you can't do any of that. So you got to change the Teo. You're going to change it for a Sova, but it doesn't work exactly the same, so you still got to change a lot of stuff.
You know, when you were really down on the count there, Crazy Guy apparently ended up taking over. He's like, guys, let me just do all the calls. You know, just listen to my voice. Let me do this.
Guys, we got a game to play. Come on now.
You see it in the mid to late round. I've seen him get one beat 5 seconds into the round, and he is micromanaging the post plan. He's saying, smoke this, drone, you wait. He's micromanaging everything. He's making sure that he's getting the call correct to maximize RRQ's potential of success in these rounds, and he is such a loud voice in the arena. GENG
Still thinking about the Fnatic Liquid game? Oh, dude, that last map was so good. I've never seen Boaster like that. Well, that's a lie. I've seen Boaster like that in UK lands, but in Valorant, I've never seen Boaster like that. He's never gone full UK mode, man.
I want to know your opinion, Pilski. Do you like Monya on the Yoru with Jemkin on the ISO? Or, for me personally, I feel like this should go the other way around. I think Jemkin's Yoru is fantastic.
GENG still sticking with the Viper.
It does suit his style. He likes to play slow and measured. He likes to set up those aim duels. He likes to play very positionally, whereas Monya is definitely that entering force, and that's what you need to be. You need to be mobile on this
Heretics
Yoru,
against Fnatic, who wins? I think Heretics are fine. From what I'm seeing in the EMEA, I think Heretics are fine to just win EMEA.
Oh, the question is, can GENG complete their comeback and reclaim their throne, or will RRQ's momentum finally crush the redemption arc? And to take us through the grand finals, it's none other than Achilleos and Paperthin.
Monyet on Yoru. He's like played it once, right? I think.
Here we are once again,
Once before.
grand final, this time to close out
Chances for
stage
BBL
one.
probably higher than people
GENG
think.
versus RRQ. A matchup as old as time at this point. A matchup as old as you are. These guys
Does the BBL game make you feel better or worse about Heretics? Better, to be honest. I think BBL played well.
Today, RRQ might be able to turn that tide just a bit, but in the biggest way possible by taking them down in a best of 5 and netting themselves their first.
HVing is the best team in the world right now. From what we see, from what we've seen in the Teo meta right now, if there was a LAN, I would say G2 are favorites, but you gotta make everything changes with this Teo now.
Not just here in Pacific, but internationally as well. So no doubt about it. For RRQ, a lot to prove. They got their first best of 5 win in the partnership era yesterday. Can they take it another step further and get their first Pacific?
Okay, RRQ on attack. We got GENG on defense.
Another one in the case for GENG.
Shot. Nothing insane. What the hell is this?
Barriers about to drop.
They see hit, and then you pop the wall. You get a little bit of space to retake.
Elected to get rid of Fracture and Pearl. They start things off here on Haven.
Purely just a retake wall. I guess you block vision here as well. Wait, what the hell?
That's kind of interesting. Some early spam there. GENG being really reactive on
Yeah, I mean, this is pretty good from GENG. A lot of teams are with this comp will just farm orbs, right? This whole comp on attack is pretty much just when you get to the buy rounds, bunnies don't kill each other. Is these two getting ults?
Paranoia to make sure he's clear. Texture up ahead.
Alone here in this position, peeks in, finds one, but really Bolt not able to come out.
The bunnies do that just fighting, man.
Jemkin is able to collect a kill. Foxy9 at the same time. However,
So active in the morning.
finding another. Is she gone? Orb gonna be snatched up. Ash arriving here at Heaven. There's a couple shots out, but also does have salvos for the delay on the plant. As you have 3 players from GENG corralling in around the back. Salvos get flung out. Reposition here just below.
You still got a little bit of util to work with. Still have the concuss. Still have a snake bite. So GENG can clear some space. Well, you could just get it done with the guns.
Yeah, I mean, it's a nice,
Crazy guy. Eyes set forward.
it's a nice
Bounding around the
heavy
corner,
push behind.
drawing the attention of the Russian
Is it a good
Terminator.
plant spot? It's not bad.
And Ash is there to throw him down
He'd
into
take
the magma.
long though
Defuse will
after.
come through, and that's going to be GENG taking the opening pistol.
Yeah, just really solid discipline stuff. Obviously getting the kill through the smoke there. Very nice to start.
Oh, no
with.
bunny? Yeah, we got
A
2.
lot of,
We got 2, but they
contestation for the orbs.
they fight a lot. Well, they fight. They used to fight way more. They're like bonded, but at the same time, it's like a dominance thing. One's trying to assert dominance.
To to be trying to secure every single one of those that they can. And GENG already showing us that they have a little bit of a game plan early. A good counter strat to the drone through the doors to make sure Foxy9 is safe. They get the kill over there. Texture gets his. And it's pretty smooth.
Okay, what do we got on the eco? Anything? Sheriff, that's it. Everyone's buying to make sure that they don't get ecoed. Muted House with the tier 1. Thank you for the 35 months. Which rookie? Dude, I can't answer the rookie thing until we see everything this year. Because there's too many good rookies. It's actually it's like the hardest question this year. Like, who's the best rookie of the year? You could say 15 names and have a good argument for all of them.
Wall now raised up the tap, trying to see what they can bait out here, get that util out of the way. They only have to worry about the classics.
The Pharaoh flanking through A might be able to get a little bit of damage. That's about it. Maybe an extra one. Well, Texture's on top of it. Gun rebuy, armor rebuy.
Yeah, just phenomenal patience being shown here by Munchkin. Getting forward a little bit, finding some info, knowing they had it fully committed to B. That wasn't
hello, Sonia. Hello, hello.
The rest of his team was able to kind of cover the other angles.
Lexi's here as well, right? I think I saw Lexi earlier. Hello, Lexi.
Kind of swarms in. He pays the price.
Jorgamo's here as well. Hello, Jorgamo.
Along the way, Texture, by the way, in terms of statistical performances so far in the Pacific playoffs for Stage 1, he is topping literally every category. Literally every single one. It is Texture ahead. Jemkin right behind him. Very, very close. But Texture has been absolutely insane so far, averaging a kill per round, which is crazy.
Okay, big buy runs. RRQ.
Looking a lot more like his old self, his last year self.
Okay, this comp even... Okay, this comp can't really aggro over towards A unless they put the stun in. So if you don't see the stun at the beginning, you probably know that no one's going close. So this looks pretty strong at the moment against this comp. Even if they do salvos. Like, it's only going to peak short, that's it.
We know what they're like with these Guardians. We know what they can do when they're on weaker buys. We saw it so much last year. Yes, a slightly different roster this year, but
for people that don't watch this comp that much, it's normally good for a 7-5 on attack. It struggles a little bit on defense. It just can't hold B, basically, is why it struggles on defense.
Thrown out as well.
Right here down below, and that's going to be Texture spotted, quickly having to reposition as the shots come flying. Checked up a little bit as Foxy9 tries to hold the door here at Garage, but RRQ poking and prodding, they're opting to back away.
Okay, RRQ at the moment, pressure over towards Garage, pressure on C, and
he's going to look to try to hold the line versus the lion's share of RRQ players. Finds himself
damn, bro did incredible though.
Crazy guy dancing around as Texture about to get timinged.
Dude, Texture had no idea this could even be a thing. He thought for sure that was a hit. They got 15 seconds left, guys. I know you're nervous, but this is crazy.
They have the salvos on the exit of Garage. They're going to have to disrespect it, try to run over this, and they're just going to get absolutely mauled as they exit out. Headshot found, but the time is already gone. The round is already over. This bonus is converted.
Holy.
RRQ
that is a rough start.
GENG 3-0 to start.
Yeah, and then you're starting to kind of see why Texture's not expecting someone here, because even having the info over towards C, they don't have enough time to pivot.
He catches his opponents just a bit off guard. Usually he's tucked in, or somebody's tucked in the far corner.
Kind of wins them around just by getting that early info.
Instead, he gets just a little bit ahead of it, finds 2 kills. Like I mentioned, they are deadly with those one-tap guns. Karan's still going to be holding a Guardian, a weaker buy, just the hero rifle for Cushy. Couple stingers, couple sheriffs otherwise. But GENG there, just great control of the map, not giving up too much space, and you can't blame RRQ for making that first pivot over towards A. You see Texture, you see Foxy9, they were popping off early.
Sure.
I don't want to mess with that too much. But it's a rose that has many thorns for GENG. Everybody on this team can frag out.
The audio, yeah, let me
so
turn
careful.
off
That's
that.
something that's been haunting RRQ
Be better
sometimes
now.
this year, where you just have to rely on Jemkin to get those kills. You need some of these other players to step up, and Texture just shutting him down.
I mean, gonna have to start considering popping the shield at every single corner here when the GENG players are fragging like that. Kill contract is gonna be online for the next buy round. See if it comes into play as he's done the try to delay. It's gonna be that Clone pushing forward. It's a gate crash across as a lurk attempt here into mid. Gonna be shut down by Munchkin.
15
Does
HP.
suffer a good amount of damage, but ultimately does survive.
The good news for RRQ, not that there's as much, is they're gonna have ISO ult their attack, and that's a round win. Oof, nice shots, dudes. Good thing about Foxy9 as well is the guy normally plays in this box 100% of the time, but he's exploring a bit more of C at the moment.
He has really found a lot of success in his side anchoring as of late. Really an improved part of his
Do you think
game.
having 3 to 4 players that can take over a game is needed for consistency in Valorant? I think you just need that in general, man. You can't have... Valorant's getting to the point where you just can't have a weak point. You gotta... Everyone's got to be a crazy fragger, man. Everyone's got to be able to... Either you're going to be doing quick clutches, or you just got to be getting multi-kills when you probably shouldn't be.
Love to get that trophy.
Oh, Karan pushing forward, catching Kuchi off guard. The attention is drawn into lobby.
Dude, this is nice from GENG though, right? RRQ, big buy rounds. They're trying to do some kind of plan with these ults, and they just get X-Sected on sitting mid spawn. It's good calling at the moment.
Let's see what really happened.
They just walk out there. I mean, Karan just gets window for free.
Getting smoked, they're getting absolutely smoked.
And RRQ there just
it might be good for RRQ to get absolutely wrecked in the first map though.
Trapped up on the garden corner. And even though Jemkin gets the shield and is able to get one, there's just
especially if you come into a final like nervous. If you end up losing, let's just say it's like 13-2, it's so easy to recover from, because it's just like, well, wasn't as bad as what we thought it would be. We're embarrassed.
You know, he said one of the things
that's what we were scared of.
He felt like his team
now
needed to
play
prove on
normal.
today was just they needed to shoot
no
back.
one expects you to
They
win.
just needed to shoot back, and we haven't seen it yet.
We were smoked in the first map yesterday. That is true as well.
Starts for RRQ. Takes a little while to really get the adrenaline pumping, the blood
Maybe
flowing.
they're just slow starters.
That's not something that, when you're in a best of 5 in a final and your opponent has had full reign when it comes down to the draft, it's not something that you can really afford to have those weaker starts. We'll see after this timeout if they can go ahead and kick things into gear a bit, because especially starting on this attacker side with this double duelist composition, that's where the bread should be buttered.
Absolutely. And especially...
Okay, because they give him the hero gun. It looks like they want it all.
One quote-unquote flash, and that's the paranoia. You've got to find ways to get Monyet involved and get those flashes to connect to break into sites. You know, but like you said earlier, Kilios, they've been getting shut down before they can even use or pop some of their utility. GENG's a step ahead of them. Clear the dart by Ash. He's the sole player over at Long A right now. And everybody's stacking up for a big C-site hit. Well, I was...
Is he Nature? Hey,
but
Nature was going to coach. Why would he coach a different team that's not 100 Thieves?
Potentially, he's going in.
A lot of it going to be cleared, but right, he's going to be grabbed up here by the kill contract. Will be dead even if he wins this fight.
Dude, that'll be a sick year. Nature's just had enough and just decides to coach himself. Honestly, that would be incredible. Okay, I mean, this is just what happens when you have an ISO. It's just so easy to overwhelm the site.
To clutch this out. Some wild spray across, some damage dealt.
Even with the low guns, it's just that the ult is too strong. It's as simple as that.
See what Ash is able to pull off here for the team. Swing out, nothing. Headshot there from Jemkin. We'll get RRQ on the board. The timeout, working a treat.
And you're seeing exactly why that ISO ult is so important. Because maybe there's a world where Foxy9 gets 1 or 2.
What's the counter to the ISO? I mean, clone, really? Clone's the one.
Opens up all this space. That allows Crazy Guy to TP farther forward.
Win the
that
jaw.
allows them to just scale aggressively to the back of sight. Start knocking players
Hope
down.
that the ISO misplays the ult, basically.
Hold on there for the end. Nice play called, nice timeout for RRQ. Dialing up a
Okay, can they win a few in a row? 1-9 loss bonus. Op comes out for texture, and he knows that, again, we already saw it in pistol, right? This comp is just, this is what it does. Wait, this is kind of smart.
Do you have any way to try to bail him out? The answer is realistically, no.
Wait, this was smart from RRQ. They know that they're going to try... They know they have enough money to buy the AWP. Its texture is probably going to be buying the AWP. And you would have some kind of punish over towards getting the AWP because the comp revolves around these two AWPs. The Insta pops the shield before turning the corner and then just duels up C.
Texture setups for the operator, so now they should know that he has that in play. For sure. Dimensional drift going to be called in. Karon unchecked, but wide swung by Jemkin. And he is going to get taken down.
It was a good off angle from Karon. He just missed.
Two-player advantage now here for the side of RRQ. Ash alone on the site, waiting for some reinforcements, but going to be overwhelmed and surrounded very swiftly.
Dude, we could get a game here. If they can, I mean, if they can get 7, they can get 6 in a row more than...
He has the operator in play. You have to expect that he's just going to exit as quickly as he arrived.
Yeah, I feel like this should absolutely be a save. There's just not much left you can do at this point.
Yeah, I think they should both save. And because they won that thrifty anyway and got some gun upgrades, their money's just great anyway, so I think it's okay to just accept it and look at your own money.
See if he can catch someone from RRQ going for their hunt.
I think Paper would have had a better chance of winning versus GENG than RRQ. Nah, I think they would have had less chance of winning.
Valuable piece of weaponry. Just a question of whether he'll get there or not, Jemkin.
The answer is what? Okay, the answer is no. Regarding Munchkin, but what a swing from Jemkin. That is nasty.
He's got his ult again.
Did he stop?
I mean, I want to say he stopped, but...
That was crazy.
Hell.
That's unbelievable.
Okay, we'll have to see it back. Both of our jaws pretty much on the floor after that one.
God.
What a shot to hit.
Oh my God.
Okay, guys, listen.
And that's what we were talking about when the timeout was called.
Yeah,
and this those kinds of shots, those kinds of plays.
And I mean,
coming out of Jemkin
we said this comp works around ults, right? This was ISO ult, this one was Yoru ult. They now got ISO ult again. Then it's gonna be, can they get the Yoru ult up for the next buy rounds? And if they win this, they should have an eco. So.
Missed.
Oh, they missed.
Bit of a whiff
they
there.
Blind.
Going to be spotted out. Nano pumps the clone, so Foxy doesn't even have to worry about it.
Guys.
You can see Foxy tucked a little bit further back. Doesn't want to try to challenge that long C angle. Out in the open. Got bested previously. Probably learned that they need to tighten up a little bit. But texture around the corner. What a timing.
Finds one. To bail himself out, and fast lane will be there to cover the escape.
Oh, this fell apart.
One shot there to the back of the leg.
Okay, lose A control and some reaction from GENG. Drone down towards middle. See if anyone's over towards middle. Obviously, we got pressure on Garage as well from the turrets. They know about Garage at the moment.
Again. I mean, some of
the only question mark around the map really
feels like if you see texture, don't go that way. But Foxy, nice kill.
Trying to get back to his anchoring ways.
Yeah, dude, this is the Foxy 9 classic. He lives in the smoke.
Catching a glimpse. He's able to take him down through the Cypher zone
it's a really big win for GENG.
Crazy guy. Now left to his own devices.
You gotta think of how impactful this round's been, right? So if it's 5-2 and they actually win this and they get to 5-3, then it becomes 5-4 because they are eco.
Yeah, they're still
and
on some
then
ultimates too.
they would have another Yoru ult, so you would imagine it's going to be 5-5. But now,
I mean,
this is a done map,
every
really.
Round that we've seen, once
unless they've got something brand new on defense.
RRQ has gone the other way. I think almost every time. And I don't blame them. Again, best player in Pacific right now. If you just look at the raw stats, and look what he does in game. He is absolutely out of control. It is definitely spring season again for GENG, just like it was in 2024. They just hit this hot streak. And they're already quickly rotating over towards A. A little bit of util sent over that way. Has them thinking that maybe RRQ is going to try to dial up another fast hit. Over there. You know, like we saw after the timeout where they found success. Flash clear a util.
Okay, they at least had a lot of money, but...
Karon spotting out multiple players. Paranoia immediately going to be sent out. A little bit too shallow to catch, but RRQ aren't looking to scale off of this pressure.
It's a huge win for them. They get the Paranoia, they clear a bunch of util, they do more damage than they take. Very nicely done.
GENG have only lost one match. They lost to Boom pretty early on.
A bit of presence there.
They lost when they were changing their roster still.
Slides down, they're lined up for him.
Dude,
Collect
he's
kill.
30
Xpero
HP,
about
gets
to
a
strike in
double
from
kill.
behind, but Karin now sights turned back over towards main. The drift out, Xpero able to find the one. Foxy9 still here on the site. The spike now dropped outside of garage. Foxy swooping in from behind, and it's gonna be with City as Cushy turns back, finds a head jump, and still eats an immense amount of damage. Overdrive now gonna be popped
That
in
was-
Texture. Looking for targets, but they've been split up. The time, however, getting away from RRQ.
That was rough.
Cushy pushes his way back in towards C, but the time is just not there. You know the Texture's around the corner. It's the last player you really want to face in toward. And he will get
It's
taken
all
down.
good. To be fair, no one was,
Round
well, only
advantage now
Karen was
secured.
dead,
Gen
right?
G
So
up
hopefully
to
no
7.
one saw it
Three more to be
from
played
the
out.
Gen G side.
Good job. Thanks. Proud of you. What an adjustment here from Karan, though. Just loses that early battle up from Plat, and then just steps up closer, finds a perfect timing with a little help from Foxy9, getting the glimpse into the garage from window, setting things up nicely, and hey, nice
Shout out
watch.
to the sponsors setting up some watch parties across Asia for us.
We love that. Love to see that. All right, no, there's that early spam. And I mean, I'm curious again if Gen G's going to try to put some pressure
Fake
towards
TP
window.
close with a
With the early
cage.
spam, trying to condition
they
RRQ that they can't have that space, and that's why I assume
mean,
Crazy Guy trying to hold that angle just in case that is.
I don't want to
what
over-exaggerate,
all that
but
spam
they,
is for.
they're getting so wrecked,
Meanwhile,
man.
Pushy out with the drone.
Like, they might not even get these ults for
Karan
any of
revealed
these
it. He
rounds.
doesn't clear the drone, but it's not a
He
big
gets
deal.
respotted. They'll reposition. No smoke here, but Paranoia holding them back. Paranoia now going to be coming through his timing.
So I've ulted over towards the site. Foxy9 puts down the ult, knowing that they don't have the 3 to finish his ult.
Monyet quickly trades it back and maintains the advantage here for the side of RRQ.
Damn, nice shot.
The relay, but Monyet out wide, able to find one. Munchkin
Munchkin still
trades
has
out
his...
another. His pick going to be invested
Sure.
right here in front.
Not what I was going to say, but...
Just a
I was going to
recon
say still has
to
his
work
smoke
with
to block vision.
on the side of
This is
RRQ.
one way of doing it.
The fuse starting to be held.
They didn't shoot the recon. It went under the smoke.
And with
Okay,
the
nice,
counter
though. It was a
spray,
solid
they will
recon.
be able to fish him out. So Pit going to be lost. RRQ find themselves a third round win.
Now once again able to find some success.
Yeah, I mean,
On towards that C site.
the Viper was a questionable choice, no doubt about it.
Get Monyet breaking through. Foxy9 was trying to wait this Hunter's Fury out so he could place the lockdown safely. Did do so, but at the cost of his life.
Yeah, I feel like Foxy9's melting a little bit as well.
RRQ to scale forward, and you
That
can
was
see
pretty
that Gen
rough.
G wanted to get ahead
2 rough rounds
of
for
the
him,
end of that
back to back
lockdown
as
to see
well.
if they could catch RRQ as they were having to retreat outside of the danger zone. Didn't work though. Monyet just stood his ground, got a kill. Good entries as well. Let's see if RRQ can keep it up, get a couple more, make it a 7-5. Teho util, just keep him pinned in, but Monyet pretty far pushed up already. Cyber Cage to block his entrance.
If he gets this orb, that's going to be Dimensional Drift online. So likely going to try to play for this one. Xfero, they're strafing. Rushing forward. And Texture says, well, I can hear you, I can see you, I can shoot you. Clean opening kill here. As the rest of the team held at bay, Paranoia goes across, catching on to them, so Monyet has to put the mask on. Goes forward, shield broken, but Jemkin still firing. Does find Karan. As Monyet duking it out here with Munchkin, who tucks forward. Push out of the smoke, though.
Damn, nicely done from Cushy.
Cushy finds 2, and Jemkin just hits one right through the smoke on the Texture. Right between the
Yeah,
eyes.
they throw the
Foxy
spike
says,
over
"Yep,
towards
I want
Jemkin as
nothing
well.
to do with this."
Think we know what's happening last or next round.
Looking to hold on to this Phantom.
They're probably going to wait 5 seconds, and
Those are
after
those
the 5
explosive
seconds,
entries you're
Jemkin's just
looking
going to be allowed
for
to hunt.
with the double duelist. And it was as soon as Xfero got killed by Texture, that's when they pulled the trigger. They knew that op wasn't there. They knew they had.
I think
that
Cushy is
dimensional
shout for
drift as
Rookie of the
well.
Year. I think he's
They
in the
could
top
just storm
5 for
their
Rookie
way
of the
through
Year,
into
yeah.
sight.
Again, this one's too
Gen
hard,
G
man.
players,
Depends what
maybe a
happens in
few
stage 2.
missteps in terms of their positioning. I think Ash
There's
might
ways,
want to take back that
there's so
swing
many, dudes.
out of the smoke, but
both of them.
Yeah, for both of them.
What you
Cushy
might
was so
see
ready
is
for
that Luke Show
But regardless,
wins it. Depends on a stage
RRQ
2.
doing a really nice
I
job
think
there.
he's had the craziest performance, but
Finding
he's
their
also
util. They
had
should be able to get Jemkin's
the
ult most
least.
likely
So
coming into this
maybe
final
this one.
round. That's going to be a huge piece for them. We've already seen what he can do with it when he gets to the land. Might add one whiffy one, but that's okay. But the buy also is going to be
mate, I'm not even sure if
interesting for
Vano's
Gen G.
the best
Be a
rookie on his
little bit
team at the
weak.
moment right now in terms of
Disrespecting that
performance.
snake bite as well.
I think he is,
Ooh, Cushy.
but in terms of performance right now, I think
quite good.
I would say,
Just,
from what I've seen,
just
maybe
assume they're
Quarter
there.
Z is above. Shenham's been playing insane in this playoffs. If you want to look at this playoffs.
Rotate. This is the angle that he's going to be lined up on. I can pre-fire that.
Might as well.
Well, Stinger and a Bulldog behind these Phantoms and a Vandal.
This is what I mean, man. You can just say 15 players, and I'll agree with all of them. Because it's like, how are you even meant to decide Rookie of the Year at the moment? You can't do it. There's no clear winner at all. I wouldn't even say there's a clear top 5.
Gives him an opportunity. Certainly rescued this map even further.
Oh, got cleared. Did the drone, but GENG reading this well. They're not showing their hand. The Tejo's been here literally every single time, so that drone doesn't mean much.
Oh, quad stack here. Texture trying to get out. Car unable to find one. Ash going to be taken out at the same time. Texture does manage to evacuate, but down
I think it was a bad idea for NRG to let go of Vano. Probably. I mean, I imagine Bonkar's probably thinking like, guys, why? Why did you let this happen? Especially as he's back now. But
Jumpkin just slowly trying to crouch away. Pays the iron price.
Get the neural theft here. Maybe sell a fake. But that he needs smokes to do so.
Something had to happen, man.
Doesn't have it up. Oh, he found the angle. Nice.
Seeing that it's clear, look at the reping here on Foxy. Now that he's the one player closest by.
Okay, are they going to consider this lock?
Trying to slot
He was locking earlier in that round where maybe you didn't expect the lock. He's going to be here real late. Yeah, they're definitely expecting a lock, just not through spawn yet. It's all about delay. It's a good plant for long, so the delay is pretty strong.
Haran just got out.
Gonna be able to find value as Moniette here in front of Plat. Mo's down 2.
He did good though.
But now the backstab gets ready to come in. Forward into the smoke. Xpero, the closer and closer, finds the first, the shorty, drawn out, knows that he's going to be low on HP, but Karan dips in, finds a headshot, swings
No way, man. Sick round from Karan. One of the best agents you want to have from being taken over towards C because of the smoke. He played it perfectly though.
What a round!
Dude. 8. They got 8 on defense against this comp. Strong.
He TP's in behind Plat right before Xpero's about to get to him at defender side spawn. Moniette just knocks down a couple players. Karan's had enough. Sets up the smoke. Oh, poor Xpero. Expects him to be closer to the spike, maybe on the other side of the box. What a flick there from Karan.
My voice
The swing to seal the deal.
I'm not sick. I just woke up early. That's it.
This is a player that has
Just
been
waking up.
kicking his own
good.
ass.
Yes.
To not mince words. He has been, well, here's our, one of our Korean casters who won a lovely Asian Predator laptop earlier. Alongside Victoria.
That's not true. I know that's not true. No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah, it's definitely true. But
he did win the laptop. So.
He did win the laptop. But for Karan, he's been kicking his own ass when it comes down to his performances so far here in kickoff, with him not being able to make it over to international competition, and at the start of stage 1, because he was not looking like the clutch god, this guy who has just such crisp, clean mechanics and aim. But these last couple series here in the playoffs, Karan has come alive.
What do you think about Gentleman's picking up comeback? Yeah, it's a good pickup, man.
Ascended even higher than he was before.
Probably the best tier 2 player at the moment.
That he can pull off with regularity that impress us so very much.
You could almost see the look on his face after that clutch, that it was relief. It wasn't, you know, that old Karan where he's screaming his head off and losing his mind after stuff like that. He just, you know, just a sigh. And moments like that are, you know, why he was Rookie of the Year last year.
Okay, raid boss on Texture.
Starting to look better and better, as are all
what
of
is
GENG.
this one?
Yet in trouble potentially.
Into the corner, the quick little jump check there from Texture, but cannot realign fast enough.
Spoke deep over towards spawn. Didn't have anyone to back him up, and yeah, I think if he's doing that movement, maybe you gotta go 3-2, but
a winning position. Close this gap down.
And I mean, RRQ see the smoke over towards here, so they're just gonna gamble stack with 4. Smoke committed towards site. Don't really have the best backup options. Spike down.
Now brings it into a 2v3. Spike on the floor. Out on the opposite side of this smoke.
Well, now you got to figure out a way to get back to that spike. And,
Yeah, it
RRQ
might
is
be a
gonna
long
opt
one.
to just hold it down, throw the paranoia. GENG.
What is the game plan here? They have 40 seconds. They're going to go around the world, but then they still have to fight their way down into Long A.
Yeah.
There's a smoke already set up. Granted, it might expire by the time they get there, but there's only 33 seconds remaining. At the end of the day, this is round. It's going to have to end in a scuffle rather than a plan, it feels like.
No, you're absolutely correct. It has to be kills. Maybe Munchkin just anticipating that they were just going to hold the site since they had the angle from the ramp. They're gonna have to push down soon.
Shot to the shoulder. 12 seconds remaining. I mean, if you're Chepkin, you can just have him run away. Unless this last little kill comes in and he runs out of bullets, and Crazy Guy will go ahead and collect it. Well, things got a little bit silly.
He tried to make up for the
RRQ
time by
themselves
running a
their
gun
first
to pick up the
pistol win.
spike.
As the gap
And the
now,
kill just
3
didn't
rounds
happen. It's unlucky.
separating the teams.
Yeah, that one looked a little bit.
1-1 for the pistols.
Wanting. I mean, Texture, I could have sworn saw Monyet when he first ran.
I think he did, but then he panicked, slid into the wall, and couldn't get his gun out.
I think you're
I feel
right.
like APAC is sending people that can win
It's kind of an odd
Toronto.
situation there.
I think GENG
RRQ having a lot of fun after that
GENG
one.
have the best chance out of everyone from here.
Spectre, Ghost for Xpero.
So I think America's have the best chance from the teams they're sending.
Just thinking
Like I feel
about
like they
some
got
kind of fast hit.
the most teams that can win it.
Trying to
I will
pace.
say, I don't know. I know that I'm on board the Paper X train and it's going to seem biased, but Jesus, oh God, man. Oh God,
What is
dude.
going on?
Two died from the smoke spawn molly combo as well. How? They popped the smoke here. They run through the smoke and they died to a molly that's popped because they're trying to fast flood. Oh, that's such a mess up, dude.
I am just speechless again. I can't even begin to describe what happened there.
Cushy will find one against Munchkin, but he cannot find the round.
No.
They cannot find the gap close. Ash will pick up the weapon.
That's crazy, man. For
And
this to
I
go
am-
down like this, that's absolutely insane.
Yeah.
I'm losing my damn mind.
Yep. Yep.
Dude, this replay is
Well,
going to
I
look so
mean,
weird.
I know what happened with Karan. I don't know
You
what
say
happened
this every
with
time about
Bananas.
America's team, but they never
Yeah.
win. I mean,
it had to be
Karan double
what's that, lost
TP.
2 times?
snakebite combo on Nano.
And they have the
You
best
can do
chance
a
this
lot of
time.
damage.
Like, this is
How
actually
do you
their,
get two
their
people?
time.
Both of them were
I got more faith in
over
Paper X
on
than I
the
do
right-hand side of
RRQ,
the
just
site.
because of the amount of changes
You're
that
looking
RRQ have
from
to
the
do.
map. By the boxes, but see it again.
Dude, this is
Karan
going to look
TP's
nuts,
first
man.
up on top and then in the back.
These guys at spawn.
And just they're not ready for him, and then
Look at this.
oh, it's right at the entrance through the poison cloud.
Oh
And,
my
yeah.
goodness, dude.
Poison
Pop with the literal just
my
smoke
goodness.
molly
Well,
combo, that's it. Nothing else on
From
top of
great
that.
start to absolute
Was there
tragedy here
a
for the
Viper
side
molly
of
maybe that I
RRQ.
missed?
GENG now.
I think it just looked like
Cushy, okay. Solid start. The one weapon that they have.
Viper molly also.
in
Damn,
hand.
that's strong, dude.
Put to good use as Munchkin gets taken down.
The
Fox
timing of it
gonna
was
be
crazy
juggling
as well. They must have
tons
looked
away,
like they
making
fast
sure
flood.
they give nothing
Like to
over
fast flood
these
C the
remaining
whole
RRQ
time.
players for free.
And not really
Probably the
much
best timing
damage
they've
done
got.
there to Cushy. So he's extremely happy with that result. He's the only one with any kind of firepower here. It's just classics otherwise for RRQ. So GENG going to continue to go through towards A. I mean, all of a sudden now GENG playing very cautious, just sitting back towards their spawn, wondering where the heck is RRQ? Are they going to be barreling in behind us? But you've got that KJ util behind your back, so you're going to feel a little bit comfortable. The problem is this is
A heavy stack.
Yeah.
Could just be similar scenes to the previous round here for RRQ. Especially if Cushy is able to come
They're
away
gonna
with
heavy
some value
commit.
here. Texture at the ready. Sprints forward, the flash, gets a headshot, but Texture is able to find one. Sparrow swinging out.
He didn't get that much
Managed to go ahead,
space
take him
though,
down.
so they
Weapon
gotta
gonna be
cancel
abandoned
this.
there within the site. The Bulldog as well can get
But-
scooped up. So a little bit more firepower here for the side of
Yeah,
RRQ.
they
It's gonna
should
be a
know
very
that
fast
over
pivot
towards C is
to the
fine.
side
They
of
can use for
GENG.
RRQ
Camera
as they
set
now
up on
double their
B.
guns.
Their sights set on C, however. Turn out the back.
Okay, that's
Trip gets
early info
cleared.
as well. They can commit to this.
Crazy Guy gonna look to try to buy some time.
Dude, is he gonna try stop the plant?
Stunt, not gonna connect. The lineup though for Foxy9. Breaks the shield with the first. Collapsed them both with a second. And now, just Xpero with that Phantom in hand. Crazy Guy already forward committed here into the site, taken down by Ash. Xperon looking to be the hero, finds the first, spots the second. It's the transfer, but now
Dude,
up
imagine.
against Karan.
It's
Swings out of the
unlucky.
cage,
Bro,
and
Karen's so
is
good for it. He's
as
always
ever.
good for it. He's so good in
10-5.
clutches.
Solid effort from the side of
Cobbs
RRQ
with
to
the tier
pull
1.
up
Thank you, thank you, the fatty mums.
They cannot answer back in kind.
That's just a hell of a read here. Oh, Cushy. Just walking out there, hitting a nasty bulldog spray. And then, of course, walking right into the meat grinder of GENG. Foxy9
Dude,
there.
that gun just shoots way
Find a
too
perfect
fast.
timing. And then Xperon with that gun upgrade that he scooped off of Texture's body. Almost able to turn this round around, but again, it is Karan who comes up big. Finds a huge kill. Monyet with the op though. Crazy guy with just a bulldog. So they want to try to see if they can start putting some of this heavy firepower down. Keep GENG from scaling forward. They do.
There you go. Baits him forward, op now confirmed.
Okay,
TP
so
immediately across over
at
to
one
A
point
lane.
though, you should start
Monyet
seeing
starting to poke and prod forward here
GENG
on this B site.
exploit
Foxy,
over
gonna be
towards
another
B.
casualty.
I'll
now
explain that again for
dictating
people
the
that
pace and
don't
running the map.
really watch too much of this comp.
This is what you needed for
The comp on
RRQ.
defense struggles at B.
Needed the
Right,
map
normally you have a
control.
breach here. Breach will
GENG
aftershock you once you
Scrambling now
plant,
to figure out what
and
the
then you
heck to
kind
do.
of
This
got to
may
go
just be
back
one of those
with a smoke here,
Munchkin
and then you got to re-hit the site.
make some noise over
Problem
at
with the
A.
RRQ comp, or
Somebody
the
else
comp
trying to
that pretty
find
much
an
everyone
opening
uses now, is you
somewhere.
don't have anything to stop
He ends up
the
being
plant. You used to have double
a bit of a
damage shock,
save, but
hard to do. You've only
money's
got one
okay.
double damage
You
now.
don't need to.
So a lot of times you can't stop this initial plant. So
Try to
with the
press
RRQ
forward.
comp, you have to,
Crazy
within
guy
like the
right back
first
here.
4 or
Oh,
5
Ash
rounds,
shuts him
like
down.
punish
Swing
a
around the
B
side.
hit.
Cam gets the tap. Crazy guy
Otherwise,
trying
they're
to
just going to
swing
spam
out
B hits
punish,
on
but
you.
Falls to the wayside. Cam retoggled. Look at this, continue to keep Karan revealed here at all times. Dimensional drift going to be used. Monyet pushing forward, ensures that the site is cleared out. Xperon now going to be noted as the swing out. Karan's still going to be good for one because she comes away with 2.
Okay,
The
nicely
flash
done.
connects.
It's a good
Munchkin's
flash.
blind.
Dude, the flash ended up
Xperon
hitting
can
both.
go ahead and secure that. So RRQ answering back, not allowing this to get even further away. Still though, down by 4 rounds.
This is doable.
When you're seeing some of the problems
It shouldn't be, but
that RRQ was actually having
to be
in
honest,
the
it
first
shouldn't
half,
be.
where GENG is
Didn't
just kind
really
of
be
dry picking
doable.
some of these angles, and they're being held by somebody. In this case, it's Monyet.
I just think they would lose.
Ash may have been able to get something going, but
Like, I just think if GENG do a
Munchkin
fast B,
decided
they
to
win.
not hold window. He wanted to control those doors a little bit better, and kind of opened up a little bit extra space, I think, for RRQ. Of course, obviously
Yeah,
having
and
Jemkin
you
there
might
with
be
the
seeing it
shield
here with how everyone's
allows for
positioned. We'll see.
much
Either that or
easier
a fast
ability
garage
to
tank.
push forward. And that's another early
Is
kill for
Viper on
Jemkin.
Haven back? This is like the only team that
Tendencies gets him
use
one
it.
away from having that
It's
kill
an
contract
incredible
online.
pick.
Rough start here for GENG.
Good news is I think they can get Ash the gun.
Yep. Everyone with a rifle now. Just smoke cycles forward here. In front of B Texture, just pushing forward. Clear out the trip, but looks like they might be opting to pause for a second, wanting to really flood forward. Crazy guy though, pre-firing, but distracted by the nano swarm.
Yeah, this is
Takes
nice.
attention away as Texture now sprinting across, trying to dodge out.
Good
Thunderstorm, but
damage
it's gonna be
hit
two
too.
tags at the same time, so
Got him
Texture
locked in
Ash
over
both
towards
down
the
to
site. They
45
might
HP.
feel like they want to push Garage here as
Spike gets
well.
planted. They're gonna try to fight
Great.
their way out.
The time of the double damage
Comes
was
across.
great.
Here behind the box, Cushy.
Yeah, double damage
Pumped in
shock
that
got him a
dart.
full kill.
Looking to find Texture, and Foxy9 gets taken down.
I think Texture was hit with one of the
Ash trying to find a
ult
timing,
hits
but
though.
gets revealed. Jemkin gets the headshot. As Karan will be dealt with.
Damn,
4K
very,
here for
very
Jemkin.
nice.
Ult not necessary. The fuse comes through, and RRQ are now just 3 rounds away.
Still, he threw
GENG
a
might think that they can't go B.
phenomenal
This is
there.
2 rounds
in a
on B
great
that they've
position,
kind of lost,
throw it
but
right down
it's been
link.
every single time like
And even though
man
GENG fought back a
disadvantage,
bit,
so they shouldn't
just
overthink it,
swoops
but they
in.
might.
With that shield to back him up as well. Yeah, does the timing there on the pop of the toxic screen. Yeah, that vulnerable, really nicely positioned.
The Viper, I mean the Viper's
Resetting the double tap.
the way that they use the Viper on
That's
this
where
map,
things get real
different
scary.
different to how other teams are using
Yeah,
it like
start to wonder.
before,
Yeah, I was just about to say.
is
I
like
think it's timeout. Timeout time.
ABC.
GENG.
You got wall and defense that
Gotta
covers
figure out how to
BC.
not lose
then you
these
got
players
smoke
early,
on
that's
A.
really starting to
So
kill you these last
even if
couple
you're
of rounds.
retaking B, you got something, retaking
you
C, you
going
got
to
something,
win
retaking
some of
A,
these
you have
angles? Are you
something.
gonna be able to find
Same
the
as just
counter
holding the
spams?
site. So you got passive pressure
There's a couple
everywhere.
times
Then on attack,
been red.
when it's reversed,
You know, whether it be they
you have
give you
VIP.
that space for free
So
and see
you
garage,
got,
Manyet's holding with the op,
dude, why have I done it the
or they
opposite
just
way
wait
around?
for a timing through a long.
You
So
got
the homework being done by
when you do your
RRQ, despite a
wall,
short
you
turnaround
create
from a
passive pressure over
long
towards
best of five
A.
yesterday.
So once you have your wall up, you have you have to have 2 people over towards A, because you could have taken a timing from long and short,
Adjustments look like, I mean,
and at the same time it blocks a little
skills
bit of
like
B.
that
So
just taps
the wall's
through the
really good, and then
smoke.
what you just do is you save your smoke for after plant,
Difficult.
and then if you get over towards the site
Really,
and you
come
have
up
the
with
smoke
a
down, you
clear
should win the site
solution.
basically.
Jemkin's game sense
That's kind of how it
clearly is,
works. The
not
wall
slipped up at
blocks
all over
blocks
these last
vision,
days-
right?
these last
Vision
couple
block,
days of
vision
play.
block, vision
Well,
block.
you either gotta commit
Keeps 2 over
some of
towards
the
here
tail
unless you can get
utility
over
early,
towards short,
to try to
and then
push the positions where you're
smoke for after
expecting the
plant,
angle to be
and
held,
then wall smoke
or just
on defense.
run by it quick as the neon and pray they don't do it to you again. But there's an Odin to make things a little more challenging. GENG content to keep trying to push towards B. It is weaker weaponry, and
So normally when you play against this
Space
comp on
game
defense, you
So,
can't let them
RRQ.
take a site.
Bit of a correct
Okay,
call
you're definitely
here
starting to
as
see GENG
Crazy Guy
trying to
pushes
exploit
back
what we
over
spoke about.
in position to try to go
Got
for
a
the
double
spray.
TP
Heard the
back a
TPs,
site.
knows
Dude,
the
this
car
was
is
like
gonna be in the
popular in
site somewhere, but
2020.
can't quite identify that position.
Yeah, and this
Plant
is
now
the
in
exact
here
thing
from
that we
Ash as that
were
Armageddon to the
speaking
post
about.
plant.
This comp cannot stop this plant. You just go in straight away. Normally this would be breach damage. You gotta retake the site. But now
lockdown.
you kind of just gotta just retake against a comp that you normally don't want to retake against.
Scaling forward, Jemkin off screen, able to find one. Foxy 9 going to be taken down, but Ash finds Jemkin. Texture gets Xpharaoh. Lockdown ends up getting destroyed, but now the red carpet gets rolled out.
Dude, look at Karen go. Ulted over towards heaven. He's now lurking on all of them. They managed to get a half. Hold up. Hold up.
They're just gonna stick it the whole
No
way.
way, bro. They stole it. 2v4.
As
2v4
Jemkin tries to
defuse.
reflood, but they are far too late. Manyet
Oh boy, wait. What did they use
gets
as
in
well?
like a thief,
Killjoy
but the
ult,
Knight
Teo
Defuse
ult.
comes across and he even holds on to the operator.
Oh
So much
boy.
investment from GENG. All undone by one guy sticking to the defuse.
That's brutal for GENG, but this Odin
Why are we salvoing
really,
here?
really annoying in this situation.
My
Gillen is
guy?
holding down. Karan, as soon
Why
as
are
they
we
pull
salvoing
off,
here?
They are not. Manyet happy to just get into there and let fate decide.
Unbelievable.
Ooh, that was close.
Ospino cigar on the spray. Let him know, yep, still got this. Will they buy up another one? They know that that op was saved as well. Does that round end up
They
being
must have thought it was off the spike, but
the death sentence here for GENG?
you would still always salvo there.
As Texture spammed down to
At least
17
one.
health.
I mean, you'd always
Odin
double
Gaming,
it.
baby.
Dude, that's crazy. Dude, it's so
Well, it's
doable
just
now
fucking
because of that rounds.
That's right.
Because
Great
this
to
is also
watch.
3 rounds in a
Well,
row where they've lost
You
over
know, the
towards
thing
B.
is, for GENG, it's
but
a pretty similar start to the previous round.
One of
so
them was a mistake that we just saw,
kinda
and 2 of them was man
playing with fire
disadvantage.
there.
So now
Not
their whole
really
game
exploring
plan,
the map.
they're going to think
like
doesn't
you
work,
normally
but it's actually
expect
kind
them
of
to.
down to just them messing up.
Pretty grouped, and look at that tight angle being held by Cushy, but
Backing away the drone. About to tell low. Texture trying to push forward, but
Oh,
Jemkin is
God.
there. Swoops out behind the boxes. Takes him down. Finishes the job set up and started by Crazy Guy.
he's going to read this.
In the spot. C site now broken open. Bit of a hero lurk here from the side of Foxy 9. This Crazy Guy pushing forward down in towards mid. Turret believes in range. Yep, does get cleared out. As ISO ult set, Jemkin trying to get a catch over towards Garage, but no one there to
saw it
receive
used
it.
on Garage,
It's gonna be
didn't spot
another win.
anyone.
Munchkin now. Defensive pit in play here on the site. Manyet traded out for Foxy 9.
Oh, the jump.
Jump up over the top, and Jemkin has to drop down, and Munchkin's right there, ready and waiting to scale forward. Cushy blocked out by the one-way smoke. Crazy Guy now forced to backpedal, and GENG
Ah, man.
able to recover.
There's
after
so
the
much painful
tragedy of
stuff
the
going on.
previous round. They'll move up to 11.
So,
Still just 3 rounds
Let
separating.
me just
Now
explain the
RRQ.
full process of going to Garage
Decent money
before you
here
think he's
on
like
several of the
incredibly
players.
dumb.
Still with an
So
opportunity
he's
to turn this
ulting over
around.
towards Garage
That's just a
because they
massive
want
work
to,
from
while they're
Foxy 9.
planting, they want
kill
to
right there
make
might
sure
have
it's a
caught
trade.
Xvero right as he was toggling between
Right,
the
so if he
camera.
gets one, they can flood in towards Garage so that he can get the trade if he loses his
It's
ult.
probably a huge sigh of relief for GENG and the GENG
Obviously,
faithful.
really risky when you know someone's
That looks like
planting
it might be
and you
bad.
have your shield. You just got to
Jemkin
back
here, the
yourself for
timing's
that.
so good. But then on the other side of the map, you know, RRQ had
Like
a
you
lead
just got to
heavily
back yourself and
towards
hit
A
that.
off
You have
of
a shield,
Texture's
man.
Attempted entry.
Get anyone.
They left quite a bit of space open on the other side, just kind of hoping that Xvero's util would buy them a little bit of time and info. And instead, it's going to be a timeout for RRQ. Last one here for Haven. As they try to see if they can start stringing some more rounds together. It started to look so
Great
good on this
info.
defender side.
Mate,
It looked
you're
like
against
they
a
really
VIP
had great
comp.
reads. They
You
had
don't
good
need the
ideas.
info. You need to get rid of the Viper.
Odin,
You need to
spam
fin the
early to do
numbers.
some damage.
Any other comp
Jenkins
saying
covering the
that, sure,
drone,
I can
all
kind of
these,
agree with
Getting
you.
all these first picks, like
But-
their initial stage is really good.
But
Just
here,
getting
you just
beyond
got to
that.
get that Viper.
You know, can they keep following through?
Some problems converting.
Yeah.
Well, final timeout call. See what magic it can work. Able to win the follow-up 2 rounds were RRQ in the first half. Off the back of this, we'll see if that can paint a similar story, would put them within touching distance of tying this up. The pressure you have to imagine mounting for these players.
On both
Oh,
sides.
dude, the pressure's high because some of the decisions are rough.
Foxy, Ash, they're going to be dealing with similar, a similar situation. As here we go again. 1, 2, 3. Cushy sends out the shots, and Texture is just not catching a break.
I mean, you have the salvos for Ash still in hand, so they again neglected this angle and they pay the price. You've got to find a way to clear that, whether it be smokes or util.
Paranoia, don't think quite connected onto Cushy. No, it
Dude,
absolutely did not. He's
what a
going to be able to
hold,
find
man.
another one. Kara now taken
Okay,
down.
they have the numbers for this.
Player advantage.
We've got the
Different side of
judge
RRQ, Xvero swooping
flank
around from
behind.
Alarm bot set up. Gives the alert.
And they know about it now, so do Big Joel on short. Judge might win that? Close enough? No, no.
Swooping forward, but no, it's going to be Munchkin. Foxy finding one apiece there.
Yeah,
Everyone getting a piece of the pie.
it's
as
a good
Ash comes away
example
with the kill on
again,
the bot.
though.
Yep.
Like even
And Munchkin will spray out
4v3,
Crazy Guy.
smoke down, it's hard for them to
Just when it starts
hard to
looking good
retake
for
against this
RRQ,
stuff.
GENG, something
This
just
guy had to win this
clicks.
duel on short.
They hit their shots, and now they're
Right,
up to
full
that
chance to the
point.
GENG,
I
and
think that got a little bit awkward there.
yeah, looking alright.
Judge in hand for Xvero. Cushy, phenomenal start. 2 for 1 for him. Ash able to get the kill. Munchkin is watching that lurk. Beautifully done.
He
And then
picked
the
up the
crossfires
other
are
gun,
fantastic
that's
between
why.
Ash
Dude, he
and
actually would have won that with a judge, just
right on the
sending it.
site.
You were talking about
Dude,
Kara,
Tex just
there he
absolutely
goes.
going
Signs
crazy
at the
over
end
there.
of that first half.
You can Tex, he's got his ult if he wants it,
Salvos are gonna
and
be
he
sent,
commit
and
into the
Texture this
salvos.
time, the one that survives.
Okay, this one's
Monyen
done.
left on the floor.
Dude, RRQ actually had a chance
Desperately
here.
wanting
I
that
felt like
orb to try to
GENG
get
were
that
messing up
dimensional
so
triple
much on
online,
those
but
B
GENG
hits.
know exactly what he's going to be trying to do.
That's exactly when they needed to dial up that use of the util right at that position. It's been a pain point for them.
Good
And they
news for
hit a great
GENG
timing.
is they
First
could
kill.
look at this
falling away of
demo
GENG,
and they
Texture
could
down to
learn a
half
lot
health,
from
uses
it.
the overdrive.
There's a
That's
world
the
where
only
they
ult that's gonna come
don't
into
look
play
at the
for them.
demo much
Cushy
because they're
one away
going to
from Hunter's Fury,
change
though.
their
If he
comp
finds a kill, maybe able to get back.
because you can't use
off
the
of site
tail
if there
anymore.
is an execute
So they
towards A.
might not
Hello.
actually like watch the demo and fix a lot of the stuff on
What's
B.
up, Karan?
They could actually learn some stuff from this demo for sure.
Foxy for now still
Also,
walking
they'll
behind.
have so much to do in such a short amount of time that
Coming his way
they
is
might
Crazy Guy.
prioritize other
Nice
stuff.
check. Goes in, finds 3. Foxy though, pushing forward, turret spotting, and he continues to hold this line, but cannot find the shot. Still though, the call to pivot seemingly being made. There's 2 players have been noted on this side of the map, but it seems like, okay, Munchkin says, well, let's just split the difference, go right into the center of the map. Overdrive now gonna be popped. Texture looking to try to clear some space. A Judge waiting over on this B-Link, but Xvero eats so much damage. Jump around the plant. Being stuck, the double face push, looking for the transfer. Here is Jemkin, and he nearly finds it, but Munchkin survives, 75 health remaining. A stun in, but have they realized that Cushy got in ahead of this? Crazy Guy gonna go swooping forward. Ash able to readjust. Cushy now needing to try to rely on the act of surprise here, but just swooping around, finds a headshot. Gets lost in the sauce for a brief little moment. The paranoia now expiring.
I mean, Kushi's a beast with a Guardian, but...
Munchkin around the back looking for the timing. Now has been noted. 4 bullets left here in the mag. And the
Okay, very nice from GENG.
Put him down.
Dude, a little bit of a scrappy game, though.
Opening map
No
here,
doubt,
the grand
scrappy
final
game.
of stage 1 goes the way of GENG.
Their map pick will fall into their hands, but it at times didn't look great, and it required some crazy good clutches for them to come through. So certainly RRQ has come out swinging today. They look pretty well primed, in my opinion. A rough early start, those first 5 rounds, wipe those off the board, and this is basically an even map.
Yeah.
How's GENG's Ascent? They've always been good at this.
Yes.
They've always been good at this map. RRQ probably have the best Ascent in Pacific, or at least top 3.
We're going to have their map pick of Ascent coming up. They've looked quite strong there.
But
GENG have certainly had their ups and downs.
Honestly,
with
GENG
their Euro
have
composition that
historically
they've been
been one of
bringing
the best maps, so yeah,
out. See
maybe.
how they fare, though. RRQ should be.
But did GENG use the A wall instead of the C flood wall? They like to fight C a lot heavier than other teams do. So they like to heavy anchor C with Foxy 99 instead, and just use this. They use the smoke for the choke, like the Viper one, to retake here, and then if they need to, they'll smoke this, and it does the same effect with the Omen smoke. So, because they, so normally when you want to retake over towards C, you put the wall up to fast flood, right? But what they do is, because the Killjoy anchors C, you still have the Omen that would do a similar thing of smoking here, which is like the main thing of blocking this for to flood in, and then you got the smoke here. So they actually kind of cover it up well. Yeah, it only works because they use Killjoy to anchor C. Like GENG have really good full process through their stuff.
As we expected.
As much as like some people don't like their Viper stuff, I think it's good.
This is what happens when you have that advantage in the best of 5. You go in, you ban both maps, you pick this first map. And when we saw these two teams play in the upper bracket, RRQ banned out Haven first, so they didn't have to play it. GENG know what they're doing by picking this map first. They're trying to get RRQ off on a bad spot, and they get themselves this 1-0 up, which is massive.
Yeah, it's worked well for them. I thought they would go for Lotus first, but they have.
What do you think the Sunset match is going to be? Oh man, I have no idea. That map is so open for what you can use as well. Sunset's one of those maps there's just like every agent's good on it. I think teams will lean into double Sentinel, because I think Deadlock's pretty insane there.
4 first bloods as well on the Sova, and that is just down to how strong his individual mechanics are. He is so good at, with that first bullet accuracy, at being able to take some of those opening tools. But GENG, I tend to agree with Paperton. I think that overall, macro-wise, I wasn't seeing anything I was wowed by.
I'd be tempted to try something with ISO there as well. You'd at least try and prank.
I mean, this is the way GENG have played Haven for a long time, right? We've been saying this about GENG all season, is you know what you're going to see, but can you stop
duelist one?
Right?
People might do duelist. People like Raze on that map a bit. I think you could get away with ISO these days.
This is just their style. This is what they want.
Especially there's no kill trip over towards B. You might be able to just do solo ISO, even though it sounds a little mental.
But if it works, if it gets you across that line, that's what really matters.
Yeah, if I was a team at the moment, I'd probably try double duelist, double sentinel, solo ISO. Like they're the 3 that I'm trying.
But there's so much more.
You've seen everything else.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we have a little highlight about the timeouts here, and it's
like
interesting. There is a little bit of a
Deadlock,
difference between these two coaches' approaches in timeouts and how many they actually take.
Yeah, we see a big difference in the newer timeouts.
Well, people will probably lean on double sentinel, double initiator,
which is a colossal difference.
Probably
so different coaches will have different approaches.
Imagine.
You know, GENG, that much more slower style, and if your players
when you try the old paper
adapt,
comp, the thing is you've seen the paper X comp, so you know it works, right?
I mean, this timeout, you see it.
The same for like new things that might be meta that people haven't tried yet.
Impact ults online. The Yoru and the ISO ult is the central focus of this comp, and you can have so many strong attacking side strats off the back of that, that even though the other team has time to prepare for it, you aren't necessarily able to stop it. It starts with a really nice ISO ult there. You're able to find the opening pick, and even only with a half buy, you can see RRQ crushing into that C site that actually, in most of the rounds, GENG was very adept at defending.
Yeah, I mean, those ults, you're able to brute force, and you're basically able to go wherever you want. So it's a smart timeout. I think that's Ewok taking the timeout, saying, hey guys, I know we're down 0-5, but I can get us this round. This is how we play it, and you get your guys on the board, and you get that ball rolling.
Yeah, those rounds kind of play themselves with the ISO Yoru comp. It's a big strength of it, and you can see why, you know, know, you're throwing Jemkin onto the ISO. Similar skill set to that Meteor, on the ISO, and I said it in the pre-show as well. This guy loves to just take straight aim duels. He loves to play positionally. You add a shield to that, and the fact that he's able to just take a 1v1 aim duel versus you, you're not going to be winning that.
Yeah, and you guys have mentioned how the entire squad of GENG just completely stepped up, and they were just playing absolutely phenomenally here. Munchkin and Foxy9 and how they played and how they used their utility was a big part of this.
These two are the secret to their Haven, and especially on this defense, is they don't give you space for free. They will fight you everywhere. Munchkin, especially on this Viper, is rotating into sight. Here we see Foxy9, he's a killjoy. He could go play retake, but he's not going to do it. They're in your face constantly, and they're battling you the whole way through. I think it's just such a unique comp that they're so good at executing, and you know, we don't see anyone else play the Viper quite like that.
You see them disrupting RRQ before they could really get rolling in a lot of these attacking sided rounds. And this is, you know, I'm sick of this narrative that Sentinel players need to play passive. I love the fact that he gets aggressive, that he's confident to take the off angles. You see the util combos as well. That was absolutely disgusting with the nano inside of the Toxic Orb. They use the Toxic Orb and the decay so well. Like, you have to retake into a Toxic Orb. And this is just such a win condition for GENG. Foxy9 on the Senti, Munchkin on the Viper on defense, and Charon on an Omen. These are three players that are just the goods on the multi-frags. If you're running into a site against any of them, they are going to multi-frag you.
Now, RRQ, though, I have to say, they did have some really good ideas on Haven, and we're kind of wondering where they got some of these good ideas. I think you guys spotted something out.
Yeah, I think we have a tweet we can pull up.
Yeah.
Here. This is something I remember from the off-season. So when RRQ were looking for an assistant coach, they ran these Opalin applications, and one part of these Opalin applications was an anti-strat of GENG's Haven. So Ewok has had to look through hundreds and hundreds of anti-strats of this Viper composition. It's such a shame they couldn't get it over the line today, but I think it obviously highlights the strength of GENG of being able to play this same comp and mix some stuff up.
Yeah, they haven't really changed too much. They've implemented the new Teo into the composition.
Are you getting signed?
Obviously, whoever applied needs to be replaced, so I'm just making sure that we look good. I look good in the RRQ jacket.
It's the orange. Warbirds.
Yeah, sorry, Evan.
I thought he's done quite well.
Sorry, Warbirds.
That's crazy hate.
I mean,
he did pretty good, but he didn't secure it. It wasn't enough. How do I look? Do I look RRQ?
You look great.
Very RRQ.
You won the build diff as well.
I did.
You are the best coach on the desk by far. So
that's how you get hired.
Actually,
assistant coach right here, Chubby Ninja.
I think that could definitely work out well for them. You need to get downstairs quick though. They got another map starting.
But they got Ascent. Ascent is the next map, and they already got Ascent down. I have to say, Warbirds and Ewok have done brilliantly with this map. When it was the 5th map yesterday against Paper X, I kind of knew it was over. You know, their Ascent's just so good.
This is all about this first half for me. You see, recently, both of these teams having games on Ascent. You did see the last game of GENG, a 12-0 defense against Boom, and then the opening half, what you saw from RRQ was a 9-3 attack against Paper X, and that's going to be the opening half of this Ascent game. GENG have opted to start out on the defense, so both of these teams, despite the poor win rate for GENG and the great win rate for RRQ, they said it going into the 5th map of that series. We had Jemkin in the interview say, we're quite confident in our Ascent as the 5th map of the series. The rest of the series was actually a lot shakier than the 5th and final finishing map, so I can see why they've picked it as their first pick into this series against GENG here.
Yeah, I mean, for me, I honestly feel like it's probably their best map, even before that lower final yesterday. As you say, when that was the map 5, you know they were feeling good. I'm excited to see Jemkin come back to that Yoru. I feel like his Yoru is so good. I think his ISO is fine on the Haven, but it's not quite as prominent, I want to say. I mean, it's just I'm not scared of it.
He's spamming Yoru all the time. So, look, I think at the end of the day, you're seeing the old meta and the new meta of Ascent. I think RRQ have really defined this meta of running the Yoru as well as the Sova Teo. I really like their comp on this map. They played it excellently on the attacking side against Paper X yesterday, but over on the side of GENG, they don't like change. They like to just play the meta comp, and hey, it worked very well for them against Boom the second time they played it. So let's see if they stick to that. that today.
It does absolutely work for them here. Now, we were talking about our predictions. I think, yeah, we all predicted Gen G here, but we had different score lines. I think if they're going to win one map, I would assume this is probably the one map they win. But how are you guys feeling now? Morgan, we both went for a 3-0 prediction. I'm saying this is an RRQ thing on.
I said 3-0 because I felt like it was just such a mountain to climb. But I think this is where the best of 5 really starts for them. This is where they can get the momentum. But they need a win on this map if they're going to try and upset in this best of 5.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. I think as well they might have to kind of change up their approach a little bit, because I felt like Paper X yesterday, they were set up to defend a lot of the kind of mid splits on their defense, and that was where RRQ did a great job on the attack. Slamming sites
if RRQ don't win this
they were
map,
a lot more focused in the mains, but that is now
it's
something that Gen G
over.
has seen. They've seen that cage into B main and the A main contest, and the way that RRQ like to pace their attacking side. So Solo will have seen that. He's going to be able to play around that, and playing this meta comp on Ascent, you're going to see
Twin came in, yeah, tagged out.
Things. You're going to see the flash plays from Munchkin. I love the way he plays the KO, but let's see which one of these teams is going to get their hands on that trophy.
Neil Zenio, hello
if the
Neil, mate.
compositions come out
Congrats
like
on the
expect,
Masters.
Watch for Xfero on this Cypher. This is what I'm waiting for, and not many changes here.
Yeah, over on the side of Gen G, once again, you're going to see Foxy9 on the Killjoy. He was absolutely phenomenal on that agent just in the last map of Haven. Loved how aggressive he was. But Gen G, this is all of these players on signature agents.
Gen G using the old school comp.
RRQ, exactly what we would expect. Look for the fight in B.
Surely they shouldn't win.
Did such a good job yesterday of shutting that down. He has to do that again today.
All right, well, we are going to go into the second map of this grand finals here in VCT Pacific. We're going to send it back to our casters, Achilleos and Paper Thin.
Here we go, map number 2. We got RRQ's first selection here in this best of 5 grand final to see if they can tie up the scoreline. Guarantee us a bit more here in this series. Or Gen G, let's mind a little pivot here. Going back to classics, texture on the jet. If they're going to be able to get a 2-0
Okay, RRQ on attack, Gen G on defense. RRQ maybe best Ascent in Pacific.
Like you and I were just talking about, I wouldn't be surprised if they're just
Dude, rough,
also kind of getting a little
rough
ready
pistol
for
record though.
when the Teo nurse might come through.
If Gen G want to win this map, it's probably down to... Okay, it's probably down to texture, getting the up early and just dominating defense.
Out some shots here from Market. Tripwire getting ready to get set up. Amon yet on this top mid lurk. Finds Foxy9. And suddenly, Gen G scratching their heads, wondering, well, how do we even try to get back into this pistol? The corner
Why are you adding Nilzinho and saying Paper X will own you, man?
Now it is all on Ash.
Relax, dude. He only just qualified, man. Relax.
He was looking across the stage at him.
He's out here celebrating. You're out here to be like, well,
here's some of it in a
you're gonna lose, dude. He's still got to play the rest of his playoffs, man. He probably hasn't even looked at who's qualified yet.
Any kind of damage, any kind of charge. Get that ult online. Swing on the corner though. Eventually finds the chest shot to go ahead and finish him off. But Crazy Guy out wide and switch. We'll go ahead and strike him down, and that's going to be RRQ finding their second pistol win, taking the lead nice and early here on Ascent.
Yeah, and I mean, you almost feel like a broken record.
2-1 on the pistols, and
Jemkin gets 2 opening kills for you.
I mean, surely they don't get eco this time, though.
And the round just kind of snowballs in your favor. A few great shots from Anyet as well with the classic. Crazy guy there for the finish. And still some good spirits on RRQ. Another thing that they're gonna have to keep up today. Already a map down, but
surely with VIP Nil for that slander, mate. He has to win. Nil's role. Nil's got his own role compared to everyone else. Some people can get VIP for a good comment. Nil, he's got to win a Masters or a Champs. Nil's got it harder than everyone else.
Pushing B main very aggressively.
I'm not giving him a pity VIP. He's got to earn it.
He got Xfero.
He knows the rules.
Instead, it's a switch over towards mid. So it's just going to come down here for RRQ to just get through Munchkin cleanly.
It's just that extra motivation, Nil. That's it. That extra like 2 minutes you could put into anti-strat. That's all I'm trying to get out of you.
That's going to be quickly broken open, so no real chance of escape. And no real chance to do too much damage. Jemkin just going to be tagged to 72 as after the plant comes out. Salvo's
why is Webber VIP? Webber has different rules, man. The thing is, Webber's the brains of the operation, so you gotta respect that.
So, are they gonna try to commit that to go for some kills, or is this just gonna be a die to the spike? for the side of Gen G is the real
Like
question.
in my head, Webb has already won
Assumption is you
Masters.
prefer to
That's
probably
the
just
thing.
mostly die to
Nil
Spike,
has to
but,
prove it though.
you
Might
know,
send Texture, try and get a couple one-taps here with the Sheriff.
why not? I'm about it.
As well. Could be noted there by Moniette. With the damaging, it seems like widely they will stay back. RRQ looking like they're going to send a couple players forward. Granted, they do have two with just pistols, so may as well try to go for a bit of a fight here. But Karon, yep, now over onto that flank angle, finds Jemkin, shuts him down. He's now going to be one away from having that ult online. As Cushy will get Karon here.
Cushy loves the Guardian. He really does. Okay, this is going. I mean, this is a very, very strong bonus round. Everyone gets a rifle.
Now it's just that one orb. They'll have a dimensional drift to try to get a bonus conversion.
Yep, and they're going to have pretty fearsome weaponry coming into this round as well. Able to get all those Vandals and the Guardian over. And the real question is how much more do they want to invest behind that? Oh, a great reveal there for Cushy off of X Pharaoh's utility. Cushy just having a grand old time. And it
Was
is
the map select Reason and Fnatic for winning yesterday? I mean, they both lost their map pick.
Gen G,
Mate, I'm looking at that. I'm looking at that last map.
much info off of that.
Going to an overtime. You're telling me it's down to the veto. I wouldn't worry too much about the veto. It's all hindsight stuff.
Do you not play Dungeons and Dragons?
No, I do not.
Yeah.
Okay. See.
It's a Dungeons and Dragons.
A little bit lost on me, but
A great shot.
Finding Texture, who is
Doing the IGLs out here, dude.
Struck down, Spike gonna be spotted.
Oops.
Left on the floor here as Munchkin tries to hold things down over here at Cat. Fragment to try to buy a little bit of time. Actually, he will
Dude, he
fall
did
with Karn
so
covering
good
fire
on
back
shot.
here onto the A site. Kills off the kill.
Whoa,
Foxy,
that's
snappy.
fast.
On the readjust, comes out of the smoke.
That was
Moniette,
fast.
similar
Whoa.
scenes. Takes down two, and already, even if Moniette does not win this round, the damage is dealt. Just Ash surviving here for the moment. Spike still not picked
Doesn't
up. And
pick up
Moniette
the
looking to do
spike.
something relatively unexpected.
It's gonna be weird when Ash turns the corner and sees it.
It's a nice 1v3 clutch for Moniette.
Does he peek down? He's going around the world here. But Ash still at risk, still stuck into the corner.
Damn, look at this.
Swinging out even wider, making it all the easier
Damn,
for him.
really,
Moniette
really
with
nice.
three, gets the Red Bull
1v3.
clutch, and of course he's on his feet.
1v3 on the bonus, forcing down to an eco.
Damage dealt. RRQ off to a roaring start.
Oh man, this is just insane. Great opener for Crazy Guy in mid. Outdueling Texture, that's huge. I mean, Munchkin
the
knows
first
they
two
gotta
then.
start coming for that spike, and a lot of pressure being applied by Jemkin, throwing out the clone, throwing out the flashes, able to clear him. But man,
Nice,
oh man,
man.
Moniette, that is filthy. Just some clean.
Dude, it must have been
clean
so
rifle.
annoying for Ash then, because he literally
And
just
that is a
turns the
huge
corner,
bonus
spots the
for
spike,
RRQ on this
and then he's
attacker
probably
side
going
on
to start
Ascent.
considering looking behind, but it's like just as he's checked it.
He's got players behind him as well. Still is going to be good for the kill, so Foxy 9 dead. Stinger not going to be able to find too much. Is thrown. Well, they've already been noted, and Jemkin continues to just rip off heads. Texture now dead. Timing attempt to mash. It will be felled very swiftly as RRQ look to just go ahead and flawlessly brush aside this thrifty attempt from Gen G.
Yeah, they are in cruise control right now. Every little trick that Gen G tries to throw their way is just shut down.
Getting
Jemkin
close
in
to these
particular
ults as
on
well.
point,
Jemkin might be able to hunt here a little bit.
leading the charge. See if any damage can be done with these stingers, but
They look so good on this
trap wire,
map. Yeah, they got
the
really
door,
good.
smoke at the alley.
They've got
Very, very
everything's
difficult to
very
get
nice on
through,
this strat,
so-
and sorry, on this map, and then they just got like really good ult strats as well.
Karen able to find one, so flawless
They
avoided.
just look incredibly comfy here.
I was gonna say, well, Jemkin's only got 950. He did. Moniette's got cash cap. That's 6,000 credits. Munchkin will just go down to the spike here. Breaks the door to make sure that he can, but Xfero lingers long enough to go ahead and find the execution. And that is going to be a 4-0 start for the side of RRQ. Question is, do we get a timeout call from Gen G? Timer continues to tick.
Yeah, I think maybe they look a little bit off. They've been kind of falling for a few RR tricks. That clone that time kind of gave it away for Texture. He fired onto that first. Moniette 6-0 to start Ascent. They to keep just hammering away at this B site. Extra reinforcements now. Texture with the operator. Has to back off because of that drone. Gets cleared. Turret helping out a little bit, but now another dimensional drift.
Here we go.
Sprinting forward, Texture trying to go for the flick, but they are far too close. Jemkin's still here on his heels, trying to guide them forward as Texture just managed to go ahead.
This is my fault because I complimented there. Old strats.
Timing to pit. The same thing happens to Munchkin here in mid as Xpharaoh comes lurking forward. Just absolute chaos around this B site.
This is a great move from Karen.
Pushing all the way.
Push over towards top mids. They were kind of looking out for it. Yeah, they're at least going to consider these over towards A main, which is good.
Instead has to pivot back into main.
This is tough for RRQ. They have not much info. By not much, I mean 0.
Yeah, which means they're going to have to go for a safer plant.
So took a bit of a gamble, able to find their way through. But Karan has that extra angle created. Just needs to find the right time. Seemingly RRQ kind of suspecting with those salvos sent towards Wine. Something might be amiss in that part of the map.
Scanning ahead.
Uncleared.
Good flash.
Paranoia.
Great flash.
Catching on a crazy guy. Texture now though. Under pressure, dashing back and has the pincer maneuver from the side. Does Xpharaoh. Toggle on the cam. Karan desperately trying to chip away to get that headshot. Cannot make it happen.
Ooh.
Swings out a little bit wider. Tucks back time. Starting to get away.
Oh,
Challenges for the
it was a
fight.
good attempt from Karen there.
Stands tall.
Dude, they're just so nice
now.
in these situations though.
Will not have any survivors, but they've got cash aplenty. And they have the exact same start that we saw from GENG on the previous map. 5-0 to kick things off.
Oh my gosh, again. The information utility so good for RRQ, getting the spots and making it easy for their players to shoot through walls. Karan just not much he could do at that point.
Timeout.
Just a great hold on the site. GENG here going to finally pull the trigger, and RRQ has just done to GENG.
Stop harassing coaches, man. Chill.
To force that timeout.
What's going on
figure
here?
out what exactly is going wrong. I mean, these entries
If
for
someone wants
RRQ
to
are
shout
so
at players, it's
explosive.
fine.
They're
Let them be, dude.
just doing a great job.
It happened
of
like 2
clearing
years ago
util.
as well.
Obviously, you have a couple dimensional drifts pretty quickly because of Chemkin. That makes things very easy as well. So you got to find a way to stop this and stop it now. And you already lost your operator, which is one of your biggest win conditions. Oftentimes
to Toronto?
on this
I'm
map
not
for
sure.
GENG. Get
They asked
Texture,
me, maybe.
at least on the defender side.
Yeah.
Get Texture that operator. And let him just shut players out. But that Yoru is making it very, very difficult to do. They need to find a new answer to this. I don't know. Good luck.
Favorite player to watch?
Well, here's the answer.
There's a lot of them, man.
Judge 2 Sheriffs.
I still think Envy's like one of the...
judge actually-
Envy's one of the most underrated at the moment. I still like watching Envy, man. I think Envy's sick.
Push towards that angle, which at the moment they are not.
Who's like an unhinged player that likes to
Favor this
W
side
key
of
when
the
they
map.
shouldn't be? They're pretty fun.
Try to clear out some of
Like
that
all the Zoomers who do
early
stuff that
position util here.
you wouldn't expect them to do. They're normally the best to watch.
Jemkin quickly trades it back out.
Flash.
Ash with just that Sheriff. Forced back into alley as the drone goes up and over the top. Texture. Tailwind here at the ready. Karan now repositions. TPs
Honestly,
into boats.
Karen
Has
might
that
be my
judge in
favorite
hand,
player
gets timing,
because he
gets
just
lucky,
always
and
back
comes
the side
around
with the
from
judge.
behind. Texture
Actually,
locked
might
up
be
there
my
and
favorite
Market
player.
Dead. As the Neural Depth reveals all, Foxy 9 is dead to rights. Ash now trying to see
I
if he
love
can
the
do
attempt
anything
though.
else. He cannot.
I got nothing but respect for
RRQ
that.
have done what GENG could not in that opening map, which is now move up 6-0. The dominance continues, but now we get into another bye round here for GENG.
Well, I think GENG is rotating away from this when Munchkin starts to get under pressure, but another kind of point of contention here for me with GENG right now is they're relying on contact duels, not on utility, whereas RRQ is able to either get info or, you know, if a player dies, it's an immediate follow-up with util of their own, kind of deal with their problems. So Salvo's out to make sure they've got this orb. Crazy
Yeah,
Guy
we've
now
been
has the
speaking about this a
Armageddon. You
lot,
have
how
Monster's Fury.
teams
Yeah, you've
never
got the
used to do
Operator,
this
you got the
before the
Bladestorm,
Teo,
you
but
got
now they want to do it all the
Munchkin
time, right? To smoke, block over towards
I
here.
don't
Normally
know.
teams will do this
Avoided.
against
They never
the
twist and
Teo.
turn.
to make sure that they can create pressure over towards Wine. Right, so then it's harder to retake over towards A. But I think on the comps when you have a Yoru, like having these corners and like defaulting in the mains just means that you can do so much more with your TPs with a Yoru. So I think it's worth RRQ doing all the time. They do it quite a lot. The texture's getting wrecked, man.
Lets them know, oh yeah, there's plenty of targets in here, but you're not getting the opportunity.
That's like the win condition for GENG. I feel like him getting the op, but he's just getting owned.
Just great util usage. Causes GENG some big problems. On yet, even TPing.
Oh, Caron waiting for the timing there.
Yeah, look at this. Dude, they're so good on this map. It's nuts.
They pull it in. Every single layer peeled back. Ash does manage to find one here on the flank. Sparrow maybe thinking that everyone had already corralled forward into that A site, but it seems like Munchkin was already calling to go for the save. They can rotate back into B main, grab this operator, but that is about it. GENG still going to be winless here in the half.
It's just so
yeah, this is what I mean as well. Just like the Omen ult, like their ults. The ults they take good value for. If you look at that Omen ult yesterday when they played Paper X, they like drones over towards site and they cleared it. And then obviously they just get Omen ult over towards a clear site, and it's just like strong value. Here they're kind of using it as the drone to make sure that when they swing in they can get pure info. They're also making sure that the crosshair is like the furthest point away that it can be from the choke as well, so they can run through.
Everything taken from GENG.
They just get even if you're just isolating the Omen ult, they get the most value on this map out of most teams. Omen ult wise.
RRQ might not be stopped anytime soon.
No, this is just crazy. And again, you have two huge ultimates still in the bank, not counting the dimensional drift that Jemkin just got, because he just deposited that. So this is extremely challenging. And I mean, RRQ would be fine just not using him here at this point, other than this one.
Okay, forcing down to an eco, and we just go for an A split. This is his third ult, by the way.
Into the A site. Clear on the turret, the spot on the one, Foxy 9, hit by the first, dead to the second. Cushy, able to claim it, the combo working out, the knives going wide, and the salvos right there.
Salvos at the top while they're trying to dodge the Sova ult as well. Dude, look at them go.
It is just
then now they got a tail ult, and they've done some pretty good tail all rounds. The most common one, I think, is the tail over towards A with a TP under.
And a flawless first half. I'm not trying to fix it. I'm going to knock on wood. Because god damn, what a reply that would be to the first map.
Yeah, this is something special right here. Jemkin gonna ping out for his Sova. The Hunter's Fury connects, clears it out. The salvos are perfectly placed. Not much.
Yeah, I think they're going for it. I think they're going tail or TP back.
Shut down. Jemkin frying. They have no ability to control
Let's
this
see.
orb.
They're at least A default.
They have no response.
Yeah, dude, they're gonna get 4 ults and a half.
This is actually kind of starting to be a glaring weakness with this comp for GENG, is they can't control these orbs unless they throw bodies at the problem, and RRQ's happy with that, because they can either just use the util to bully you away, or just they're winning the fight. And everything's starting to snowball out of control. GENG.
Yeah, this is also nice as well. So they A default, right? Pressure over towards A, including Wine. Then over towards middle, they smoke it off. We have a recon, and they have a fake TP. So you think the Yoru could be over towards mid now as well. So pressure here, pressure here. And then I think we had camera pressure over towards B at the same time as well.
No idea.
This is kind of nice of Caron. Takes a bit of a risk clearing that.
I think he tried to use it and just died immediately. Munchkin, speaking of which, trying to hold things down at market, re-swings, double face. Foxy does manage to find a kill, and that does give him now the lockdown. Has that available.
Does anyone know when the draw from us as Toronto will happen? You would imagine it's after EMEA, but we have no idea. Dude, Severo just walks over towards A. What do they do now?
To flush this out so they can
20 seconds, they got to commit on A.
Onto the site, and he will be able to do so. Cushy.
No way they don't get any
now
here.
it's just texture in a 1v3.
10 seconds left.
Yeah, you're gonna start wondering if GENG are gonna win a round, to be honest.
Spike planted.
Noise has been made. The drone reveals the drop down, the swing. 9-0. Oh, not even necessary. Jemkin, 2 away.
We probably get the
he's getting
Pacific
it.
group draw after this for stage 2. Yeah, that is true.
I think he's getting it this round.
That'll be fun.
I mean, again, though, Munchkin just trying to hold his ground. And sure, he might be able to get some damage, but...
How many champ points for winner, runner-up?
Really
5 for winning, and
using
3 for second.
Taking these dry fights and losing. Or at best, getting one and done. And then the coordination on that A execute was so good from RRQ. Clearing the space at the front of A with the salvos, crunching together at the right time between short and A main. Extremely
He's in 5 like the whole of playoffs.
And you do have a little bit of weaponry to speak of for GENG. A couple Guardians, Texture as a Phantom.
So they still got that tail. Dude, look at their change up, man. Their change up's so good. They fake the A main pressure.
This time Texture out in the mid, able to intercept the flanker, so Xfero
And then just walk up short contact.
Trying to see what he could possibly get.
Yeah, and Texture's just had enough, man. He's just disrespecting you till walks up through mid.
Suddenly it seems like at least in this round, things have started to click for GENG.
I mean, it's a 2v4, surely. This guy's isolated on site, so it's a 2v3. Isolated over towards A main.
The drip online gets the
God,
headshot
that was
on
close.
Texture, dinks through the corner. Spike not yet planted.
Hey, you guys can...
You're trying to fight for some space.
Ah, it's unlucky. Imagine.
Does manage to find that
Imagine. Because then they would have had like 40 seconds, 35 seconds, the whole of the site. Oh my goodness. I mean, he knows he's over here because obviously this is the only place he can be because of the ult, but do a nice last kill.
Number 10. But it feels like it's far too late.
It almost feels over already. I'm not going to count the GENG players out just yet, but they pretty much have to win these next 2 for me to feel like there's any hope. I mean, just
even a 9-3.
I know it's not normally great, but I mean that round just, frankly, just gets broken open by Texture, able to find the timing into courtyard. That's really what that boiled down to. Early knife. Just sees the Tejo. So it's still just going to be the B strong side hold.
I mean, Texture won the round last time for doing it, so he might go for it again here.
Drone ready and waiting for him.
Cleared out. Yep. And we'll just go ahead and slide back here at Pizza. Munchkin trying to hold the cat again. Once again, falls to the wayside. Dimensional drip
Fourth.
now. Coming through from Jemkin.
4-4.
Window broken for him, sprinting around. Here's the footsteps from Texture. Knows that he's going to be bounding up. And then the exit, the site completely held. No one to speak of.
Oh, that's pretty mad from Jemkin there. I'm not sure about that maneuver.
With that kill. Equalizes the player count now into a 4v4.
Gotta hit a god tier paranoia here from Karan. Just hits back
Connect
Gen.
on the 2.
Oh my god.
Gen's gonna be good
It's a
enough
good
to
omen
beat this
flash.
one, and now Karan swings out from main. And GENG looking great here on the retake. Xfero still late on that lurk, trying to fight his way in towards the site. Cannot make it
double them
happen.
up.
Texture. Another massive round from
This is
him.
a nice retake in the end.
Another round win for GENG.
Jemkin just kind of
Chance
messed
at
up though a
9-3.
little bit.
Still,
Round in the half.
plenty of money here for the side of RRQ.
Well, they're starting to do it. Munchkin's getting destroyed.
Yes.
No other way to put it, but again, great paranoia from Karan, well timed. They're able to swing through, follow up off of that very nicely. Starting to get it together. Texture focused in.
And one more.
Yep, one more. Get the op. You got the blades. Anything's possible. Xfero does have his ult. Probably be the only one that really comes into play unless Cushy goes nuclear.
See, ever since they've stopped doing their like heavy A
Always a
default,
concern.
they started to lose, but
they're not
they're probably
playing for any
speaking about the
orcs,
fact
so-
that they're just so aggro over towards middle. I mean, they shouldn't have lost the last round, to
Trying
be
to
fair.
keep GENG a bit guessing. They just want to keep.
You
going
get
after
champ
Munchkin
points
six.
for winning
Back,
Masters? Yeah, you
crazy
get
guy.
loads, I think.
Getting a sense of it. In the meantime, for RRQ,
Might be as high as
they're
like 8
wondering-
or something.
Wonder where Munchkin is.
Quite a lot.
Is he in the same spot he's
I
been in
wonder.
every round?
Where could he be? Here he is, and this time he's able to come away 2 kills once again.
Nice though.
That extra layer of Foxy 9 there.
I
to trade
respect
out.
that Munchkin went back to the
Add
spot
it
where he
into
just
the
got
mix.
owned.
9 and 3, looking all
It's
but
7 for
certain
first.
the moment.
Yeah, it's still a lot though.
Spike now.
Like you go in champs with it.
Nice little micro adjustment from GENG. Calling in Foxy9 to give Munchkin a little bit of help. He needed it. Even though in this round, much better results for Munchkin. 2 kills there, just holding the same spot. Sometimes that does work. You fool people.
Seems though, I mean, he's got the spike. He's
Chat, is T1 in trouble champ points wise? I need to look at the Pacific like scoreboard. Dude, GENG, come on guys. Not like this.
But now we go into a 2v2.
That's a strong trip.
There's Karan and Foxy. Have to try to clutch, otherwise RRQ looking to pull off this.
They're fast.
What a recovery of this
Yeah, but
round
is that because the playoff ones haven't come in yet?
Paranoia still available. Split away from one another. Shadows traveling.
They got 10. So they're just praying for the downfall of every Pacific team in Toronto, basically.
Spam it.
Will they lend credence to this at all? Do they go for that kind of spam? Smoking the boats. Foxy trying to push forward. Xpharaoh staying quiet, looking for it, cannot find it, but now a 1v1, 30 HP on Karan. A clutch god in the previous map, but this time not to be.
They 2v4 them at the end as well. I felt like there's only one round that GENG actually should have won.
Tremendous
what was going on
from RRQ. I mean, the confidence.
Dude, they're just so good at this map. They're so good at this map, and they had a very good game plan. I mean, 4 ults in 1/2 on a Euro is insane.
Jemkin, as he's going through in his dimensional drift, like the timing on that was flawless. Like it was right as he was getting there. Like everything in lockstep for them here on Ascent. And GENG looks like they haven't played this comp in a while, and well, they probably haven't.
Yeah.
Other than a few scrims, maybe.
Certainly is not looking good for them, but for RRQ, looking damn near immaculate. Who's the superior kin line? I mean, right now, guess who's been having a real hard time? I think it'd be difficult to agree with the fans here in this map in particular.
Yeah, I'm pointing the other way. Oh, okay, let's see. Which is worse? What? Listening to HSK's compilation of life quotes for an hour?
Is that a thing, or is it just something that we fabricated?
I don't know. This must be some meme I don't know about.
Are we allowed to lie on the internet? I'm not sure about. maybe, yeah, you know, maybe he's got a ton of quotes.
We've just become your average social media user.
Pretty much.
Just making things up.
Something, and then a picture of somebody sitting on a beach in the, watching the sunset.
Yeah, right, exactly. It's like, wow, really enjoying my vacation.
Yeah.
When you're actually just in your basement.
Well, GENG need to pull off a monstrous.
I mean, Gabby, there's like 2-3 spots that you're safe.
Otherwise, looking like RRQ will very swiftly take us over to Lotus for map number 3 and give us that tied-up scoreline that we so badly would love to see.
Contact into Ohm and Flash, and we just send it as we think they're defaulting over towards middle. Oh god, man, give him a chance, surely. Well, double pistol on this one as well is looking like. Dude, the sheriffs at the moment, man. Duelists with sheriffs on pistols is just going insane. GENG started a trend.
Already being sent out as well for Jemkin to try to join in. Ash arriving, 22 health remaining here on the Sova. The lion's share of the weight being placed here on
He just
this
panicked, Gabby, it's it.
We've seen him do it before. Seen some crazy pistol stuff from Texture.
He's fighting up into heaven. Gets some damage on the Monyet. Does have that paranoia, but Texture out a little bit wider. Doesn't manage to find the kill, and now he has planted himself firmly in the dead center
gonna give
of
Jemkin
the site.
that defuse as well. Might be able to get 5 ults well, maybe before it ends.
RRQ, 3-1 pistols, and now 11-2 on the map.
Well, the early
Warbirds and RRQ, yeah, they picked up in the off-season. They picked up Warbirds and Cushy.
Towards their spawn, expecting some kind of aggression. I mean, they have to be super careful. But then this
pistols 3-1 to RRQ.
They just they clear the turret, and they're like, okay, 3, 2, 1, we go. And Monyet and Jemkin are there to just shut them down.
But that play can't be a 3-2-1. It needs to be, okay, they're clearing the turret, now we go.
Yeah, no, I know.
Far too delayed.
You're right.
Things off kilter clearly here for GENG and RRQ continuing.
Okay, the force bite
on this
B
map.
hit. 1 kill trip.
For Jemkin. Already over halfway towards another dimensional drift. See if he's going to be able to find a texture going in for the entry, but Jemkin is right.
Dude, they had the Yoru TP back of sight for if they were going to fast B hit. Let's go.
Just every villain in a classic horror movie. No matter how many doors you run through, how many counties over you might drive through, the monster is right there, always at your heels.
It's like Freddy Krueger, man. Just in your dreams.
I think Jemkin will be in their nightmares tonight, regardless of the outcome of this series.
Oops.
Munchkin fighting back
Yeah,
for a headshot
Monyet.
there onto Monyet.
Probably wanted his teammate to come with him there.
Caron pushing forward, Jiggle peek out, swings, goes for the pre-fire, is able to find it. Cushy taken down. But it's only that Spectre upgrade.
They probably should win this, right? On site, Stingers.
See though, GENG worked some magic at the start of that second half on Haven. And right now,
Molly down,
they could
smoke
desperately
down.
use it.
Say he's got that drone. Oh, Karan at the door though.
Finds another, drops down, however, the salvo's right there waiting for
Yeah,
him.
I can't wait for Teo to be done, man.
Numbers the
I'm
stealth
so
cleared out.
I'm so bored of KO. Teo
Foxy
even.
Nash tucked here at the site. The head of one going to be spotted, but Ash plays off of that misinformation. But now Foxy would love to close the gap, but
Hey.
instead plants his
I mean, I
feet.
have no belief, but
Dodges
a
the
round's a
bullets,
round.
and does manage to make it happen once again here for the side of GENG. It's another forced attempt this time rather than a thrifty, as they deny away that momentum off the back of the pistol.
Hey, just felt like it might be kind of done. Texture can't get in there. RRQ fully anticipating it, having 3 players on
Jemkin
the
always
B
just
site.
insane. Jemkin was always a
Not much
beast,
you can
man.
do, but Karan, little run and
Jemkin
gun,
was like
couple
on the
different kills
radar
that
when
way.
something
One
got
with
picked
the
up from
Spectre, one
Paper
with the picked
X.
up- or excuse me, one with
And
the
then
picked
I
up
feel like
Spectre,
this is the
one with
first time he's
Stinger.
got a lot of thought
And-
process, and
Alright,
it's a
well,
heavy
you're gonna have
Yoru
weapon
meta.
advantage
He's
for
really
sure
good with
this round.
Yoru.
Full save.
He's really good with
for
Yoru, and a
RRQ.
lot of the he gets a
Go
lot
for
of
an
setup.
aggressive push out. Turret's there, but okay.
So is Foxy.
Yeah.
Like they really set him up for success as well.
This time able to find the
But
catch.
he's definitely a beast, man.
Boogeyman has been taken down.
And he'll only have his ult for next round. What could go wrong?
Being wary about some pressure.
Fifth
potentially
ult?
here
Yeah,
from
fifth
mid.
ult's coming
Crazy
in
guy,
next round.
Maybe with an opportunity to get the backstab maneuver going, but for now, entry over here on the A sites, which will get hit. This one yet. Xfer on the opposite side, and they say, okay, well, we think that we have this Killjoy locked in position. Riley, we're correct.
How?
In the hell just happened, Foxy?
That was one of
That
those
final
bullets hitting
bullet
him.
straying
Poor
in
Monyet, man.
to find the head of
That bullet was
Monyet.
not meant for him.
Go ahead and quote Sideshow about Victor in a certain horseshoe in a certain place, but 4K, Cushy with a Bulldog, gonna look to try to do some additional damage here, but will not be able to
Yeah,
turn this round
Sideshow hates
on
Foxy
its head,
9,
you would
right?
suspect.
Dude, Sideshow is just actually stacking
There you go,
L's this
final put
year.
down
It's
from Caron.
crazy. More
GENG
than normal.
Now up to 4-round wins, but RRQ still so far out in front.
Yeah, I mean, just some nice play here from Foxy 9.
Don't know what happened.
You know, RRQ might have thought they had Foxy 9 locked in, but little did they know, they're the ones who are actually locked in with him. He just mows them down. But again, huge weapon advantage, so it do be like that sometimes. And you do have a hunter's spirit for Ash,
Sideshow's stock
although
opinions.
dimensional drift
Dude, they're going down
for
heavy.
Jemkin. It's gonna be getting a little bit of info. Tejo, that Omen.
He got
Gotta be super
XOG, right?
smart.
He
You
did get
didn't see Jemkin
XOG,
over
right?
there.
That's true.
That might lead you to believe this is the weak side for RRQ. Jemkin being really cautious with revealing his presence until he has to.
Okay, so
Not showing any
RRQ
util.
can, if they want to, heavy retake over towards the site, but they might just use the Euro ult for like mid-round information.
Crazy guy. Maybe elbow exposed either
Plat
way.
chat.
Make sure now
I
they
don't know
have
if Plat chat's
confirmation
tomorrow
of
or
position.
Tuesday.
Meantime, though,
I've
Duck
gotta
pushed up
I've gotta do
quietly
some stuff for
in
Riot
towards
though, so
market.
I'm not on it.
Cam, however, now cleared out.
But I'll be
Trying to escort
there
that forward
for
from Crazy
the
Guy.
like prediction
Slowly make his way down
prediction
forward.
stuff for
Alley,
Toronto's, I think.
salvos at the ready, sending them
That's
to
the
try and
main one.
delay even further. Sparrow and Cushy both tucked here at boats. 0 Point scouting them out, telling the story. Now they need to try to win the fight. Fragment is able to find one. Shots across through the wall, coming up huge, and Caron still going to be good for one. Gem can take it down, but that now leaves Monyet all alone versus 4. He'll be forced
I would have liked a better setup, to be honest.
Okay.
I praise them for their ult
side
setups. I would
starting to
like
look
them to stack this
nice
side
for Gen G.
heavier, kill trips on one,
just
just
it
play
has to be
retake. But
So good. You know, you only have a couple rounds for air. And this time they're able to really figure this out pretty
you
nicely.
can see stick at the
It looked
side
like to
travel
me
pay.
they might
The thing is,
fall into
the trains there,
RRQ's
dude.
trap
They've all
of
just
trying to
gotta,
go A.
they've all just gotta sit
They
there
get crunched on
and
instead.
accept it as non-believers.
Slide towards mid.
I know what they're
Resistance,
gonna say.
Texture finds the final kill.
They're gonna say DRX played badly. I get it.
He does Monyel from time to time.
He does Monyel. Yeah, a little bit.
It'll be the same thing
Last couple
as
rounds,
it
a little
normally
bit
is.
less of that. As, yeah, Fragment there, just final hit.
We're starting to see some good util from Munchkin. Something that was not available for Gen G on the defender's side. But who knows? Who knows? I mean, they're still in good spirits. They're still having fun down there.
They're starting to believe.
They're beginning to believe. I just watched that movie the other night.
Well, they might. I'm not necessarily sold on it quite just yet. I think it's going
On
to
this,
take a
nah,
bit
I'm
more.
not in until they get 11-11 really.
On to a thrifty here. Thrifty attempt, one should say. Is RRQ. Bucky in the hand of Monyet, looking to do some damage.
Karan, way up there.
Not a position that everybody plays.
Oh, very rarely.
Trying to catch someone off guard here, perhaps.
For sure.
Fragment to check over towards Wine. No one flushed out into the open.
I mean, they're being pretty smart about some of their early clears. But this time, RRQ has once again kind of said, well, the tendency has been B for Gen G. Let's double down on that. But no resistance at all on the A side has made Gen G feel like they can start pushing through. Literally no contact at A main. A little bit here at short.
Yeah, I mean, this is
march on forward. Here comes that
free
Bucky.
side. The Bucky becomes a little bit scary.
Gonna hound him down, finds one.
Oh my god, the movement's sick. He's got the spike. Smoked himself up. Not even sure if he needed to upgrade. He had the best gun for the situation, I feel like. Yeah, the ult to get that. Dude's little TP over towards mid. Jump peek info as well.
He is looking to secure them this.
They give him the Bucky back. Honestly, they could throw the Bucky over towards Jemkin here. They could really go for this. Bucky to Jemkin, use your ult. Okay, they give Jemkin the rifle. Probably better than my idea. I mean, is it?
As Boxy finds another collab with the Outlaw. This time, Crazy Guy, Monyet, both going to be taken down. Veto, however, here in the hands of Jemkin. Because she will fall. Sparrow finding one. The TP in. Jemkin steadies the aim. Finds the hit. And now it is all on texture. Doesn't believe in the fake, spots the real thing, and gets the fadeaway shot
What is
for the
that
Red Bull
last
clutch.
kill, bro? That's fast.
Some of these rounds
Fast kill. I mean, this was just an eco, though. They just put a Bucky into it, and it was insanely close. Man, that was sick from Monyet.
for Gen G.
His movement here was lovely, though. That little double jump.
Just finds the perfect timing, and Foxy.
If they were a little smarter with their Euro ult, they win that.
Coming out a window. Gen G had just lost a player there. Yeah, I was gonna say.
Yeah, and I think using an ult into a round as well and losing is like, it's warning signs for RRQ. And they're just gonna try and make sure that they're, if they are gonna use them, they're a little bit smarter than this. They're a little panicked.
You know, this defender side starting to
just make sure that
some weaknesses, and it's
just don't use them in the rounds that aren't for sure won. Again, I think they should have won this.
Like, they're being really diligent about, okay, are they A main? No, let's check short. Okay, nobody's been at either of those. Let's try A. And even though there's a Bucky waiting for them and causes them problems, it's still at the macro level the right read. It's just you done got Buckied. That happens.
Similar scoreline to the final timeout used in the series yesterday from RRQ, but a very different context. 12-6 is when they opted to go for that one versus Paper Rex. This time, certainly because they're feeling a lot more pressure. Still have a very healthy lead though. 5 rounds ahead. They just want to get this map over with so they can focus on Lotus.
Yeah, I was just about to say, using that 0 point to clear space for the lockdown.
Yeah, they keep this one nice and simple. B main take Killjoy or RRQ left the site, so they were happy to do this.
Pushing forward, looking for a bit of a timing. Gate crashes back across over towards A. No one detained.
Which would make you think that their retake here should be very strong, but they got no ults really to help them other than Omen. Oh.
Holding towards backstairs. Ping reveal comes through. Hunter's Fury from Ash here out from Bodes. Seeking target. Null command popped. Texture trying to scale forward, but Xpero just a bit snap here. Finds a headshot to shut him down.
And they know there's two main now, right?
As neural theft gets revealed,
Yeah, they definitely do with this.
Picks off the enemy side with the flood, gets ready to come in. Foxy, dead as Cushy, finds that kill. Off from Monyet, goes a little bit wide. Ash able to find Cushy. Karan gonna be taken down, but Munchkin now finds Monyet. Diffuse starting. As they're just looking to hold this one down, trying desperately.
I just got him.
But the swoop forward from Munchkin.
He just got him.
Another
This is a
Red Bull
chaos
clutch,
round,
another
man.
narrow round win.
The Killers was rap godding at one point.
Somehow GENG continues to keep the ball rolling. They carry nothing forward.
They got an eco now.
But they don't let RRQ get this up
What was
the
this?
map
2
point
ults
off the
used?
back of
Sova
the
ult.
timeout.
I mean, it's a
Sova
great
ult,
round for
KO,
both sides. They
Cypher
read the
ult.
situations really well. GENG finds their opening for the lockdown. RRQ aware of it ahead of time, playing retake the whole way. And
Oh
they're
yeah,
both
Killjoy obviously to
kind
get
of
him on
fighting
site,
tooth
you're
and
right.
nail for
But
these
I mean,
different
it's
spots.
just a
Like
good
the way
understanding of
Foxy
how
is
important the
delayed,
round is,
you know,
right?
shorty
Force
in
them
hand,
down
waiting
to
for
an
that smoke to
eco.
go down.
Can try get
Nano.
one of these a little bit closer.
Hold the angles, texture. Okay.
They're not gonna swing in. Now that they get the gate crash. Start
This
sliding
plant,
forward.
yeah, that's why people plant there.
Displace that hero
It's so
rifle,
good
another
for.
gate crash, sent right back
It's
over
so good
towards
for if you
alley.
have someone late over towards B main for being able to actually like
Looks to rejoin, but this could just end up
see the
into
spike
being
early.
a little bit of a pacier hit as Texture would check on that hard left angle. Dashes back in, so Tailwind now burn.
Man, if I'm GENG, I am so nervous about like a Hunter's Fury Armageddon combo into B main.
Oh, sure.
That is so frightening. I think they only saw the one.
Yeah, don't believe Texture was noted, but he'd already made noise, so only know that
There's two there.
still gonna
Camera
be
contact,
within the
Omen
vicinity.
flash, and then the
I
Omen
think
just
they got the
swings.
spot on the car, and I just saw some pings, or at least they know, or highly suspect.
Gem can hear a gun bottom middle is getting action.
To move forward into his line of sight.
No trade on this.
Find the readjust. Munchkin taken down. Clone set. Tries a snap there onto Foxy. Cannot make it happen. Drone cleared. That Vandal on the floor, but potentially recoverable for one of these RRQ players.
Look at this.
They
Texture
try to route into that, but yeah,
might have heard
Texture's-
this.
Yeah, he's just calling for the pivot, but now the tripwire is going to be telling them everything they need to know.
Wait.
As there's the Hunter's Fury. There's
Why?
the reveal. Second shot going to be going
Oh,
wide.
on
Third
Anika.
one splits the difference in between several players. The spike now being brought forward. You can see there the
Wait,
Armageddon
they might be
at the
messing
ready.
up,
8
chat. They
seconds.
might be messing up.
Oh, they dodged it, I think.
Ash is not in it.
We gotta start
It's
paying
been a lap,
attention.
it's a
Dude, they put a
shallow
tail. Guys. You put every single ult into an eco. Oh, it's 11-7. You don't need to be doing that.
Xpero dead.
Dude,
Foxy holds down
give
the
me the
flank.
coach POV,
One
man.
more player
I'll be smashing that
on the
monitor
angle.
up. What have they just done?
Monyet does manage to take him down to make it hurt a little bit more, make it a little bit more costly. But 3 players from GENG will survive. And it's going to be 3 rounds.
Dude, what did they just
left
do?
separating these 2 teams.
This is madness. This is absolute madness. Texture?
They have the pinch.
Oh!
Monyet, however, has the shots. TP's back over to Gelato. How badly do you want to try to go for it? Seems like maybe a mischaracterization of his placement. And Monyet does narrowly survive.
Holy, that's a rough
Judge,
one.
one would say. Should say.
Yeah.
Good.
I'm not here to judge you. I'm here to enjoy this. What, just the narrowest of margins here for GENG. Able to plant it in a spot. I mean, I think understanding well ahead of time.
God, it's a
Sure,
horrible
Munchkin screaming,
timeout.
hey, they've got the
It's a
Armageddon.
horrible
Don't plant it
timeout
backside.
because
Plant it in the middle.
you've got to address the round before, but you
Now
also
it's a
need to,
very
like,
different
you got to spend maybe 5
score
seconds
line.
to address the round and just be
That
like,
final timeout.
you have to
think
do it in the
back
nicest, way
14.
possible, though.
think back.
He'll be like,
to an
guys,
obvious buy-up.
yes.
An
I
obvious
agree.
buy-up
I know
for
you're all
Gen G.
thinking it. You messed up.
That's where this all
But
started.
it's 11-8.
You know
It's
gonna come
okay.
through as RRQ. You know that
Let's
they're
make
gonna
sure we're
force buy
smarter
you.
with our ults
You're not
and then
able to
just
get
start
the
talking
round.
about the rest of it.
And
Because
since
that
then,
is
it's been all Gen G.
a horrendous round.
And, you know, a bunch of crazy clutches. Oh, what Heretics fan? Let's go. Congrats to
A
Heretics.
little drawing of Texture and Woot there, saying hey, they're going to be reunited.
Looking forward to seeing those boys back in Toronto.
Boo's just here
Back
with
in
the
Masters, I
base.
should say.
Yeah. But yeah, you're right. It all points back to that one critical moment, but now a full buy.
Oh man, I can't believe that
Forward here
round.
for RRQ, an operator in hand for Jemkin.
This is it though, right?
Textures at pretty
Low
much every
money.
twist and turn.
They have no ults.
Gen G, will they be able to do the same thing?
Like
Will
the
this be
timeout.
enough to
The
finally
situation
get
is
RRQ
not
up
that
to
bad.
map
It's
point?
just bad when you look at that round.
Scary part is not only, you know,
Like if
there's
you just
one can have
tuned
an
in now and you
if he
didn't see the
gets
round
that kill,
before,
he
you'd be
gets
like,
his
ah,
ult.
RRQ got this easy.
Then they
You
can
watch that
play a
round
little
before,
bit
you're thinking,
more of a
damn,
retake
Gen G are probably
potentially.
on this.
Find
Wow.
shots through though. Munchkin eats some damage, yes, but still finds the kill. Monyet here at the site. Paranoia for Paranoia going to be exchanged across the two
Solo
elements.
hold of the site. Okay, TP's out of there.
TP's
Can
in,
higher, lower.
Over towards Hell. Shots ringing out the shorty to try to hound him down. Texture comes away with that elimination. Now the Nano Swarm, just a shallow little lob up. Buy some space and time. Texture eats
gotta save
4 more
this.
damage from his
I was
teammate.
going to say.
You
did he
gotta
jump
save
into
this.
And he did, but already look at this. The call to save has been sounded. Jemkin is not going to get that dimensional drift online in this round.
Ah, it's such
They
a melt,
opt to
man.
back
It's such a
away.
melt. They're
They
melting
don't
in
wanna
front of
wreck
us.
the economy any further and try to play this out versus 5
We gotta
members
stop
from
the
Gen G.
melting.
Ash is gonna go on
Isabella,
the
thank
hunt,
you so much for
however.
the 7 months. Appreciate the tier
He
1.
knows that every single kill that he can find here is worth its weight in gold.
You know, sometimes I love Pacific because not only do we get crazy great matches, but Ascent is attacker-sided sometimes, and it's just absolute madness, and I love it. And you can
Camera spotted.
go for the hunt. Go!
Recon destroyed. Clears the trip. Do you suspect this? Okay, well, Xpharaoh. Well-defined 1. Push out. Does even better to find 2.
It is important.
So weapons
It's important
will
to
be
keep the
retained.
guns here.
Gets himself a couple more charges towards another Neuro theft. That does not change the state of affairs here. Both timeouts have been used here from the side of RRQ, neither resulting in round victories. Gen G now within touching distance.
And I mean, you know, even when they were down 10-2, the comms for Gen G still sounded pretty positive. It sounded like they were just
It was
here to play and have
Jemkin.
fun.
Jemkin's over towards middle.
And that's certainly
Recon
gotta
gets
be part of the
dodged, so
equation
he
here.
can
The mental
definitely
game for them has been really
take
strong.
a
That's
bit.
couple
Oh,
huge
okay.
spots in middle. You
Life
know
kind
where
of
that
secures that he
operator is
doesn't
now.
want to be going for this.
Johnny on the spot there is Munchkin.
Smoke over towards short. But then the knife did hit 2 on
Upfield.
middle.
Set up though on these trips to try to intercept the jet, but the jet's not on this side of the map. Texture slow walking.
Going over towards
Shooting out.
mid. Cleared a
Around
little
A
bit,
main.
not too much.
Scorp gets grabbed up. Munchkin one away
B
from
main
having
control,
null command
A main
online.
control.
Is the other orb available by texture?
Yeah, I guess they're going for double orb.
it is.
This becomes a little obvious though.
Just to try to
But
get
when
the
you're
knives.
like 6 out of everyone checks at the
It's an
beginning.
all
6
here.
out of
Yeah,
8
yeah,
for
yeah.
KO.
Must be the null
You look
command
over
here coming
towards
through.
B main. This turns into a 7 once you hear the orb
Two
getting
players.
taken and you press tab.
Try to stave this off.
Then
Just now
at one
noticing
point
as
you
well,
gotta
the crazy
start
guy
heavier
leaves the
leaning
stinger.
over towards here, especially they just re-cleared over
There's a
towards.
follow-up 0
B.
point.
Okay, didn't pick up the orb. They just hit before. I don't know if it was there the whole time or
Doesn't
not.
actually go for the orb, but it doesn't matter because Texture's just
Yeah,
going
dude, they
forward
just-
into heaven. I
they
think he's
just
gonna
insta
look to
pop.
take it for the plant here.
30 seconds left.
Use the null command in a follow-up to try to dissuade.
I mean,
Hasn't
this
popped
KO
yet,
ult's
though.
getting popped
look
in
at
the next
Foxy.
3 seconds.
In around the back, getting ready to come through the spawn. Null command comes out in response
Dude,
to the drone.
look
Karen
at Foxy
forks away
9's luck.
from the doorway. It's Foxy getting closer and closer.
Yeah,
closer,
silent
and
humps.
Cushy is dead. Swing out of the smoke, 1 by 1. They shall fall.
They force
Xpharaoh
through the smoke.
Just with the
You got no
operator,
utility to
forced
force
quietly
through the
sneak
smoke.
out to try to escape and hold on to this weapon, but Ash is swooping around the side. He needs to hit this shot. Woo! Whips it.
God, it's all
over the
going well.
top. The
It's all
classic
going right.
claims it.
Believing it, dude, I was believing with that
In my
Eco
God,
round. As soon as they started putting ults
how
into
are
that
we
Eco round,
here?
started believing.
I am just
I
completely.
said I believe at 11-11, but that eco
RRQ
rounds
looks
was
so
so
in
bad
control,
that
but
I'm like, yeah, they're
neither
melting.
side knows how to play defense. I mean, to be fair, GENG is reading the map extremely well right now. And they are maximizing their advantages where they can. The way that they use that info that Texture's been gathering, that's something they've been doing in a couple rounds here that I've been noticing, is they'll leave Texture on his own to see what's going on and then make rotates off the back of that.
No operator to be concerned about.
Oh
here,
no,
but
he got
Jenkins
spotted.
Presence still going to be a concern, going
you
to
get
be
at
a
least
threat.
TP out of there. He does have his ult for
Neutralized for the most
retake,
part,
but again, I'm kind of looking at
during
the
his run
setups
back.
and they're committed again.
Activation can come through at any critical moment. And he's got the dimensional drift to assist the rest of the team. What is the play call here from GENG?
Well, usually they've been flashing over this wall to make the entry. There you go. Oh,
Drop down, really finding the timing. To get the stun out from Crazy Guy. Still has
Okay,
the stealth
for
drone
GENG,
waiting on the
question
timing
mark credit over
for those
towards A.
salvos.
but this has gotten Jemkin to slide over here. And I don't see a TP on the map. Doesn't have one in hand, so he's committed to that site. It's just his GENG.
Yeah, with that as well, they drone out. They feel like they cleared A. Karen can go to the rest of the team. They might think that it's a 2-1-2 setup at the moment and that A is weak. We can see there's 3 here with a kill trip.
Forces him back, but G's still delayed here as they try to scale forward. The tripwire
The trip might be good for one.
now going to be noted as they work their way forward. Foxy9 trying to hit this flank here in mid, but Jemkin activating, finds the headshot, mows down 3 in RRQ.
Broke off 3 from heaven. Dude, I'm allergic to all his kills, man.
A
Cause I'm
4K
sneezing
into
as well.
a flawless RRQ.
That's a beast
will
round,
at
though.
long last get themselves up to match
Dude, he
point.
saves them so
GENG
much.
Now need 2 more to take this into overtime.
And this is just one of the few rounds we've seen us on this attacker side where GENG doesn't quite read the map right. They just don't have a lot of info, and they just try to make and execute scaling play off the back
Really
of it
nice round
through
from
short. But Jemkin,
The actual
is
turret in
holding the
heaven.
line. Easy money for him. Has a dimensional drift.
The ult was not needed.
One away from a lockdown, though.
Looks like they want to try to go for a pacey hit, but Jemkin is here. Flash connected, now going to be ping revealed, the Texture takes
That's
it down,
fast.
spamming
It's
through,
good
but
recon
Moniette
as well.
trying to hold the line, falls to the wayside, as does Xfero.
Ah, chat, it's going to get close, man.
The trade up is
It's
there.
going to get close. RRQ
Cushy,
do have enough
Crazy
money
Guy,
for the
quick to
next round,
arrive.
but it's not great. There might be a lot of light
Trying to
armors.
play it out
Everyone's
versus
going to be
3.
sitting about 3-4, 3-5.
Foxy's still working his way forward.
Say everyone.
Through
3
mid.
of them.
Munchkin tucked. Going to be spotted there by the drone. Looks to try to delay.
These
Some
2 can
minor
go for this.
spray through the floor might just be enough to take him down at health. Only 22 health remaining. They're looking for it. The split on the drop. Karon dealing with the player here at Gen. Cushy now asked to do it all.
Turret.
Turret just a
Turret's
hair
trolling
off.
him.
Swoops around the back, finds one.
Ah, he
Recon
got the
cleared
molly
top.
off.
Foxy
He went for the
waiting,
recon.
knowing
It's unlucky.
that the time is just not going to be
Good
there.
timing of the molly.
And now we'll swing forward.
Had him
Gets
trapped in
himself
as
the
well.
ult for the follow-up round. I'm losing my mind and my words.
So yeah, there's
As GENG
3
are
light
one
armors
round
here.
away
If they
from
want
taking this
to get an
map to
outlaw
overtime.
sync,
Not in a million
needed
years
to.
that I think that was going to happen. What a timing play there for Texture and company. They've got Jemkin dead to rights right before the TP.
Turret? I mean, it was
Foxy9,
just
okay,
off.
the
That's the
turret
turret
maybe not
nerf
placed in
coming
the
in.
best spot, but that's okay. The nano was. So small mistake, able to be covered. And one more round, and we might have an overtime. And you have a lockdown here for Foxy9. Last time it was B.
Dude, A hit again.
GENG. Quick scaling. Look like they just want to go right for
Okay,
it.
recon goes over towards B as well, so that doesn't
Nothing
hit
that can be
anyone.
done.
So they know for sure this is probably an A hit, especially with the drone to for sure 100% confirm it. They have Yoru ult for retake, but they got 4 people here, so they might be tempted to flood.
Not sure if that gets a catch on Xfero. Seems like it does, but so is Spray.
Whoa, 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 whoa.
Here over onto the flank, however, coming up with 1, but then gets distracted by the tripwire, and Jemkin's able to collect. Xfero going to be taken down here on the site. Cushy finding Foxy9. Ping reveal off the neural depth.
Whoa, what a kill
And
that
Munchkin
is.
dead. It's all on Ash.
What a
And he
kill that was
cannot
from
make it
Cushy.
happen.
That big kill over towards A, man.
Damn close.
Dude, it turned into a banger
No
map.
damn cigar.
What's this?
13-11 and
God, they
unthinkable
nearly
scoreline on
messed
this
it up
map.
though. That eco round
But there
would
is
have
no
haunted them.
OT, and there is no match point for GENG.
That is one of the craziest ascents I can remember. In the way that it's shaped up with both teams
like
just
the,
having tremendous
like the Sentinels,
side, and
Sentinels
RRQ just
G2
has
one,
that
right?
one extra round in them.
But the opposite way around.
But that
In terms
is
of
not
rounds.
reassuring for
halves.
RRQ. You had to, your spirits had to be flying sky high after that first half of Ascent. You
Dude,
can see
they
that
nearly
Gogo
messed
after
us up.
Haven. They said, you
I
know
would've
what,
been
it's their
so
map pick, we didn't
nervous
feel good
if I
on
was
the
the
map.
coach, yeah.
Fine. Ascent's coming up, we got this. Halfway through it, oh, we're knocking this out of the park. We're going right over to Lotus. But then
Jemkin, I mean, Jemkin would be
comes
great,
roaring
dude.
back.
Jemkin loves this
See what
map
the
as well, I
mental's gonna look
swear.
like. That's something Coach Ewok has been talking about, how good the mental is for his team. That was part of why they were able to beat Paper Rex yesterday, he said. Are they going to be able to recover?
We will have to just wait and see. Lotus is coming up. We're swinging back over onto one of the GENG map picks. Let's see if RRQ can just kind of take this near loss in stride and carry some momentum over, because, I mean, Jemkin Cushy still so damn good to close out these last few rounds here for the team to get them over that finish line. That pace is going to be hit off the top.
Okay, chat. Back in a little bit.
GENG might still yet be at risk, but we're tied up 1-1. The series nowhere close to being done. We'll send it over
it's
to the
confirmed,
analysts to
Prodigy.
break down all of the wild action.
If you told me a year ago that Ascent was going to be the most exciting map in the map pool, I would not have believed you. I have to say, we saw an absolute masterclass of Ascent from both of these teams today, but definitely only from the attackers.
Dude, how is this so close with 16 fast kills?
We'll get into that a little bit more in detail later, but that was a experience diff from GENG. RRQ could have closed that out much earlier than they did, but that is a calling masterclass on the attacking side of Ascent from both teams, but particularly from Munchkin from behind. That really shows his experience as an IGL.
Yeah, I mean, I think GENG did so well to even make this close. I think a 13-2 win for RRQ feels very, very different to this 13-11 incredibly scrappy, incredibly close win. But still, they did manage to get it over the line. And once again, look at Jemkin up there 27-17 with 9 first bloods. We can't stop this guy.
No one can. He's the Russian Terminator. He walks through the map at his own pace. He doesn't send it. He's not a send it duelist, you know. He is coming after you no matter what, and you cannot stop him. If you peek him, he will crush you.
What's that horror film where the guy is like walking slowly after
The Watcher or something like that? Yeah, literally, that is what Jemkin is like. Like, he doesn't rush any aim duel. He takes things at his own pace. Monya is definitely the send it member of RRQ. But, you know,
That's what he
Jemkin...
says. I think nothing. I think nothing before I go into a match. I just go kill.
Only kill.
Yeah.
Only go kill. I mean, I wish I could turn my brain off.
Yeah.
Well, the Russian Terminator is probably the most appropriate name for him here. But we had some, man, this almost went into overtime in the most classic GENG RRQ fashion. I mean, let's rewind a bit to the first half there. We saw something really interesting happening between both of these teams and how they choose to use their drones.
Yeah, 100%. I felt like GENG's defense was very poor. I mean, both teams' defense was very poor on this map, but I'm actually starting to come around to you talking about the metacom. I felt like GENG, it was a very disappointing approach to Ascent. It's an approach that we've seen a million times, and the comp that RRQ uses with the double drone is so good at breaking these B main info lines that GENG was trying to set up. If we bring up the replay here, we can have a little bit more of a chat about it.
Yeah, I mean, so, well, it's all about B main. I said this before the game, but you're so used to seeing the op on this B main line to lock info, but they can drone back with the Teo drone, which not only scans, stops him from dashing away.
Yeah, easy opening pick there for RRQ that they take advantage of, and it's able to set them up very nicely for that opening kill and victory from there. In the follow-up round, though, I mean, we saw this very fast set play execute from RRQ with the dimensional drift that they use very nicely. But you could see off the back of that opening pick here, you immediately see RRQ go in with the From the Shadows, clear out the whole site, and then Jemkin on the other side of the map is able to find another opening kill. He's everywhere.
Yeah, that's the key. You win that fight in B main and it forces them to have to rotate towards B, which unlocks A for you. That's clearly the plan. But now this dimensional drift, I mean, he was a monster on this attacking half. 6-2 on opening duels with 4 Yorowolves on the attack. How do you even play against that?
I'll give him 7-2 because he double entry it in that last round, but you see the set play here from RRQ. This is so sick. The combination of the Dimensional Drift and the Hunter's Fury, Salvo's out heaven. All 5 of these players from GENG are ready to flood the A site, and not a single player gets a kill. They get absolutely crushed.
Man, I was feeling so good for RRQ watching this first half. I feel like they had everything together. It was so organized. But then as we get across to the other half, I mean, this is where things really started to go wrong. They're against a force buy, but they should have closed this here.
Texture's just donated himself. He's feeling very charitable in this round. You had the whip on short. That should have been a 5-on-3 for RRQ. But in classic GENG fashion, they are able to weasel their way through the map on attack. They creep through market. You see them do similar things on Lotus. I just saw them the other day win a bonus on Lotus doing this exact same thing. They're just able to find the gaps. These individuals understand from man disadvantaged situations, they need to take agency. They need to take risks and cut corners, find the gaps on the map and make some plays. And that is the experience of these individual players on the side of GENG. They were able to win so many rounds after winning that force. And I really think the mental damage that's inflicted on RRQ, how much they've had to work for that game of Ascent going into Lotus is going to really change how this series plays out.
Yeah, that's actually incredible because at the first half, we were discussing exactly that. Like, okay, this is going to be great for RRQ's mental and for GENG to do what they just did. We are definitely going to break down Lotus after this, but definitely props to Jemkin one more time. What'd you call him? The Russian Terminator?
That's what he plays like.
He does. It's appropriate.
He just walks around the map. Like, he's not sending it. He's just waiting for you to peek him. I love it. He's just perfect crosshair placement. He never misses a shot.
Yeah, I think this is really interesting now. We were talking about the styles that these two teams are choosing to play with, even that drone comparison, using a Sova drone versus a Taeho drone, and we thought that RRQ has this in back. This is the new way to play Ascent, and this is the right way to play Ascent, but like you said, for GENG to figure out how to make this quote-unquote old style work is, what do you make of that?
Yeah, I mean, for me, it's all about that experience, right? I do feel like RRQ should have closed this game in a more dominant fashion. I did think, especially after that first half, they were the better team. But then it's just when you get close to winning and then you lose those ecos, and I felt I could feel the crumble. The way they were using their ults, they're using them on ecos, they're using them in disadvantages. That's a panic move to try and snatch rounds back, which they don't need to do. But they're doing that because they're not quite as experienced, they're not as composed in these moments. So I do think that has a certain mental fatigue in these long series where instead of stomping through your map pick, you had to really work for it. And now they have to go into Lotus, which GENG are going to be so happy about.
Absolutely, and you were breaking this down earlier, Pilsky. Both of you guys, how they will utilize this to their advantage on Lotus. Now, what is RRQ going to need to do to make sure that GENG doesn't do that?
For RRQ, I actually think this Lotus comp has been a bit of a success in the past. I like the way they played the Breach Teo earlier on in the split. Jemkin, once again, on the Yoru is phenomenal on this map. You saw them crush T1, but again, towards the later end of the season, T1 even lost very one-sidedly to pretty much everyone they were playing on Lotus, so I don't know if they just hadn't figured things out. For RRQ, though, they have been inflicted a couple of Ls on this map, and for GENG, they've been playing almost the same comp on Lotus, almost the same style on Lotus for 30 plus officials now. The only thing that they've changed is the Vice in for the Killjoy, but they just make micro adjustments. They're so confident, they're so comfortable in their playbook that they are confident they can beat you with this style.
Yeah, it's very similar to Haven, right? Like, you should in theory know what they're going to do, but you can't stop it, and that's what their Lotus reminds me of. I just think that now things get even trickier for RRQ. Lotus is such a hard map to upset GENG on, and we just saw when they start on that defense, they do not lose.
It's the same thing. You're going to see RRQ, they opted to start attack on Haven. Then you're running into Munchkin, you're running into Foxy9, you're running into Caron. It's the same agents, the same skill sets that GENG will use to stop you on Lotus, where RRQ will again start on the attacking side and run into Munchkin playing the Viper. Foxy9 was phenomenal when we saw him on the Vice on this map last time, and Caron on his signature Omen.
I just think it's absolutely insane that you can have GENG's entire playbook in front of you and you can't stop them.
Well, GENG should be winning.
They played 30 plus officials of it.
And
like,
the only way that RRQ win is if Jemkin takes over.
3 months ago we ran this strat. Let's give that a go.
I think.
Yeah, it's so good because it's so incremental. It's the same comp, but it's not always the same things. It's these small changes.
They could do that thing where you just get loads of ults again.
And they run their own ante on you. And we're looking at GENG. It's exactly what we want to see. Texture on that race.
50-50.
Foxy9 on the Vice.
GENG definitely have that
on his signature Viper.
GENG are just
no
really good
changes
this map.
there, no changes were expected. This is their home ground.
Pada, thanks so much for the prime. Appreciate the 3 months. Thank you for that.
Take mount control a lot of the time. I think it's going to be a little bit more tough with the Breach Tower to be able to go for those front B re-clears and things like that. So we'll see what their approach is going to be on this attacking side. They need to have a good game of Lotus here.
Dude.
All right,
I've
well,
been
I hope you guys
praising
have
them
your
for
ready.
ults this
I've got
whole
my
year.
predictions going. I have
And
zero
then
chill as we go
they give me
into
that eco
map
round
3 of this crazy grand
where they
final
think
series.
because
We're gonna send
they're
it back to our casters,
splitting over
Kilios
towards
and
B,
Paperthin.
and there's 30 seconds
And
left.
we wouldn't have it any
They can
other
win with the
way.
Sova ult tail.
What a hell of a second map here in this set. GENG fighting indeed, but falling shy of the mark there on Ascent to try to take us into OT. Now we go over to their second map pick here in this best of 5, Lotus, to see if they are going to be able to regain the lead,
Yeah,
take
let's
this
get
up
this
to match
one
point.
going. Dude, did I even
Or if
upload the VOD
RRQ
of the last map?
can
Hopefully.
look to get some long-awaited
I'll check in a
revenge.
sec. RQ on attack, GENG on defense.
These are the 2 maps that they played
The chance I
previously.
just didn't do it.
Extra out in front.
That he is. Flicking heads, finding one, spotting out the other as the paranoia connects Xpero. Unable to find
nice
any
start.
punish, so it's going to be cushy. Dead on the floor
Pistols
here.
at the
No
moment
real trade of
3-1,
damage found.
I'm pretty sure.
Bit of an interesting change-up compared to what we saw last time on this pistol. It was RRQ who just kind of held in spawn and waited to see GENG would get aggressive.
4-person stack.
Feeling out mid B.
Well, this is a weird round.
It's going to profit early. Tap of the door. Trying to pull some rotations so they can
Instant
make their way
reclear
over towards A where
with the 4. Dude, they're so fast behind here that they should win.
way up there.
As long as Foxy 9
push
doesn't
up.
overstep and my guy's just sitting
Here
in
at
spawn.
Mound. Nothing set behind to really try to alert this as Foxy 9 tucks all the way back around the corner. Jimkin pushing it stairs. Nothing going to be spotted. Here's the door. Thorn's going to be set. Jimkin now turning his sights back over towards the site here.
One of the weirdest pistols we've seen for a
In
while.
behind the box. Big opportunity.
They walked over towards A side, they
Get some
walked
damage
all the way
done.
through.
Do they read
You
this
would
at
check
all?
this box, right?
Spike planted.
Keeping it quiet, slow scale forward. Moniette on the jiggle peak. Let him know what Munchkin striking
God for
first,
Munchkin, he
striking
just saved
faster.
texture.
Snake find on the left side. Ghost now going to be snatched up. Players a little bit more spread out as Moniette going to be forced away back deeper in towards street by the paint shell. Foxy still swinging, arriving, but jumping and getting taken down. Jimkin able to find that kill immediately right back here onto the site as the haunt gets cleared out in time. A lot of it already dwindling. Texture strafing forward, able to find one. Now it's just down to Crazy
Yeah,
Guy.
very, very nice.
Will get run down. 3 players
Dude,
surviving.
like the
GENG
4
pick
pass
up
and
their
re-clear
second
over
pistol here
towards
of the
C.
set.
Yeah, this is just
think
really
on a
nice work
pistol,
from
pistol
GENG.
especially, it's all about like
Having some
overwhelm.
plans
So
on the back of the
4-1
map
on
space,
defense
they
is
are
just
giving
really,
up
really
early.
strong.
Foxy
Especially if they've
9
shown this kind of trap play over towards B.
They're anticipating that this is either
I
going to
don't
be
think
B
you're
or
expecting that.
you know, once they know it's not C because they pushed out Mound, but maybe B, he's kind of playing for that. They say if they go A, okay, we're going to have a huge flank coming, 4 players through. They find that big kill around the box. That was massive for them. Moniette trying to do his best to sell. Trying to get some attention his way, but GENG does not fall for it. And this was 13-5 last time in the favor of GENG when they played this map in the upper finals. And RQ gonna have to dig deep.
Okay, full eco.
Comp changes. Just
Paper X style, dude. Paper X are
antes,
they're
a
the
lot of
biggest
damage done.
believers in 4-1 pistols on defense. They've done it consistently for like the oops, like the
Kind of
last
pulling the trigger on
year
the
and a
play
bit.
as the damage was getting layered in. Cushy does manage to find one. Karan going to be put down here for the moment, but
Not
plenty of cover and
the
fire, so
ideal
for now,
start they were looking for.
the second weapon lost as Xfero got in off the lurk and does manage to catch them off guard.
He slipped the net. And he's just gonna keep rotating through.
But can he find anything realistically?
Yeah, I mean he's not trying to. Well,
Main's
obviously
being
he's trying to
watched here
win,
by Foxy
but
9.
his main thought now is just can I
Can't
get
find the
another?
kill, then Xfero can go ahead and scoop up one of the weapons.
Yeah.
Pings it out. Foxy's
Dude,
pulled
he's
off the
gonna
angle.
picks up a gun.
Oh boy.
Okay, now honestly I'm
Just a
thinking I can
Spectre,
win.
but still a chance.
Could be
Door
feeling good.
tapped, swings out.
Yeah,
Spots
it's
out two,
unlucky.
tries
The
to go
molly
for the
maybe
fight.
would have
We'll just bank
taken
it off
down
the
some
door
of the
there as
armor
Munchkin
as well.
collects it. So 2 casualties,
I mean, it's
2-0
still
start.
2 guns and an armory buy. It's not the
Still
worst for a
though,
full eco.
It's something to be
Didn't start off
kinda
great.
concerned about as GENG is normally their defense can be pretty good about keeping track of their opponents. What's the daisies?
Just the right on the corner of it.
For the side of RRQ, but holding the line here at this door. Nicely done by Foxy9. Munchkin there, able to take it down, but still, you did lose a bit of your investment as GENG, but carrying over a couple Guardians and a Bulldog, not too bad. Again, my bigger concern is the fact that Xvero just finds a way into the back of the map and nobody's any idea.
Oh, well, that's just a hair off.
I mean, just aim was off.
Going right over top of the head.
Probably should have one.
2 kills quickly scooped up here for the side of RRQ. They look to up the pace. Some damage dealt. Still 5 members strong. They work their way forward. Fault line not going to connect on anyone. Munchkin is trying to play this out quietly as Jemkin goes sliding in towards back sight. Munchkin will be able to collect that elimination. Syncpide available to try to delay. Foxy at the same time able to find Crazy Guy. There's the spike still here on the floor. The scale forward. Cushy clears enough, but not before Mon yet gets picked apart, and suddenly we're into a 2v2. Push into the smoke down. Charon ends up falling to the wayside. Now it's all down to Munchkin. Captain and IGL playing this out quietly, trying to see what maneuvers RRQ look to make, and it seems like it's going to be that pivot, either to the B or the C.
Yeah, I think he had one run there.
A little tough for Munchkin now, though. Has no idea how they're going to spread out off the back of this plant.
Spike planted.
Gonna have to win one battle. Cushy should be within one shot, though.
Both players tucked. Wall is set up.
Dude, he's got the wall to block.
It
It becomes
obviously salvos are available.
he has no idea where they are. Once he clears heaven here,
clear a bunch of different
and he
positions
looks
here
at the
first.
plant.
Quiet drop down. Taps it. Ball raised.
Yeah, he knows where one is.
Through. Knows there's one
Dude,
in main.
he knows now they're both there.
There's the stun. Sacrificial is Cushy. There's the swing out.
It's really good damage.
With 30 health.
It's really good damage. Every single gun, 1 armor.
Get a ton of damage
Luria 9, thanks so much for the tier 1, dude. Appreciate the 18 months.
GENG.
Thanks for that.
Quick reactions over towards the A site.
The green slug gun. Thank you so much, bro. Appreciate all the support.
Winning that positioning battle, but Munchkin quietly slipped down that rope ahead of the rest of his teammates. The other two are the first ones that RRQ sees when they start scaling into sight. And Munchkin, therefore, gets underneath their noses, finds some big impactful kills. Foxy9 as well, coming in, doing some real damage with the Bulldog. And that's brutal for RRQ. Still able to mostly buy up other than one Bulldog of their own.
Well, Texture this time ready for that position on top of Boulder. Finds a shot, and Ash similarly takes down Jemkin, making up for the sins of the previous round.
It's a little bit unlucky. RRQ decide to go super aggro A. At the same time, the GENG want to make him feel like they can't go aggro A. Once they know they're committing, they put the Viper, Molly in.
Here. Now noted. They know where Xpharaoh is at. Crazy Guy is dead. Munchkin 1 away from a pit going into round 5.
And then we get into those weird mind games. Very similar to like what was happening on Haven, where they feel like they can't go over towards B.
We'll thank him very
They
much for
might
the
now
extra
feel like
charge.
they can't go out over towards A because there was 4 pass in there.
Missing the timing of him sliding out of the smoke, but swings back in. Xpharaoh fighting. Does come up with the kill. There's the wall, locks him in position. The haunt not quite cleared. He finds this one though. Suddenly he can make a go of it. 3 kills, the sprint over. Play would put him 1 away from having that pit online. This would be a hell of a turnaround and a hell of a way to get this map tied up, but he's just going to drift out into Karen's crosshair and will fall down.
Still, that's a ton of damage done.
Yeah, no, it works that way around. They do so much damage, but they have to eco here anyway, so this is a chance for GENG to get a lot of money.
Available. Not great for GENG. Still going to be able to scrape something together, but
yeah, even though they're pretty far away from the fade, or it's just like Omenor, and defense doesn't give you too much on this map.
I'm a little bit annoyed.
It can give you like
the way the end of this round went.
Info, that's about it normally.
To see players kind of lock it down together a little bit better, especially once the spike is down. Get Texture some help over here while he's trying to hold off Xpharaoh, but give him the opportunities. Xpharaoh collects some big kills for RRQ, so anything is possible. It's going to be a weak buy. Jemkin does have a
Do they want to use
rifle.
any
Judge
ults into
for
this round
Munchkin.
to keep it clean to get their money good? We'll see. Through a gun for Jemkin.
Vastly spirited what RRQ can try to
Go away
scrape
from his
together.
ult so they could plan
So
ahead,
just
maybe
the one hero
take
here.
the
Frenzy.
AWP here to make sure they 100% have it for next
Pull
round.
off a bit of a miracle, or we'll put Jemkin one away from having the dimensional drift.
There.
Question is, do they pull the trigger on Armageddon? She has it at the ready, but for now they have to work their way forward into the site. The wall going to be popped. The boom
It's
box
3
gonna be
past the
sent.
walls, not too bad.
Lawrence finding a bit of
Oh,
damage.
the macro
Spot out of the
TPs.
position is noted and heard, and Foxy swoops in to find that kill.
Still though,
Jemkin
got him
puts
some
the rifle to
space.
good use, finding one, a showstopper now. Big splash potential as Cushy gets taken down, but there's a fake out there on the clone. Jemkin still alive, still well, still with Vandal in hand. Trying to force it forward.
Ooh.
They do, and it's the Karen's demise.
It's scary with Jemkin on site.
Finding that headshot.
Time to jump.
Dimensional drift now at the ready, has the gate crash set up for the exit.
Oh, okay, we're really going in.
Out of RRQ. Looking to secure
Oh
this,
boy,
but it's gonna
it
be
gets so
a
weird.
counter pit. Sideshow's nightmare, it would seem. As they go sliding forward, trying to find some space, but Jemkin finds one. Ash dead.
Good
Texture,
reposition from
waiting
Jemkin.
to try to see if he can find
Yeah,
any kind of
dude,
timing,
Jemkin,
but
what a
Jemkin
round,
is on
man.
top of it all.
Thrifty.
And with the
What
judge
a
in hand,
round.
Crazy
2
Guy
extra
swings
guns to
the
pick up
corner.
as well.
And that's
But it is a better
thrifty
gun than a
pickup
judge,
for
there we go.
RRQ. Ults well invested. As the gap now is just one
And
round.
we were talking about their money being
Yeah, this
low
starts to get a
because
little
the
bit sloppy
other round was
again.
so close, so they have to
Gen G
eco
is such a huge
themselves now.
advantage.
And they
just
put
need to kinda hold the
a
line.
Viper ult
Khan
and
gets
a Razor.
caught slipping a little bit
The
there.
insanely big swing around this one.
Jemkin, 3 kills, 3 big ones, and Crazy
Changes
Guy
so
so
much.
fast to understand that position. Who knows? Munchkin's got to judge there if he's able to pull the trigger a little bit faster, maybe.
Kills 2.
Yeah,
Probably just get the collat.
probably.
Jemkin. No matter what you throw at this guy,
He's insane, dude.
you have to be fearful. Flash confirms some presence outside at Mound. It's back there for the moment. Of course, obviously, Jemkin didn't commit that dimensional drift here, so does still have it, and we'll clear out the wall now with the clone.
Thorns activated.
There's going to be a lob of the thorns and a pop there as well.
Yeah, I
Okay,
mean,
loose C control.
Jemkin's mechanics are just so
Prowler
smooth.
goes out over towards A. Looks like they're gonna
Just
push aggro.
such a smart
The
player.
Viper
Reads
saw the
situations
Prowler,
incredibly
so
well.
normally when you see
Goes out
Prowler so
TP.
deep, it is normally followed up by
Sparrow's
people.
ready
So
for this.
Swing
that's
out.
why he's
for the
insanely ready
reset
for the
on this
push.
spray. It's a little while, but doesn't suffer too much damage. Eventually finds it. And it seems like he is very much suspicious of there being a third player in this position.
They're taking no risk on that one. They messed up their omen flash a little bit, but
Frantically shooting with the Sheriff, trying to see what he can get done.
yeah.
Remaining.
Will
Nice.
eventually fall, and now it's just down to Munchkin to see if he can get any kind of impact here in the round. Otherwise, RRQ well set to tie us up at 3-3.
And to make matters worse for Gen G, you've got 3 huge ultimates that are gonna
3K
be
on top of
stored
this. They obviously got the
for
300 as well
RRQ.
for planting,
There's no way
and
they're investing them
then
here.
we're looking at, if we ignore that ult
Coming into your
rounds
next buy round,
or
that's
eco ult
extremely
round on
scary.
Ascent, we're
You
looking at
do
one of the
have
best teams of ult,
Foxy's
7-3
ult.
ults.
Probably gonna maybe get Ash's ult.
I mean, next round's going to be
Outside of
pretty
that,
wild. You would imagine Gen
RRQ
G
is
go
gonna have a
aggro over
lot of
towards A
ability
to get
To
this.
scale into sight, cover post plants,
Well read. Back around the corner, and it's a freebie. Does he go for the knife?
knife him.
Oh, X-Pharaoh.
Do it.
Creeping forward, they're trying to keep the interest going, and there you have it.
Sending
Right
a message
between
as
the
well,
shoulder
man. They're
blades,
giving
a
it.
4K for X-Pharaoh. They thrifted
Rick
denial.
Cash, thank you so much for
and
the
a
2
tied
months, dude.
scoreline at 3-3
Thank
with
you for that as well on the
damage
YouTube
on
chat.
top.
Appreciate you, man.
Boom up with the knife.
That's right. But Gen G's looking a little bit sloppy here on Lotus compared to the last time we saw them. We're seeing some mistakes. Seeing a little bit overconfidence maybe at times. Going back to
We
that
didn't
round
have to
where
replay
X-Pharaoh
that one.
got
Come
a
on.
bunch of kills he never should have. Now he's got a 4K with a knife.
And that is
Just
a
looking
hell of
over
a
at them
look
the
on
whole
his face.
time.
He knows what he hath wrought. There's a timeout.
This is it's a cool round for coaches to be able to talk because there is so much going on right now.
This is getting interesting. RRQ seems just a little bit cleaner.
You could
here
go
on
for one of
Lotus.
your normal set strats with the Yoru ult, but the fact that
You
they're
know,
like
some of the
one
early
away from the
macro
fade ult
ideas are just
might
a little bit stronger
change
for
up how you
Gen
want
G
to do it.
sometimes, but the follow-up for
Like you
RRQ
could
has
have
been
some
better.
You could have some insta-tail or idea plans to make sure that they don't get aggro A, or
how to get through some of the defensive utility.
or you could just know that they're going to go so many players heavy over towards aggro A to get this orb that you could just see ahead with your ult.
Or the Vice. And now you got to figure out, as GENG, what in the world are you going to do?
RRQ in a sick position.
Armageddon, Rolling Thunder, Dimensional Drift to deal with.
Oh, it's their timeout? That's interesting.
You got to be thinking
okay, honestly, I think I like this timeout from them. I thought this was GENG timeout.
One of those other two big ults that drags itself across the floor is going to probably still be there.
I like this timeout from them because you know this is happening, and you know there's probably 4 doing it, considering the Viper molly that was shown here. You get one close to hear all of the sounds, so you can insta react over towards C. Yeah, and does your ult to confirm it. It's nice. It's nice and. Ooh, hold up.
Has to be ready.
Let's hold up. I thought it was gonna be nice and simple.
Look at RRQ there.
They see the fawns and they cancel, and then over towards A. GENG managed to get the Veto.
Let's be ready for that.
Who's next?
Dimensional Drift's going to be sent as Spike starts working across in the opposite direction. So ultimately, Jemkin.
Yoru reclear had the Yoru reclear over towards A. Oh, dude, look at this pinch right now. Fade, all door opens. They get no info about the door opening. No sounds. That bro, Cushy kind of took a 1v3 duel and got 2 here.
Jemkin swinging back around, looking to bring this to bear here on the site. Still in a good position for RRQ, given that they have the site under their control for now.
Yeah, RRQ went a weird way of doing it, but
they should be able to do so.
What a nullification of those ultimates, though, by GENG. The Nightfall with the door tap, and they can't hear it. So well thought out.
So she's still able to find those 2 kills. Still makes this a bit of a rough spot.
45 HP, 70 HP.
Paranoia going to be used, but there's no real scaling off the back of that. So vision, audio regained. Xfero.
Come on, yeah, man. This is the time to get your kill.
Munchkin at 45, Paran at 70. The bite.
This is your round.
Timing. Spying some more space as the swing out denied. Monyet survives with 37 health. Karan now.
He's on the boards.
Monyet just trading places, swooping. The jump in.
Okay, very nice.
Try to get around that one way.
Like the Yoru idea. Basically, you're re-clearing over towards A, but everyone's ready to insta C here.
Those plans continue to really be stellar here for RRQ. This door open looked like it was going to be a real disaster, but
that first shot is really nice.
With 2 big kills.
He's just using the door against them. He's able to go ahead and split apart the fights there.
Yeah.
Take the individual duels.
That was a really nice reaction from him, especially given that Nightfall situation they were in. Still has his Armageddon. You're back onto a weaker buy for GENG.
Okay, force them down to an eco again, and they can start getting
very scary
some more ults here. I mean, they probably... RRQ focus so heavy on Yoru that I just know the Yoru's picking this up, even though other people are kind of close.
Guardian. A bit of a trickery position set up.
Oh, well.
Oh, hold up. And they're not like considering close left of C as well.
Foxy is going to look to try to reposition, but the stealth drone comes out immediately, and Jemkin does manage to go ahead and take him down! But Karan! Can he find it? Yes, he can!
That is
a 4K
insane.
Confirms
that is insane.
Confirms that
there's so many guns for them to pick up on an eco. Dude, you gotta show me that again.
Oh, he's so back.
Oh, the call just rang out, and he has answered. Unbelievable shots.
2, 3.
Oh my god. That's so good. Yeah, and RRQ had one here, which changed the whole game, and GENG just had one here. So now the money's unbelievable for everyone.
Just works differently for him.
Unbelievable.
Dude, what a time to do it.
It's got to be a bit of a kick in the head there for RRQ. They were starting to really seize control here of the map. Momentum gets shifted. And economy starts getting a little bit more lopsided. Still in a good enough spot for the next few here.
That one's enough to give you a bit of a concussion.
I was thinking this one will rattle you for sure. We just saw RRQ maybe have a little bit of nerves on Ascent with how close they got as well. I feel like that one's not going to help.
This is not looking especially easy for RRQ.
It's a hard round to lead.
Texture swinging out. Good amount of damage is going to be found. Ash able to find Experiment. Crazy Guy answering back in a major way. Finds them both. Smoke now
To pivot over towards it. They have no idea Munchkin's this close.
As Munchkin sights in towards the connector and Jemkin. Able to find that kill. And suddenly RRQ seeming like they have not missed a beat. Seeming like they're able to shrug that round off quite well. A tuck back from Foxy9. Heron now. Position absolutely known, but still able to find spray through the corner. Crazy Guy taken down. He brings us into a 2v2.
Cover going out.
TPing forward. Foxy pushing. Charon trying to clutch, but denied this time around.
Stopped him this time as well. No momentum on that.
This is the sole survivor.
Yeah, I still can't believe Jemkin wins this kill, to be honest with you.
Man,
That was like the round for me.
Like it had GENG written all over it. They play a little bit further back. They hit a great paranoia, but Texture can't find the shots initially. And the counter
What is this round?
Crazy Guy
Oh my goodness.
is on point. Foxy9 doing what he can. Karan coming up with a couple big kills, but Monyet able to steady the aim right at the end. Karan had him in his sight. Couldn't pull the trigger fast enough.
Monyet was real chill here.
Damn close. RRQ though, back into a dimensional drift. Yeah.
Oh boy, two-person.
Swing on the corner, one dead. Monyet
It's a good trade. 34 though. Damage done.
2 charges away from a
It's no Viper though, so the smoke pressure over towards C isn't here, so they might be able to just prod over towards C.
Prowler check, aim nothing spotted there as Thorns use proactively.
Yeah, this is a good reaction. They know that C's weak, so Texture has to do something that can set him up early over towards A. The weird off angle. Like you're kind of clearing here and here. You're not really when you turn in this corner ready for close left.
That he is.
Does he hold strong?
Along the fault line is my question. Seems like they're just going to face in for it, but a little
A
bit
good
of a
trade
misjudgment
again,
from
man.
Crazy
What's
Guy.
going on in this game?
As far as the
Instant
exact position is
Omenal.
concerned, TP back
Yeah, I like
over.
that. TP's
Making a quick exit and
he
arrival.
TP's next to
Towards the
himself, so
south
they
back.
don't
Karan,
hear
it's a
it,
bit of a
and so he has
misread here.
no
We've
idea
seen
where
from
he
GENG.
is.
He
And then
plays
Karan
back.
insta
Fair down
ults
for
over
the most
towards
part.
spawn to try clear one of the question marks of where he
This
could
means that
be.
Foxy9 now needs to try to buy some time. The Thorns locked him in place for the moment. The peek up over the top, but he's just absolutely destroyed their health
Dude, what
bars.
is this round, by the way? This seems
24
actually looking
seconds remaining.
sick.
Cushy gonna be on the flank, but Ash seemingly reading it. Had eyes on
It's
the
so
angle,
clean.
but Cushy does mention about the
Everyone's shots
headshot,
are
but
unbelievable.
this round is just going to be a bridge too far. The time not going to be available here for him.
10 seconds left.
As if he could play for some eliminations, would still be value. Finds the dink on the Foxy.
Every shot that I watch is like a
Foxy
dink.
finds his way back out through the attacker spawn and into B to stay alive. 5-5, we stay tied.
Yeah, this is really nice stuff from Foxy. The setup there with the Razor Vines really nicely placed. Anti-TP. And then waits for the wall to go up before he makes his move to strike. Beautiful. Absolutely beautifully played by Foxy. The fadeaway at the end. That bails GENG out big time. And it's 5-5. Showstopper again for Texture. Jemkin lost the ult to the judge last time.
He's got it.
Well, I mean, he couldn't
Okay,
use
well.
it in that sense.
Yes, yes, yes.
They at least get aggro A.
Well, now he
That
can.
ult.
They avoid the showstopper. Damage not even taken.
He's dodged the drone perfectly,
Does he slide up
right?
ahead of this? It seems like
Ooh,
he
he didn't get the
still
warning,
out.
so I get
A
that he
1-for-1
thinks that he
as
was
the
fine
dust
here.
settles. Mask will go on. Jemkin rushing forward. Prowler just finding the clone
Almost,
here.
yeah, it was insanely
Jemkin
close.
Notes Ash here at the site. Flash is now starting to fly. Makes his exit. Right here at the front as Paranoia is lobbed in from quite far away. And Karan,
Yeah, there's an
in the
Omen
end,
flash
isn't
to his
able
right
catch
to make sure
anybody.
that he's
Now they don't
fine.
have the exact retake.
That
Flash from the
incredible
corner, Jemkin
flash
goes
from him
diving
though,
forward,
but
does train
this
his
whole
life as
time
Karan
GENG
claims
did pretty
it.
good to
Munchkin at the
delay.
same time finding
Omen
Crazy
flash
Guy.
over towards his
Player
right on
advantage,
site.
at least for the moment here.
Everyone
for
came in.
GENG.
Can watch this, can fall down, help him
No
trade out.
flanks, just both players here on the site, looking to try to fight their way forward.
Tunnel vision.
Okay.
He still got it.
He get Munchkin.
He still got it.
That
It's
micro little
doable,
whiff.
man. Monyet's, I mean, pretty much all his kills have been in clutches.
The peak. A decent bit of damage found. Goes back through. Only tagged to 87. Foxy9 now has to finish the job.
Incredible
Swings around,
reposition
not
from
allows
him.
Monyet to get tucked back over here into tree. Spots him out.
3 bullets.
More damage exchanged. 3 health. Remaining on Foxy, and somehow
3 HP.
he gets the kill. He
So
wins
unlucky.
the round. And GENG
That's so unlucky. He really owned it with the
up to
reposition
6
as
here
well.
on the defending side.
That is ice cold from Foxy. He has no health. 1 bullet and he's dead, and he just says, well, gotta go for it. Might as well do it now. That right there, you're right. Just a little bit off. I love the way GENG plays that initially with just Ash on site being spotted by Jemkin. They wait. Ash just waits behind the wall, and they put one up at A Heaven, they put one at drop, and they wait. They play anti-flash. They're expecting Jemkin to throw that around the corner, and they're going to make a move to clear Ash out because they know he was there. They know he was spotted by the dimensional drift. And that gives them
Okay,
that
they hear a
man
lot of
advantage
pressure
early,
over
but it
towards
still
A.
almost
Insta
crumbles.
group up. It's like the
Karan.
first time that GENG kind of wanted to fight this aggro.
Foxy jiggling does go
Foxy
ahead.
spotted 2 with the jump peak at
Get the
least,
information
maybe
for
more.
Seems like there's not going to be much ambiguity about this round here. Rolling Thunder at the ready. Paranoia going to be used in advance.
Oh.
Karan now tucking back, but does not get caught by this. He's playing the same position. As he finds the first, looks for a little bit more, goes for the readjustment, ends up getting taken down. Foxy9 backpedaling frantically.
Dude,
trying to stay
how?
alive. Gets the weapon back out.
Wait. I gotta watch that. I gotta watch that again because I think Monyet might have just had a big whiff.
The primary jam display.
And I think it's really
just a hair
costly.
off from connecting. A 2v2.
I have no idea how he survived
They all
that.
missed everybody.
Seemed like a trail
Oh, there's one.
1-1, but
Oh, it's so costly.
unable to follow it here.
Unless they win the round, obviously. This one's pretty nice, though. Viper stays in the ult. Looks like
Some spray
you're buying a
exchanged.
lot of time for your teammate to
Crazy
rotate,
guy
or at least you're just
sprinting the spike
trying to
never
wait for
planted in all of this
the opposite
chaos.
team to mess up.
GENG
That's probably a
winning
bit too
this
much
fight, but now
considering what
about
should
to
happen.
realize that they're on the
You
wrong
should
side
probably
of the
let him
map.
plant
Crazy
fast
guy
and then go for
has
it.
a Vandal, will have a fault line. There's a hell of a lot more than HP than Foxy9 did in the previous round to try to get this done.
Him and Munchkin about tied for HP.
Can
Like
they
the
suss this
play.
out?
You hear that footstep.
Ash about to be at
I
risk.
like the play.
Not turning back at all. Crazy guy slowly encroaching, killing, finding it.
No breach
Spike
damage
not
for this,
planted
just a
for him.
stun.
Munchkin at least able to hold this up to half. He's stuck back in the corner. He's just gonna stick it.
Oh, that's
He's
so
absolutely
devastating.
outdone him.
Just seeing the spike go up. That's so devastating.
The
Dude, they could have won
from
both of
Munchkin.
these last rounds.
He does this so many times where he just knows,
Dude, let's see it from this POV.
and he knows that he's got you.
Oh boy.
He can find those checkmates better than most. And he's done it again. It looked like Crazy was going to win this round.
Couple of devastating rounds for RRQ there, back to back.
That was madness.
Unbelievable.
This whole series has been madness.
Oh boy. Well, 7-5 at the half. GENG in front with the defending side start. Go to belly fight.
Tough choice there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
She's nodding. She seems very confident
Yeah.
in the selection, but good lord. And GENG often do find themselves advantaged, on these defending halves. RRQ still can be in with a shout. Again, coming down to these pistols, they lead by 1. GENG looking to make it 3-3.
Well, and this is a tough side of the map for RRQ now. I mean, obviously it's Lotus, it's attacker side. The way things have been going today, just kind of have this feeling that GENG is going to be coming out here swinging. So the pistols is so important
Yeah,
RRQ.
Lexi, it's actually kind of crazy.
See if they can get this
You have
done.
everything.
Snuff them out.
They're going for a bit of a rebel contest. It
Prepared
looks
for
like.
every situation.
They got the Oru, they got the Omen. But no response at all, so they're just going to walk forward. A bit of spam, but...
Munchkin seeing if he gets any kind of contact there. Meanwhile,
Okay, lose C control. Insta
poison
drone
orb.
over towards B.
Just looking to
I will say most
make some
teams don't
noise.
really
Real careful in that position as
do that
well.
when they lose C control.
They have that breach Tejo
Normally
combo
that's like
lined
a
up
reaction
with
from A
pillars.
control because you want to see if they're
Stun
pivoting
salvo
over
after
towards
shot,
B
yep.
with A. And see if
Going
anyone's
real
hit,
fast, but
give them the option of
him, that
B
wasn't
splitting.
dialed up.
Not sure you
Maybe
get too
opts to
much
go for
from
the Ghost purchase.
an early drone once they
Ghost
take C
just
control.
basically have the aftershock
Because like
here.
as soon as you drone, they just open the door and create the same pressure that you just cleared.
Holding on the angle, spotting out one. Looks to back away. Quick little swoop around though. As the door gets tapped, the Jim can immediately taking Ash's head off. Foxy9 similarly going to be taken down, and Monyet now gets onto the crossfire over across from Baby Door.
Wait, they got full info from that as well.
It's far too late. Munchkin needing to try to fight back, but it's only going to be good for one. Karn this time does not have a sheriff. One fewer target. I'm not sure if that maths out correctly.
That is RRQ holding no sentinel. You just gotta go aggro.
At least not for a
Aggro
win.
one of these and you're okay.
Paranoia sent in one direction. Still
And be
needing to
super
deal
on it
Monyet.
with
Monyet deals with him.
when you're hitting over
RRQ
towards here of
out front
re-clearing
now as
B
far as the
and
pistols are
being
concerned. Take the
ready
much
for this
needed
box.
Pistol round win here to close the gap to a single round. The question though has to be, what happens in the next round?
Oh, yeah.
Can it happen 3 times in a row? Does GENG do the funny thing?
Yeah.
Does RRQ do the right thing?
Good question. I'm looking at Genji's
Didn't turn
bio.
up yesterday. Where's your
Like, is there a
train?
sheriff? No.
Mate, the train's waiting in
So I have
Toronto. The
less
train's in
confidence
Toronto.
that it will happen, but
We
it
could
is
have used
Gen
you
G,
yesterday
never
though.
know.
We
Still,
needed
though,
more people
great
for the
stuff from
fuel.
RRQ, that
Needed more people
crunch
for the engine.
into B main.
I don't want to blame the
Nicely
whole
timed,
thing
really
on you,
nicely
but
set up, and Gen G fell right
at least a
into
little
their
bit.
Trap. Snag of the orb, change of direction.
Um,
Looking for
bro, why is your
some
name
part of the map
Juiciest
that's open,
Bunda?
but
Thanks
this
so much
is
for the prime.
almost the
Appreciate the
exact
6
same
months.
setup
Thank
in
you for
terms
that.
of where the pieces are placed for RRQ.
The bold
as we saw
Twitch
in the
name, I'll give you
previous
that.
round. Go B again. They're happy to play that game. Instead, looks like it's going to be A.
Nothing noticed there, up and over the top. Little drop down from Munchkin and a back pedal from Monyet.
Clear the rows. Still though, Gen G maybe wants to get those Viper smokes back up before they make their move. Some response, a Paranoia out off the door tap. So they're baiting some utility, but still a lot of work to do.
Multiplayer face forward through the connector. Salvo's now down. Munchkin gets on top.
It's all good. There's low
Behind one
HPs.
there
You got to
as
keep
Sparrow
an
doesn't
eye
take
on
it
your.
down because she
You would
blocks the
imagine that
smoke.
Jemkin wins this
Ash at
round.
the same time, so in the end, it's going to be
Oh
a trade
boy.
still. Massive weapon advantage here in their favor as Foxy swooping out from behind the box. And
Okay,
bets
now you
Jemkin.
got to start panicking because Karen's got a gun.
Smoke now over on towards upper.
Pass the Bulldog over to Karan.
Yeah, full HP. Munchkin trying to scale forward, ends up getting taken down. Monyet able to find that kill. Fault line connecting, texture, unspotted, now striking. Gets some good damage in, but cannot get them over the line. 25 health remaining.
15
between these two
HP, 10
players.
HP.
But this time around, GENG cannot make it
Not even
happen 3
close.
times in a row.
2
That's
guns
gonna be
gone.
RRQ closing out
gonna
the
be,
anti-eco,
it's
and
gonna be
now
a light
tying us up
bonus.
at 7-7.
Still, that is a tremendous amount of damage done to the economy of RRQ. Munchkin here just running forward and right-clicking. Foxy9, 5 HP. Barely besting his opponent. Oof, Monyet. So fast today. That's some really impressive.
Dude, the
aggressive
sigh
spray
of
transfers.
relief at the end there.
And so it's a couple Bulldogs, a Guardian for Jemkin. Ooh, a Judge for Xfero. He's gonna dig pretty deep into the wallet for that one.
So
Out go the smokes. Haunt
he
through.
buys into
So
this round to
Genji
get a
knows round is
judge.
theirs.
So I guess he's like
2 away from the showstopper
judging twice
for
in a row, maybe.
Texture. It's probably just gonna feed him this orb, but giving up a ton of space over at A. And RRQ
This should tell the story.
Lucy control, insta drone over towards A.
Bit of a change up on the wall position.
They
for
don't pop
Foxy.
it as well, so they don't get the sound cue, so they actually don't know that they pushed here.
That's going to give it away here in a second.
Okay, well that will.
Is tripped and is dead.
He has no TP out, by the way.
Scoping it, gets the headshot on the Texture. Looks for the finish. Texture just managed to put him down, but 22 health remaining here.
Oh my goodness.
It's going to be ready for them to...
Munchkin, I mean, he's suspicious, but he is not quite prepared. A good kill from Monyet, and already this is set up to be a very good bonus for RRQ. Sphero still with that.
I mean, they've locked him in.
Elevation.
Dodges the Prowler, still gets full info that they haven't rotated back. Know that they can stick too strong with this.
22 HP, good luck.
30 seconds left.
Oh, heard it now. Still though, gonna
Yeah.
be attempted.
This is the best thing for it. Dude, Texture decided to ult when he was like, what, 22 HP?
Gonna be scooped up the door. Already shot. Nick Sparrow picks up a Phantom.
Okay, this is gonna get real close now.
Runs him
I tell you what I do like on this round. I like the drone going through and not popping. Just breaking.
This is
Don't give him that.
devastating.
Don't
for
give him
Gen
that
G.
info.
And a brilliant play here from RRQ, pressing their advantage early.
Yeah, definitely think it's a questionable idea from Texture there, but he's just trying to get
Gen G
one.
doesn't have the right responses. They're not quite ready. And that kind of an interesting decision from Karad. I don't disagree with it there because of the time that was left on the clock.
Vati, hello, how you doing?
Oh, I think you'd be hard pressed to judge Karad for that one.
No,
it's more about
just extra
sending the showstopper.
Yeah, that was not as advised.
Oh. Force buy on Stingers.
Yeah, Outlaw.
As in the end, it's just two players dead. Outlaw value certainly being felt here for RRQ.
Yeah, this is so tricky now. Foxy again spotted, and Odin in play for Crazy. Make things very tricky. This is the aftershock to delay.
Should have heard two weapons fire is what I was gonna say.
I like this though. This is also a good sign from RRQ. This is like something that I've spoken about for like the last 3 years, honestly, is when teams have this comp, or a very similar comp where they got like the no flash comp and they use the Viper wall to retake over towards A. If you get an Odin in this box and you just spam as soon as this wall comes up, it's so hard to deal with. And even when the wall isn't up, like you can just jump spot and just spam this anyway. It's so strong against this comp. So love that. I've been preaching about it for years. We don't see it enough.
As RRQ quickly dealing a little force buy. Now find themselves up by 2 rounds. Their own defending side here on Lotus starting to look damn clean.
Yeah, I was kind of wondering about a timeout for Gen G. I mean, I'm a bit concerned about their ability to sort of suss out the positions. It seems like they're just kind of going C-mound every time, trying to make rotations or decisions off of that. And they're giving RRQ a lot of space on the map.
Yeah, man.
Sort of figure out what's going on. Figure out how and when they want to trap the Gen G players. You know, whether it just be an Odin holding the door, a full push out. Speaking of push outs.
Jemkin, yeah, it does get haunted, however. Second looked like it was going to be devastating, but Gen G does manage to go ahead and pump the brakes.
What's interesting about Jemkin is I feel like, you know when you used to, you know when it was like heavy chamber meta, and you would watch those chambers, like Ye was definitely one of them. Nivera was like the most prominent for me, obviously, because I watched a lot of practices where he wouldn't freely use his TP, right? He would just make sure that you're having to use the maximum amount of util before he TPs. What it feels like when I watch Jemkin on defense with Yoru.
There's no util
Like,
there to clear back.
Fade Eye, he's fine. He's still sticking it. He knows that you need extra util on this. Like he needs an extra Prowler and then he's out of there. Prowler here, need extra util. Like he's very good at just sticking through it. This is a very good example as well. He just decided to speak about it and then he gave us a prime example.
Being able to breach the walls here of this C site. He's not gonna
Like
be able
back
to
in
catch a
chamber
fight.
meta, that was like a big thing that would separate people on
No need to
defense.
rotate at the moment, but
Like
we'll
just
call
sticking
the rest
through
of the
all the
team
Uto
across
until
as
it's
he
like
starts working
for
his
sure
way forward
confirmed.
towards his
I would
A
say it's a
site.
lot harder on Yoru because obviously you don't have that instant TP.
Crazy guy.
So it is harder to find a good level of it.
And then you're gonna have to worry about, or excuse me, Cushy, crazy guy as well. Plus, Jemkin. Timing here.
Like incredible tail. It's a shame that Barrow went down.
Things are going to start getting chaotic. The time starting to dwindle. Shots flying out, looking for
Monya
a
has
bit
good
of damage
timing.
there, but ends up getting avoided. Pit in play here as the spike set up for GENG. 4v4. So Rashi's just jumping on
Nice,
top
man.
of saying aim right
Your
here,
ult,
guiding
the
their
your ult
heads
spam me
is
against the ult.
Jemkin.
They know. They
There's
know.
Munchkin around the corner. Yep, they know exactly
Dude,
where
they
he is.
handled
The
this
pit
so
now.
well.
Drop. Foxy trying to arrive. Nearly makes his way over for the third transfer.
Nearly
But
insta
falls
cast,
shy of
but
the mark at the end.
still.
RRQ up to double digits now. 10-7. A 3-round lead and 5 rounds in a row here on the
imagine,
map.
yeah, they would have been
They
straight
are
in the compilation for that
So
one.
well thought out. And the dimensional
Flo had
drift,
an easy
such
one.
a good counter to a Viper's pit. These dry peaks have got to stop.
This is good from
Can't do that
Monyet though.
against Jemkin, and
Teo
you're
all
right,
into
he's
him,
just calling
instantly
him
taking
in.
all of that space, clears over
letting him
towards
know.
tree, then he can just spam.
Foxy just
Extra
can't quite
angle
get
that they
there in
don't think
time.
is an
I mean,
angle against
having
the
a numbers disadvantage, trying to lurk
Viper
against
ult.
that. Very
Oh.
tricky to find your moments, find that comfort to get through. By then it was pretty much too late. The confidence from RRQ
Dude,
really
what a
showing.
huge map this would be if
Their
RRQ can steal
adjustments
this. What have they got
From
left?
just 2 days ago against this Gen G team, tremendous. Munchkin starting to get frustrated.
Was it Icebox?
Head in hands.
Icebox and Split?
It's been a much rougher go of things, and it just doesn't feel like they're working the map as much. It just doesn't feel like they're reading their situations as well as last time. You know, they were really good about ping-ponging between different areas, not overstepping, not losing a lot of these first bloods to just kind of... that last one has me befuddled because you got the Prowler spot on Mound and you still just
Torpid
walked out
Mystery,
there.
thank you so much for the tier 1. Do you think RRQ will be after the Teo nuffs? I mean, if they win this and they get that extra 2 weeks, they'll be fine.
From GENG on the map.
If they don't, they'll probably struggle a little bit, but they'll be alright.
To a winning position.
They're definitely very good at this
Icebox
meta
on
right
the
now.
horizon, given how RRQ has looked on that map.
They're one of the better
themselves
Teo
also
users.
have had strong performances. I think you'd feel a lot more comfortable going in with map point. Jemkin forward, looking for some damage, looking for some shots there. Doesn't have them connect and texture at the same time. Able to find Mon. Yeah, now Jemkin.
Jemkin's trying to
just plays off
save
the
Cushy,
tricksters.
jumping around and just takes all the stray
Suddenly.
bullets.
The strategy for GENG has become kill them all through smokes.
Well, part of that was getting some good assists for texture. We were able to use some of that utility. Oh my
Oh
god!
god.
Cushy comes away with 2 texture fires.
Dude, that flash was sick.
And
This flank is faster. It's a lovely low jump peak, low HP though.
But he cannot. Crazy guy regains his weapon.
Dude, it's a 3v5 and they use the Viso into it.
On to one, but one is good enough. As Ash now needing to clutch
I
this.
think there was a
Slowly
footstep because he's so
pulling back
hot.
and
Dude, 5
narrowly
HP.
winning, 5 HP, the difference.
Some of the rounds
Between
are
a
so
win and
close.
catastrophe,
Like
Gen
GENG, they're winning 1v1s and they're
their
close
first
every
round
time. We had
victory here on the
Foxy
attacking
9,
side.
3 HP, this
Call
one
out
5
here.
HP. I think they
Some
won
of this
3
util, there
clutches
you
that I
go.
can think of.
Get the spot with the fade. I think the paranoia hits as well, or maybe the smoke's just there. Not sure which. Cushy just has him lined
I think
up. 2 in front of him, 3 in front of him, and
I'd
he
be
gets
interested
2.
seeing if Crazy Guy
Oh my
buys the
goodness.
Odin again. If he does, he's 100% going aggro A, but
Here
he
the
might
release,
just put it
they're
away
far from
anyway.
out of
Okay,
the
no,
woods.
Now you got an op
it's for
Jemkin.
sure their thing.
4 ultimates on the other side.
Did they leave A?
Scary.
I'm not sure about the Odin when you don't go aggro A or start tree.
Comfort in trying to scale forward. You know someone's door. Probably suspecting baby door, even though it hasn't been.
I mean, this could be Rolling Thunder into salvos. Would break the door down here for them.
Oh, you're right.
Yeah, it's a
Or the
solid
Armageddon,
combo.
Either way.
This pushes them over
Devastation
towards this
potentially
direction,
awaiting
so when the
GENG
ult goes
unless they
left
can
to right,
very
you can't get
quickly
out, and then you have
pivot
the
off of
Omen
this.
flash on top
Oh,
of
this
it.
is all a trap.
Omen all to get in for. Yep, there we go. We're going for it. Surely. Surely. Oh, they missed them all.
Connecting hits on the two. Monyet pushes off the back.
Whoa, Monyet. What? That's crazy behavior.
Either way, cleanup is there as the shots connect. It's going to be Jemkin and Xfero.
Ah, they missed their window.
Themselves back into this one. A lot committed. They have a round loss here.
Good molly.
But certainly RRQ. Give GENG a window back into the map. And from there, the series.
Decoy. Tough position for Karan. He's got to worry about a couple different angles. He's got one coming behind him. He hasn't even looked that way.
Suspecting that the one way is going to be enough. Trying to buy that space.
Good flash.
Going to be Sonic Sparrow. Finding the first. The swing
Dude,
out. And
what a
Jimkin's got
flash.
the other.
Oh, the flash hit both
Target
of these.
selected. Shots hit. RRQ not giving GENG any wiggle room.
Well, and the crazy part is
How did the flash hit
GENG
both
fought their
though?
way out of that
I'm
trap
pretty sure
reasonably
angle-wise
well.
it shouldn't even be happening.
a couple players
It
get
was
hit
this
by the ultimate.
is this the clone as well?
Advantage.
Yeah. That's better than you could hope for in some cases. Karan TPing ahead of it. Munchkin stuck in there, still finds the kill. Oh, as Monyet was trying to TP.
Yeah, he was trying to jump forward.
Dude, Monyet was
Caught
going
in
for
the middle of it
crazy
all.
maneuvers.
Yeah,
It's right here.
That's painful.
No, dude, it was just
again,
the flash.
Starting to lose their heads
Mate,
a
that
bit.
flash was mental.
GENG just not being aware of where RRQ players can be.
Now you look at the buy.
Yeah.
Ah, dude. Push
Yeah,
him
sure,
down to the
frenzy.
eco. Unless they mess up.
And that's Karan dead.
12-8.
One of your biggest hopes when it comes down to a potential thrifty win. Taken away as blast pack forward. Xfero up and over the top. Will get taken down. Showstopper now going to be used on the back end to try to create some further space.
Oh, no.
Cushy nearly caught on a timing.
How?
But Foxy9 cannot get the punish.
Not again.
And Munchkin
Dude,
narrowly
that's-
will be able to get away with it. Monyet trying to run him down. Trying to push forward. A little bit more space put
Oh
in.
my
but
goodness, what's going on here?
not going to be nearly fast enough with the shot. His texture was 5 HP. I mean, if you can even find
And they
a
used
single kill here, it'd be so damn
Oh my god, this whole round.
And he cannot get to the 24, but then the bullets run out. Ash, Vandal picked up. Can only find
That
a
is
singular kill.
that's
RRQ.
insane, man. There was like what,
They are
5
starting
timings in this
to
round?
really get into the groove, to really feel it. The defuse comes in.
It's
That's
the
match
best
point
round
as they look
ever to
move
show
into
someone what a
Icebox
timing is, because you've
as the
got
series
so
leader.
many examples.
being one map win away from becoming the Stage 1 champions.
They're just reading situations near flawlessly. I mean that.
Oh boy, and
Little bit of a
they
misstep,
put
I
the
suppose,
they
but
put the
still.
raise ult fade
Getting
ult
the
into
conversion
it
with
as
the
well.
stinger
They really
texture,
went
but it's
all
more about
in.
the way Jemkin's playing the beginning of that round with the op, so cautious, so safe, well aware that texture was going to be
8-4.
close to his ultimate, and just playing fallback the whole time.
Full goes at
GENG
it,
trying to spread the map
and they
a
got
bit more.
that Odin
Just
back
the
out,
weaker
and this is like
weaponry.
the first time they've had an
Couldn't
op
do
starting
much with
here.
it. They had a few opportunities, couldn't convert with the mechanics.
Here.
Everything's starting to unravel. RRQ sending Jemkin out. Hasn't quite gone for the deep angle. Is he waiting for
Portal closed.
some kind of play, but it's pretty quiet. Oh, that was just a dry peek
again
into a kill.
Cover going out.
Jemkin damn near win those 100% of the time. Probably connecting Monyet, already TPing back, breaking the door. Pivot call
I mean, they
now
can retake
into
this
the B
though.
side
They got
here for
Euro.
GENG. Things
They
start to
don't have
feel a
Omen
bit
Flash for retake though.
desperate.
It might be a lot of hard.
4 in a row is what is needed. They got so very close in the previous map. Can they at all make it happen here and now? Karan TPing out the safety. It's all the way across over at C.
Yeah, they got a pretty good amount. Keep an eye on the actual Omen ult that was stuck over towards C now though. Dude, crazy guys on top of it. Crazy guys gotta do it all, I think.
Finds another as the off shot goes wide. Texture collecting, but Jemkin! 2 pumps to the shorty, 2 kills found. Foxy9 Now Ask the Clutch finds the first 4 bullets remaining. The op on the opposite side swings in.
Time on that. Dude, how's he getting double with a shorty here?
Not this map coming to an end. It's GENG.
Dude, GENG win every clutch though.
Attack round win with a Red Bull clutch.
They're only just staying alive.
This is like by the slimmest of margins in a couple different ways. I mean, Karin out by Rubble. Has to TP out of there. Munchkin just going on a walkabout. Pays the price. Foxy9 doing a great job from B main. Locking this down. Unbelievable. Unbelievable shorty connection.
Dude, we got enough that gun.
There.
We got enough that gun.
On his second target.
It can't be that cheap.
But Foxy9 plays that beautifully. Still though, have an op, have an Odin, and a Bucky, and some classics.
A motley crew, but one that's working.
Nice spam on that.
Just trying to bound forward, shot down.
Dude, such a weird low buy. Op, Odin, Bucky.
Yep.
Like the 3 most underrated guns. Dude, look at how much damage he's done. 66 HP, 2 HP. He's already got 2 kills.
Paranoia, Monyet finding Munchkin. I'm not trying to sound like I'm cheering for a particular team. I just really hate this guy.
Dude, he just won the round without seeing anyone.
Man's watching. He's giggling at my dismay.
I mean, it starts to make you think. You know, GENG used to have a player who would spam the Odin around on this map. Maybe Ash should learn.
He's trying to be a better man. He's trying to get a catch here.
Oh, it's good damage done. 21. 21 and 2.
And Xpero with his
and
own
the
classic will put him
classics.
down.
Dude, Crazy Guy did so much damage at the end here. He did like 300 damage and he didn't see anyone.
In the lead. 2-1 here in the series. Their map pick of Icebox coming up next. What a bounce back.
Yeah,
the
big
last time we saw
steal of a map, you would imagine, to be honest. Actually just look better than them though, because GENG had so many clutches here as well.
This time, it does not look close.
Absolutely, they're looking to flip the script. These 2 maps, Lotus and Icebox, were the 2 that they played, the 2 that they lost against GENG in the upper finals. They've already got 1. Can they complete the second and end this at 3-1? No doubt about it, they are starting to look really good. The mechanics are there, the decisions are there. They're working the map much better than GENG overall right now. They are really doing a great job of corralling GENG into bad situations, forcing them to have to use good mechanics to get their way out. And that is not a high percentage proposition for any team. RRQ.
Oh, didn't know he got max value out of it. Every time he started over towards A, he got insane value.
Insane, but big performance from Xpero across this map. I mean,
Do you think nerf Teo Breach on Lotus is worth it? I don't think Teo can be played on any map, mate.
Insane performance. RRQ,
it's the biggest nerf we've ever had in Valorant.
Destiny in their hands, a victory.
But honestly,
on Icebox,
I'm in for it.
And they will be going over to Toronto as the #1 seed, as the Stage 1 champions of VCT Pacific. We'll see if that's going to happen, but for now, we'll send it back over to the analyst desk.
We at the analyst desk were a little bit worried about
why does it say
the
1?
mental
I know that's
state
not
RRQ
1.
would come into Lotus with GENG coming back so close on Ascent prior to this, but it looks like it didn't affect them at all. RRQ were fantastic on this map, and we were talking a bit about them choosing
the real stance on this one.
defender side. It's a little bit different than last time.
Yeah, that's what's changed up. I mean, they opted to start on attack this time. The last time they played GENG in the upper bracket,
dude, this is what I wanted to see. 1v1, 1v1, 1v2, 1v2. That's kind of crazy. To be fair, there was a couple of 1v1s here. Dude, there's so many clutches in this one map.
Into a best-of-5 series, both teams are starting to feel it. You're getting a little bit fatigued. It's starting to come down a little bit more to some of these clutch moments, some of these individual performances. And for me, RRQ had some of the better individuals, but they also had some better macro, particularly in that second half. I felt like they really had GENG's number. They had a little bit better of a read, and GENG, I felt, were a little bit more reliant on clutches as an individual plays.
Yeah, I have to agree with you. Honestly,
Dude, they got to change that clutch stat here.
RRQ in this map.
Does it not
This was
feel
a map
really
where
weird
I
to
had
have that
Gen G
clutch stat?
heavily
They
favored.
said
We talk all the
0-1
time
in
about how strong
clutches.
Gen G's Lotus is,
And then you
last
look
time
at the
they
look
played,
at the actual
13-5 to
stats.
Gen G, utter domination,
And we had
now RRQ come out and
1,
done the
2,
exact
3, 4,
opposite. I mean,
5, 6, 7.
I'm honestly, I'm gobsmacked.
Like,
you know,
they
we
they
spoke
gotta
so much
change
about
their
how
thing,
at the top
surely.
Of the show, the deck was stacked against RRQ. It was so hard for them, and now they're going to be one map away.
Yeah, that's crazy. We have Icebox and Split left. But this map, there were, as you mentioned, Pilsky, a lot of scrappy moments, a lot of heroics that ended up surprising all of us, whether it's carry on the Sheriff or let's talk with Jemkin.
Oh, for sure. There was plenty of these moments. We'll roll the replays of all of them right now.
They're not
but
putting
this will
1v1s.
just show you how many impact rounds there were. You
Is
talk about
this
going
just
down
some like
0-8
Valorant thing?
last time around. This time, I mean, early on, you had Gen G get off to another good start. Texture invests the showstopper in this round, but it's a singular
With a
hero
trade that
rifle
doesn't
on
count? Yeah, I
Jemkin
think
and
that's
a
so
pit
dumb.
invested on an eco round outside of just a Vandal, and RRQ gets away with another one of these thrifty wins. They had so many yesterday against Paper Rex, but I really
Okay, I'll
felt
be
like
back in a bit.
RRQ had so many impact rounds where the individuals were able to come up clutch.
Yeah, I mean, these are the rounds that we talk about when we talk about momentum. Karen doing his best here to get them back. These shots were absolutely insane. I feel like there were so many rounds like this. This is what really makes it so back and forth, down to so many 1v1s and so many big clutches.
And this is what is going to give you that momentum in the best of 5. You get these sloppy, scrappy games when you're sending some international representatives over from Pacific. These are the kind of skill sets that you need to showcase, especially when you're playing teams from other regions. You're not always going to have the perfect read. You're not always going to know what to expect. Sometimes you have to make these huge individual plays and figure things out on the fly.
Like, macro can only do so much. You can win Valorant on paper, but still lose the round. It's, at the end of the day, it's the guys in the server that have to convert, and that's what makes this, you know, so exciting to me. It's not chess. It's not you just move that piece. There's an execution element, and all 10 players in this server are able to execute when it really matters. That's the making of a fantastic series, but RRQ definitely got the upper hand.
Yeah, I think that's a great point. I'm pretty sure both of these coaches have trained their squads for these moments of improvisation here. And like, I love that comparison to chess here, because that's just not what Valorant is.
Yeah, no,
a lot more, there's a lot of dying happening too.
I'm glad you
Doesn't
brought that
happen
up
in
as well, the coach point in particular, because this is where, like, you know, Ewok was saying, he doesn't mind the best of 5. He feels like it allowed them to recover, it allowed them to get some composure. I mean, talk about how close Ascent was. They almost threw that game in the bin. That definitely could have been Gen G stealing a 2-11 deficit back to win Ascent after such a rocky start, and then come into Lotus looking completely different. But the composure from RRQ to recover after getting smashed 13-5 on Lotus in the upper bracket, to recover from conceding so many rounds on their defensive side on Ascent in a row, and then be able to actually put together a win here on Lotus, is the kind of makings of a championship team, is the makings of a team that can win this grand final over a favorite in Gen G.
Yeah, and we have to talk about Xfero this map. This man has been here from the start for RRQ.
Yep.
He's been on the come up the whole way. And this map, you know, we saw him in so many of those clips, managing to clutch those rounds.
He's actually the only player in all of the matchups that RRQ have played against a Gen G organization. Xfero is the only player that remains since the first matchup in the server here, you know, so
that's right.
He's played his way through all of these matchups, and I really feel like you go back to that DRX series that you know, RRQ played against DRX. He was a big game player there. He's had some really, really big maps deep into the playoffs here for RRQ, definitely showing his experience, and he had a couple of big clutch rounds in that game as well.
Now, we notice that the map pool is a little bit similar to 2 days ago on Friday during the upper finals. And this is going to be really interesting because, as we were talking about, this is a 5-mapper instead. So how, obviously it's going to be different. It's already, we're going to go to a 4th map.
Yeah, now we're through to these final three maps. It's Lotus, Icebox Split, exactly what the Veto was when they played in the upper bracket. We've already seen RRQ flip that script on map 1, and on map 2, Gen G won 13-8. So it wasn't even as dominant as their Lotus was last time. So I think RRQ definitely have the momentum now.
They do, but they had a pretty shocking Icebox against Paper Rex yesterday. So I don't know how you're feeling momentum-wise for RRQ. They're going to need to play a different game. You heard it from them in the interview, though. You know, Ewok was saying we played like absolute rookies on some some of the maps. We were not happy with our performance, and Icebox was a perfect example of a game that they just didn't show up to. Whereas GENG, they've had nothing but luck, and this is one of the maps where they've actually innovated their comp a little bit.
Yeah.
Textures on the Yoru, they're playing this Yoru KO comp that is a little bit of a different approach to what you see from GENG squad that so often just likes to run the same comps regardless of what the meta is.
Yeah, that's right. And we see them also run certain things like crosshairs. We're talking about the power of the
Are you really gonna I'm just sitting there in the green room going, that guy's using a Cyan Cross, little Cyan Cross. Jemkin uses a Cyan Cross. That's the crosshair meta. If you're not using a Cyan Cross, you don't know what's going on.
Exactly. Exactly. We saw a lot of difference there in the dot versus the crosshair versus the crosshair. But we also have a Pacific moment for you guys, and this submission is by someone by myself. Because I just wanted to remind you guys one more time.
I can't take
who
this.
the best coach on this analyst desk is.
Okay, next time.
Shut up.
Stage 2, we're teaming up.
outrageous.
We cannot let her win again. I can't take another month and a half.
I'm
Look,
not
Jake-
gonna lie.
Jake Shin replied.
Yeah, he did.
They call us frauds.
I cannot believe this. Like, this work environment is absolutely ludicrous.
Where's HR?
I cannot survive another day. You know what? I'm locking you up after this. You cannot be allowed back on the desk after this. I'm sick of this treatment.
Well, we do have 2 more maps for me to gloat on. Possibly 2 more maps.
I'm not gonna lie. I'm just gonna start bribing the production to tell me what your team is. I'm gonna start bribing the players that you picked. And there's no way you're winning next stage if we play this again.
Oh, well, we'll see how that goes. But in the meantime, I'm just going to keep gloating here. Yeah, so we do have potentially 2 more maps. This is crazy. And again, remind you guys, we do have the draw show at the end of today. And that was huge, finding out who was going to be in Group Alpha and Group Omega.
Yeah.
We already saw how much that impacts the teams. With that, we're going to go on a very short break. When we come back, we're going to come to map 4. It's going to be Icebox. I don't know who's going to win. You don't know who's going to win, but we are all definitely cheering for various teams here in the grand final. So guys, don't go too far away. When we come back, we're going to get back to it.
Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings.
Rep your squad like it's only one squad. Rep your squad like it's only one squad. Rep your squad like it's only one squad. Like it's only one squad. It's only one squad. We go, beast mode, get dough, ain't no cheat code. Big dog, cheat code, free smoke. Game time, we score, we go. Everybody go. Rep your squad like it's only one squad. 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 Game time, hit the shot and look down at my wrist just like it's Dame time. Know I'm in the field kicking game, I'm on the main line. In the air, you ain't bringing me down, I got hang time. And wonder how I'm humble and I'm flexing at the same time. In the paint, I'm a beast, I'm a dog off the leash. I got power like Tariq, how we play, come and see. How you do it, they gon' think we got a cheat code. I don't see no competition, it's a free throw. Marshawn on the line, I'm in beast mode. I've been up since 5 a.m. and they in sleep mode. No, I got my team back, that's the G code. Game winner, do my dance, I'm in tweak mode. We done won back to back, I need a three-peat. Crossover, walk on water in the deep sea. Step back, keep the form, that's a deep three. Jumbotron fans say we need a repeat. We go, beast mode, get dough, ain't no cheat code. Big dog, cheat code, free smoke. Game time, we score, we go. Everybody go, everybody go. Squad like it's only one squad. Rep your squad like it's only one squad. Rep your squad like it's only one squad. Rep your squad like it's only one squad.
When a team coming for everybody throat. How you say you from that squad, but ain't nobody know. When it's game time, you calling your mama to go home. Bring it on, I ain't dealing with no drama on the phone like nah. Living at the top, but you ain't knowing what it costs. We just bought a house and renovated the garage. Gotta thank God for all the trophies on the wall. Never signing deals with everything we make is ours. I know they mad, but I don't sweat it. Want they comments to get to me, but I don't let it. Got that gas super unleaded. Rockin' with the team when you want to bet it. Bro, stamped. I'm a bona fide champ. Never on my team, but I'm doing what they can't. Grab a ball, even.
Hello, everyone. Communism with the Prime. Thank you for the 9 months, mate. Thank you for doing that. You upload this VOD, surely. What is next? Icebox? And they actually have a good chance to 3-1 this. That extra 2 weeks as well. Let's change all the Teo stuff up. Pretty big for them. Use Teo on every map pretty much.
Welcome back to VCT
His pick is Icebox
Pacific.
RRQ.
This is the
but I mean, it's a best of
finals,
5, so it's like
we've moved past
map picks
3,
aren't
and we are on
the biggest
Icebox.
here.
RRQ has done
Like
the
sure, maybe for like the
unthinkable,
first,
completely surprised all of us.
picks,
So what's
but
up for Icebox?
after then it gets a little bit
changing
like
up the comps at all. GENG going to play this Yoru KO. Texture was
you're only
definitely
picking
the
between
standout
2
up
maps.
there with Foxy9 the last time that they played, and GENG had a really good streak on defense after RRQ took the pistol.
Yeah, RRQ ended up going B a lot in Icebox, which is something we're not used to seeing, but Foxy9 managed to shut that down. Look to see how RRQ have changed and adapted, especially going into that B site.
I'm wondering how everyone's predictions are going. Laz is here from Zeta Division to watch the game, and he thought it was going to be a GENG game, but now he's rethinking it, and it might be RRQs. We're going to send it back to our casters, Achilleos and Paper Within. Tell us your thoughts.
I think no matter what, this is a game for the people. Obviously, RRQ fans going to be feeling a bit better, going to be feeling a bit happier at the moment, given that they have match point. But if you have no skin in the game, if you don't care who wins this trophy, you're just having a good time and you're enjoying the entertainment, because it certainly has been that. Some wild moments
I've lost
throughout,
track of pistols, I'm not gonna lie to you.
That is not going to stop here.
If I was going to guess, I would say it's a 4-2, but I think that's wrong.
Oh, it is.
RRQ on attack, GENG on defense, and we got a raid boss on Jemkin.
Nobody's been able
Chat, who's got the actual pistol
get
record
back
for me?
on track too well until RRQ, I think, started to really solidify their control on Lotus on their defender side. Let's see if they can keep it up, but they start on the attackers here on Icebox. A lot of players just slow creeping through A. That turret kind of in an off spot up top.
Top of
It is 4-2?
Spot out.
Holy.
Ash taking a shot with a sheriff, unable to find him. Foxy will. 2 kills going to be picked up. Now a third on the quick peek.
Man, sheriffs are taking over pistols recently. Go on.
just not quite going to be able to
It
find
was so good. That's so much
The
damage
4K
done.
Squad
There was some armors in
continuing
here
for
as well.
Gen
He
G.
did like, I mean, he
Xero
did
looks to
about
try to pull up the
500
clutch.
damage.
Texture, Munchkin, both 100 health. The Sheriff needing to connect with Skulls. Spots out one, they look for the double face. Minor reposition, a slope on the
It's a
action,
great
but
shot.
Munchkin able to
And
collect
what a
it.
start that is.
Gen G, once again, just down a single pistol round. Make that 3-4 in this regard. Take the first step towards a win, towards another tied-up scoreline here. The opening round of Icebox.
Well, they're just playing from the upper rafters the whole way. Ash there using that turret to try to find a quick one and done before he backed out behind screens. Foxy just up in nest.
I mean, hit some lovely
Ruining the
shots.
round. So Gen G right back into the groove of things. Couple Guardians. There's a Sheriff buy up for Jemkin. Something to keep your eyes on.
Prodigy
for
having
sure.
that counts.
It's RRQ.
We count that here.
Onto the bone, or excuse me, onto
Okay,
the
one
Eco.
Sheriff, that's pretty much it. Little bit of a low buy on defense,
Wants that
but
orb. Wants to get that
it's
null
okay.
command
A
fast
little bit,
track.
it's not too much.
And it's a little bit of kind of a wait here from
Oh, the
RRQ.
silent drop down with the
They
turret. We haven't
intentionally
seen
wait
this
out
for a
that 0
while.
point before they start making their way towards A. Using the turret as a landing pad. This is adorable.
I mean, it keeps them quiet. It doesn't give the info away. It's actually
And they're going to try
very
to sell
creative.
It is.
There's the alarm bot. Munchkin starting to call for the rotate back, though. He's getting suspicious, given that there's no follow-up.
Yeah, it was a cool idea.
that
It's
alarm
the
bot
whole
ends up
full
getting
process
cleared.
is if you catch people off that are like
Send from
holding
Cushy.
just this angle,
Try to
right?
further sell this here, and that is going to be the counter-rotate back. Texture starting to work his way back across towards the B site. He's got the Guardian. He's got the firepower.
Okay, drone over
Munchkin
towards
with the
B.
Sheriff
Does
to
keep
try
the
to hold
numbers
the line.
here. Munchkin,
Slow creep forward.
Sheriff only.
He's on a more aggressive angle.
Okay, well that's two Sheriffs now. They get a good plant. They have a very strong after
Here in
plant
the hands
comp.
of the RRQ players.
We got
As all of
1,
Gen G
2,
get ready to
3,
converge
4,
back across towards
5.
A.
Sure, we'll just
Look
say
at
5
Crazy
for the Salvos. And it's a
Gonna
good
look
plant.
pretty.
This is a hard
Good
retake. I know they have all
rotations.
the guns. I know RQ have no guns. This is a hard
He's in
retake.
Position at the moment here for the Salvos. Will start sprinting back as quickly as he can.
Molly number 1.
Ash
It's gone off.
down to 40.
Still got another Molly.
Good
There it
opportunity
goes.
for
Molly
RRQ
number
to
2.
At least get more damage.
KO
if
knife.
not, close out
Line
the
up with the
round.
KO Molly. There
Nara
goes the
trying
KO
to scale
Molly.
forward, turns back. Couple shots
Still got
flying,
Salvos.
Still the player up above him. Does he read that? Clears the
Still
turret
got
now.
Salvos.
Registers it, swaps to the classic.
Still got Salvos.
Rides the rope.
Salvo!
Whittling away out of the fadeaway. Shots able to find
We
it.
have
Fox
the
is not gonna
Salvo,
take it down.
yeah.
Crazy Guy does manage to make this costly. As Ash scoops up the
well.
other Guardian, rescues as much as they can.
Almost.
The fuse was held all the while. Gen G, a 2-0 start, but still already on a rocky road.
It's brilliant macro here from RRQ. Waiting out both 0 points from Munchkin to confuse the heck out of him. They are really attacking him when he's on the KO. Saw it on Ascent, seeing it here early on Icebox.
Oh, they came in so late.
And it's a scream of relief there for Gen G. Got a little bit dicey for sure.
It's a really good
So
eco.
far,
It was a really good
Munchkin
eco plan by them.
pushed out.
I thought they had it, to be
He wants
honest.
this orb, he's going to go for it. He is going to be able to scoop that up. So Ultimate now online, going into Gen G's bonus. RQ should be well aware of who was able to collect that.
Maybe there's a lot of chaos, and
they
he
would so
didn't hear the tap of the spank.
That up. Double push forward now, though, here at Green.
Just like the pistol from last time they played.
Texture's going to go swinging. And oh
That's
my
an
God,
incredible
gets
shot.
out. Scot-free. The snappy headshot. Entry power cut down here for RQ.
He tried that on the pistol round the last time they played. Whoa, here we go.
Salvos trying to force them back and into the open. Texture does end up getting taken down. Nice shot from Munchkin, though, finding Xpero there in tube just through the window. Cleans up that timing, cleans up the flank, and given the HP bars, RQ are going to have to go for
What
the
a
save, you would
what a
suspect.
horrendous horrendous fast buy this one is. They got so and they got heavy shut down over
Carry
towards B.
onward.
They're going to go.
30 seconds left.
Just around the corner, here is Munchkin ready to ruin their day. Spots out one, swings, Gets the shot. Spike. Clang interrupted. Oh, what in the hell is that? The fadeaway on the drop down. And widely, the only consolation available for RRQ is that this lockdown has been used, but Monyet.
They got him back with the knife as well. Oh boy, here we go.
Kill across GENG.
What is this kill though?
Oh my god. So this, it's a very similar idea. You see this quite often from GENG on this map where Texture will just walk out the front of B garage if nobody's...
Oh, Jesus.
Unbelievable.
Well, better lucky than good. And but this time it's a very different result for Texture. That's kind of what's interesting to me, is he anticipated that they were going to be anticipating that, and he just went for the one shot and TP'd out.
I mean,
and he hit
that's the proof that something wants you to go to a 5th map.
He needs to keep stepping up.
That's all I'm saying.
Because right now, GENG is behind in the series. Outlaw for Texture. He's going to be holding down the angle as the forces of RRQ. Might have heard the alarm bot up at the top of tube, didn't see anything. Foxy actually over on the floor. He's starting to make his way around that corner. If they come through tube, he would be there to strike, but doesn't seem to be the choice they're making. Trying to dodge the stealth drone, cannot.
Yeah, has been spotted. Confirm the weapon in hand as well.
A lot of people that can get one shot.
Tailwind
Even this, right? Yeah.
Texture as he goes for the reload. Ash scaling forward. Xfero going to be noted here on that attempted flank in through mid. And Cushy picks up the Vandal immediately. Shuts down Foxy 9 with it. Pop
Great flash.
His way in.
Oops.
Trying to find the punish here on
Kind of got
Texture.
himself, but
still does manage to come away with the kill on
I'm
the
still going
Chimp,
to stick with it.
bringing
It's
it
good
now
flash.
into a 2v3. This is a massive advantage. And turn of the tide here for RRQ. Trying to flash his way
What a
in.
round.
Cushy now on for an ace. Caron
Oh man, what a
Cushy
round.
collecting.
Okay, dude, they got some guns to pick up here as well. They got some gun upgrades. Not sure they're getting one on. Okay, yes, they got one. Sorry, 2 gun upgrades.
For Rookie of the Year.
Dude, what a round this is.
Folks. So steady with the aim, reading the map incredibly well. Some well-timed utility. Keep his opponents from being able to punish him. Good flash there to back Texture into the corner.
Okay, well, that's quite a hit. 1-2 combine next round. Sorry, KO for KO.
Applies to Cushy.
I don't think it applies to anybody but Texture. It's just something about that.
Depends on if it's a cursed aura.
God, this is kind of nuts one.
Those
Salvo on the stairs, salvo deep. You got a knife to see if anyone's fighting here as well, and you insert the Yoru into
Texture's a paladin, is what you're saying.
Really big off angle. And then they cover above him as well, so...
There's an alarm bot at the corner this time.
Just such a heavy punish over towards A. Contact swing with someone watching above you.
Of course, that one way. Annoying as always, but pretty far forward. Has to be real careful here.
Oh,
hello?
Yep, spotted, but it's not enough of a window to actually find the punish. Foxy does get some
Tail,
damage in,
oh, back a snowman.
He has to back away. Swings around the backside, rotates over, gets himself tucked here at Snowman. No angle for a spray as Cloudburst was thrown just like in distraction there.
Great flash again.
Flash. Not connecting on everyone. Monyet finds the kill on a Caron. Face back here. Cushy going to be put down. It's not resable at all. So in the end, a 2v2.
Yeah, this is good timing from Crazy Guy though. Still got one molly on the spike. Got one molly that they're holding so they can delay for a little bit. There is a killjoy here, so you could be tempted to pop the KO.
4 seconds.
Yep, just about back online.
About to rotate around. Munchkin spotted. Texture
molly?
dead.
Oh, no molly.
Finding it. Munchkin now all alone. Salvo's going to be waiting out.
Yeah, Salvo's to secure it.
Not going to be there. Shot flying. Munchkin just trying to leap out to safety.
Yeah, it's another good round from RRQ. I still like the idea from GENG, right? They had first buy round, third round, they had the early punish over towards B, and then they tried to set up a punish over towards A, 3-person.
I don't mind at all the way Foxy plays this at the beginning. He tries to use that 0-point information.
I think Foxy just got outshot, to be honest, that's it.
Jemkin still very ready for somebody to be around Snowman. And Foxy's crosshair is just a bit off initially. Munchkin comes storming in, but at that point, things are already gone pretty awry. Call that delay utility. I think this is a good idea. I think our earlier timeouts for GENG are going to be better than not. I felt like they were a little bit late sometimes on Lotus. You need to make sure that this doesn't get out of
some
control.
EU teams not play Teo? Some teams just weren't
RRQ,
believers.
yeah.
There weren't many,
Flip it.
Flip the side.
but there were
Yeah,
just wasn't many believers.
Yeah, it's so well done too.
Oh, fist bump. I was gonna say I'm trying to
You had
see
like
exactly what's going on with the art here.
I feel like was everyone in Pacific a
But yeah,
Teo
I
believer?
agree.
I think
mean,
so.
We saw
Apart from maybe
on
T1.
Ascent, there was the timeout call, and it was 0 and 5. So
But
I
they
do
won a
agree,
tournament on this, so you
as
can't be
far
too
as
mad at them.
Going nice and early here feels better.
Yeah.
Paper X, yeah, Paper X
I
and
feel like he's,
DRX,
I mean,
DRX were
obviously
like the
Solo
fast
and Perry
believers.
have a ton of trust in Munchkin.
Paper X and T1, yeah.
He's a great IGL.
And then in Americas,
sometimes
NRG.
Yeah. Okay, sometimes.
And then in
Most of the time,
EMEA,
I'll say.
quite a lot of
But
teams, to be honest.
I feel like
Na'Vi, K-Corp were the
oftentimes
main
timeouts
non-believers.
aren't even necessarily for your IGL. They're to ice the other team a bit because they're just you know, in the groove, and you need to find ways to get their mental out of that.
Dude, what is this flash?
again,
That's a peak mid.
Ash holding close. And
Nice shot.
it's a hell of a headshot. Can't find the follow-up with the cushy, but do they suspect texture? Well, yes, they do.
It's unlucky timing
Bogeyat
for texture there.
recovering fire, catches him there on the corner. Keeps them in with the advantage. Foxy just sat here behind yellow, not going to get scouted there by the stealth drone. Walk down mid. Munchkin taking a peek, trying to see if he can catch anybody here on the cross. Now he's put himself in a potentially bad spot, but does manage to make the hop back across. So safety found for the moment.
This is so weird from RRQ. They're just sitting in spawn. X-Vero over at A never even really went up on belt. He just set his util up to play anti-aggression.
And now it's a bit of a fake attempt, but Munchkin's the only one sticking around. The two Guardians.
Two guns are here. Munchkin actually holds strong. Oh, that is the kill.
Flushes Foxy 9 out of the corner.
That's a nice kill from Munyat.
Only
So Farah gets thrown the spike. He can get his. Oh, we get a lot of space taken. Double molly once again. And a. Oh, what?
Clutches. Dano, not quite going where you wanted it.
That's so messed up.
It's okay.
It bounced off that wire again.
Pick him up. This is very tough for Munchkin.
Do we see a couple of them? See the wire that like outlines the plant? Stuff can bounce off of it. We've seen some terrible ones. We've seen some like Viper mollies that are gonna stop plants that go flying. This one was pretty. This one was pretty bad, man. That's unlucky.
Themselves tied up as we go into the next buy for GENG.
Baby Bay, hello mate, how we doing?
Ash to start, but again, Texter does that a lot. Likes to push around that corner at B. RRQ generally pretty ready for it. And that, yeah, for Munchkin, I don't know what you do there. That's just, you hit the craziest flick of your life, a 180.
Who wants it more? I mean, RRQ from what we're seeing, but mate, they nearly messed it up, man. This Ascent game was kind of crazy.
Yeah.
Either way, drone chasing.
Hello?
A little bit of a standoff there. Now they're coming out on top. Slow creep up continuing. Lockdown at the ready.
Do they salvo this? I mean, sorry, do they just... Do they have so much if they want to stop this? They got nade salvos, or they got tail.
The Armageddon called in to go ahead and clear out this ultimate. RQ scaling options with that in tow. Nullified. As Ash is so far forward, Flash connecting onto one, heard the drop of another, but cannot get any punish.
Okay, we've got to keep an eye on this luck over towards Tube as well. It's kind of nice from RRQ, especially if they got a little bit unlucky with their timing. Because they wanted to like Killjoy ult, then hit over towards the site, and then the Killjoy would be lurking, and you think because the ult was here that he's with the pack. I like the idea.
She's trying to flash his way in towards B, find any kind of weakness here. None found, and now clock dips under 30 seconds. RQ looking to try to commit to the site, but not yet.
What? This is like getting punched in the face. What was that, dude? How does Munyat keep doing this? He did it over towards B early with that corner check.
Needing to find some kind of breakthrough. As Texture joins in on this side. Three-player spread. Crazy Guy, the first to fall. Jemkin playing close. The mask goes in. The pit now going to be invested. Cushy finding texture on the exit. It's a very quick use. Fragment flies, push under the corner.
Yeah, lovely, man. Dude, RRQ looking nice in these rounds. Pretty nice. I don't know how Munya gets that, but
They're just being outrageous.
honestly, I don't know how Munyat's got both of these kills. This one over towards B and here, and they're both like really pivotal kills in the round.
This time xFaro, yeah, able to take a little bit of space and it gets punished, but in the early part of the round, RRQ just happy to let Ash keep trying to find ways to bully them on the other side of pipes. They just shut him right down, and they open up a lot of space on the map, so A has been a priority. And previously, the desk was talking about it had been B. So RRQ, very different game plan. You know, a lot of pressure being put on the initiators. Munchkin, Ash, they need to step up if they're going to stop this from being an RRQ.
8-pack Prius is crazy.
They look really in control.
Yeah,
kind of wanted
to watch
really
it.
seem to have a good read on what GENG wants to accomplish. This time, though, a little bit more passive overall.
Yeah, we're going for it again. Silent drop.
Deep salvos just
Don't
got
expect them
used
close
by
if they are holding
Crazy
that
Guy.
angle.
He is
It's a nice way of
always trying to
defaulting
sell
over towards
fakes.
A, to be honest.
He is just constantly throwing util.
We've
one
spoken about the
direction or
Trex
another,
drama and
and it's
Mixwell
so
Zeke
hard to read
drama.
if that's a fake
Again,
or
I kind of
not.
I missed the Mixwell Zeke drama.
is.
I don't follow Zeke, so I kind of
They read it
didn't
as one.
see any of that.
Shift people across, so
But I
towards
know
A.
they had beef
Delta
from back
now
in their old
confirming heavy
team.
presence, so immediate gate crash back. Cut
And then
distance
the
here for
darker thing's
texture.
just darker, just being frustrated
Salvo's
that he's
flying,
had a
spike
bad
about to
year.
be planted.
Or
Couple shots flying in
bad
from Ash.
stage
Himself
2.
a kill, but Jemkin
Stage 1 even.
collects too, as texture similarly hits the floor. Veto cleared out now, 3v4, 2 rifles in hand here for the side of GENG to try to make a go of this.
Me subbing in for Trex, dude, I'm ready, man.
But RRQ just so
What do I go play? Fade? Fade and Sova? Honestly?
Flash at the ready, the fragment still behind here.
Dude, I would have liked
More
Teo, man.
pushy.
I actually think Teo's so easy that
Nano
you could have
goes out,
faked being the player.
Taran going to be taken down. Monyet finds Boxy 9. And Munchkin will
Like
not be
if
allowed
you wanted to
escape.
try
A
be a
4K for
fraud
Jemkin,
in
a
a
big
team
round for
and you weren't that
RRQ,
good,
now
I feel like
up by
Teo was
2.
the best chance at it. Teo meta.
I mean, it's crazy. GENG's 3 rounds are the first 3. They get the bonus.
just gotta
They
stay
haven't won
alive,
one
man.
since. I mean,
Just
RRQ
gotta
is
stay
just
alive.
in cruise control. Jemkin is filthy good. This last one that he gets is pretty clean.
He's nerfed, yeah, those days are gone now.
Just gets flashed. He's like, I don't
No
know.
chance of me coming
Just keep
back.
spraying. But they're reading the map really well.
Oh, Chamber, problem with Chambers, you
It's
had to hit the
hard
shots.
to get a good idea
You had to have the
sometimes
skill aspect.
on RRQ's attacker side because a Crazy Guy just throwing util all over the place. And
Teo,
sometimes
majority of the
it's
time you
real,
can start
sometimes
play
it's
with
not.
brain.
You know, a lot of teams are using the salvos very intentionally to secure an objective or to secure space.
Okay, that's
Use it to mess
big
with your
info.
mind.
Rotate goes in. Don't have a Yori TP down though. It's a good flash.
Taran still only going to be able to find one. Munchkin does get a bit of a follow-up, but so quickly traded back and shut down.
Next kills everything.
Every advantage to GENG. Scrape for claw at. Just
Ooh.
ripped from their grasp.
I mean, they still get a little
after.
space in that one.
Stun not connecting on the Foxy 9. He'll swing out, looks for a little bit more. Similar scenes as the trades continue. Now, the one.
No way, 4
Crazy
HP.
Guy wins.
Dude, what is it with this best of 5 and people
4K
winning
from the
clutches
beast
on
from the
5
east
HP or
gets
less?
them just over
This is
the
the first time that
line,
RRQ's won one
time
though.
and time again.
We're collecting them all. We've had a 5 HP, a 4 HP, and a 3
Now
HP.
6-3 in this map. Crazy Guy
Dude, that was a nice shot here though.
is looking so damn good.
He's just having a ball now. Really starting to get comfortable.
Dude, the comms come in that he's low and then you hit him once with a classic.
Perfectly cut.
Good cut. Very well done.
Excellently done.
There was
Another
somebody
round where
got
you forced him down to
dirty
eco, dude.
yesterday.
RRQ have got so many rounds in a row. It's, looks like the first time where GENG are actually guessing right with their punish though.
It just feels like it might be
The punish
RRQ's
must be
time.
good here,
Jemkin with the
right?
Blade Storm,
Molly,
just waiting for
salvos.
this smoke to go down.
For the readjust, Ash finding one. Jemkin knives.
Gorgeous
do come
guns.
Up with the goods,
Nice
but
shots.
GENG. Something about a thrifty. In a good spot now. xFaro, however, looking to try to turn the favor around.
I mean, he can one-shot both, but he's probably going to upgrade that gun at one point.
Will find insta-gibs on either of these targets. 25 armor for both. Likely wants to swap out the weapon, though.
It's got to clear a lot of angles. But GENG just playing contain. Just don't want to give up a rotation route.
He has full util. So Ken trying to lock off the back approach angle, set up the turret.
Yeah.
Create some, early alert systems for himself.
Got some real good options.
Taps the plant. Here's the footsteps. Foxy immediately
Ooh,
sending
the
lockdown.
walk spawn.
Way to go.
At one point he has to
All the
run.
way through here.
I'm pretty
He's
sure.
gonna have the sprint,
Yeah, and he's
Ken
going to hear
crouch
him.
walk it.
Yeah, that means Foxy hears it.
So yeah, Foxy hears
But he knows he
this.
hears him because he's close.
Turns back towards
The hell is that
kitchen.
pre-fire? That was
Smattering of
legit.
damage going to be found, and now you've got Munchkin approaching from the opposite side to try to bait him out.
Okay.
Munchkin is there on the
Yeah, I
angle.
mean,
GENG will be able to get it
it's a
done.
hard situation.
Lockdown not going to be a waste, and unfortunately there for Xfero. Just a bit of a routing issue.
It's a creative use of the lockdown for sure.
Oh god, that second kill
It puts
is...
his opponent into a really bad position. He's going for it right off the tap.
That's wild.
Knew that they could, again, it was all about contain. It was all about making sure that all of Xfero's options there were bad. And that they could keep him under their noses, so they knew exactly what he was going to do. He's got an op now.
I was going to say, Xfero operator.
You don't see that every day. I mean, he's not bad with it. He's used it in the past.
I mean, RRQ taking something away from their match versus Paper Rex. They say, Divide does it from time to time.
Yeah. Why can't I?
You play Killjoy.
Same thing.
Slow creep forward, just trying to reduce the angles, but Munchkin, yeah.
God, they're hitting so many shots now.
Okay.
What happened?
He's mowing down for 2.
Yeah, well,
Looks for a little
almost
more.
every
Crazy
shot.
guy still having his number. It's his back kill, but it seems like GENG in a good spot to continue to shrink down his RRQ lead. Oh. Ash collapsed the pond, but Cushy dead. Snakebite at his feet, and Crazy Guy with 19 HP. Already wrapped around on. It's just going to be a shot to the chest from Munchkin. 6-5, RRQ out in front by 1. Question
Yeah,
is,
they can get 6 on defense. It's pretty good. They got so many nice ults.
GENG be able to tie this up 6-6.
Oh, we got a lot of ults. It's going to get a little bit chaotic.
Oh, man.
It's a great shot.
Munchkin's just so
Dude,
good with the
that's
Guardian. Ooh,
fast as well.
Ooh,
Dude, these
yeah,
double
that
kills
was
over towards B are unbelievable.
Foxy, really solid all day. And they're just starting to get some good reads. I mean, RRQ starting to turn up the tempo a little bit, and GENG's happy to play that game. Coming at him a little bit
Double up.
stronger. 2 ops.
Yeah, I guess we got a lot of money. Got some backup guns somewhere.
They have another rifle sitting on the ground somewhere. Or is this just the plan?
Yeah, strong arm.
Munchkin was like, yeah, okay, you want to op? Let me show you how it's done.
Could be famous last words.
Yeah, well, it is Munchkin.
Point set, swing coming through. Jemkin, the one to catch the bullet. Sink it down as Armageddon called in to try to clear.
Haven't been loving their tail ults on attack, I'm not gonna lie.
Forward there from Crazy Guy. Felled as Foxy9 finds it.
Not been...
To the back.
Oh.
Cushy having to get off the angle as they're just getting pressured from every single angle, and Moniette
Yeah,
now
I mean,
alone.
it would have to be a lovely 1v4.
Munchkin
Does have ult at one point, but you don't really want to use it before you plant.
Just has to wait this out. Yeah.
You could do some mind games of it, for sure.
Silent peek there on the rope, the spike.
Yeah, let's see the mind games.
away.
Loads of potential here.
Sets up the pin. No,
Oh.
has been spotted.
No. Not what I was
Nicely
hoping
done
to
from
see.
Ash, finding the shot. 6-6. GENG managed to rescue this. 3 in a row to start, 3 in a row to conclude the opening half.
Yeah, love that from Munchkin. Gets the op shot, has a rifle on the ground behind him, picks it up, puts it to great use. Not yet trying to shoot back, but just taking a lot of damage and trying to get tricky. But
The tail
wise
ults,
to
yeah,
it,
that
well ahead of time.
they're like ulting to keep
Well,
them over towards site, but I think it
Is
could be a
that
little
good
bit
enough
better.
for RRQ on that
Thing is, they
attacker
haven't
side?
cleared
I
site and
don't
they've
know
been getting
anymore.
fought on site all
I
the
have no
time.
idea what any
I
of
would
these
like them to
scorelines
do
mean.
site, but...
Like statistic norms.
And I feel like they
are
have the
out
info
window.
because the drone and that got shot, but...
It is chaos.
Ash v Cushy. Very tough battle, but yeah, given the RRQ fandom here, only one real way to try to lean. Both of them certainly deserving the respect and the accolades.
Yes. They both really stepped up. Ash in particular, you know, obviously I think Cushy has so far been the better player overall, but Ash is really starting to come into his own. He's found some good impact, especially in the lead up to this grand finals. The grand finals has been a struggle for him, if I'm being honest so far, but still time to turn that around. Man, very happy just to show off their little teddy bear.
Yep. All right, well, a rallying cry from the Gen G camp as we get ready to go into this. They were able to find that opening pistol, as we mentioned previously, led into a bonus conversion.
Okay, we got double sheriff, and we're sitting at a 4-3 pistols 1-0.
Start off this half as they look to push us to a fifth and final map of split.
At the moment, I'm just on board with sheriffs just win you pistols, so it's RRQ just win this.
Doesn't quite manage to find it.
You didn't see it on screen, but on the map, RRQ stacked 3 players at Boiler because of what
Okay,
happened.
no wall over towards B, so they hold it down with 1. Wall goes committed over towards A, and
finding 1, Karan, however, finding 2. Cushy going to be taken down.
Still got 2 here though.
Similarly falls.
2 here, and the wall would mean that at least Karen would be 1 shot if he goes through, or back through.
Right corner of sight is Sheriff there on the Raptors.
Dude, Karen.
Not quite able to confirm the kill, but Xpero will be able to put him down. So Karan now dead.
Munchkin 1 shot.
Playing protect, takes out wide swings. Does he need a nasty shot down to 45, but Monyet now noted, surrounded.
Hold up.
Fights back for 1. We'll need to try to
Damn, he gets info on both.
There's a frenzy above. Goes for the peak.
Okay, that's my fault for talking about the double sheriffs. 2-0 on this map.
They will find both pistols here on Icebox. They will tie it up 4-4 across the series.
Yeah, he's
now
keeping
they will gain
track.
the lead for themselves once again.
Let's see what they can do off the back of this. That's a pretty nice little flick up from Crazy.
Insu, hello.
Karan, though,
How are we doing?
starting to heat up a little bit here in the pistol. Hitting some pretty sick shots. Yeah, when you're just isolated behind the nest like that, you know, Gen G, nobody over peeking there.
New mini really TikTok, dude. What have you done to my boy?
Foxy, couple Guardians, a Bulldog.
And the gamble stack for RRQ.
Yep, it's all 5. Chilling towards A, but they're starting to fan out a bit.
Well, that 0 point, that certainly lets you know.
Yeah, it's not too confusing anymore. Plus, Foxy is a Marshal.
He does. And
it's an incredible shot.
Nice readjustment. He gets that one, and everybody else says, well,
yeah, anyone shoveling coal into the train is my boy. Come on.
Try to overwhelm Foxy.
We don't want to give him another highlight reel. Primmy's already got one.
So back away. Plant now coming through, and I think RRQ widely, they're just going to be content to chill back, try to close the distance here. Not give over any additional eliminations and try to go down to the spike if at all possible. Texture, he wants, he's out for blood though. He wants a little bit more. Down to 22.
Still going.
Does he want to get? He would
Get that
love
ult
to be
early.
able to find these last couple kills. Have a dimensional drift online. Karen, however, the one who is now watching over towards them too,
not the cleanest flawless we've seen, but
flawless here.
Nonetheless, it's just 2 armor rebuys. It's pretty good for Gen G. Dude, Gen G have had incredible
really
starts
nice
to both halves at the moment.
For Gen G. Make sure that those ult orbs aren't going to go for naught. Just get out there, get them. Karan.
I was watching the scorecard there as they push around the corner.
Yeah.
You're doing well. You don't have to be hitting tab in the middle of the game.
No. Yeah, and now you're starting to really get some ults almost into cycle, which is huge. Great util to back Jemkin off.
Shot whizzing over the top of Jemkin on the
That's
repeat.
fast as well.
Instantaneous.
Salvo.
Kills
Clear
Ash,
over
gets
towards
out.
B. Insta swing, pop of the dash. It's nice.
It's unfair.
Peak.
With the orb getting taken as well, that kind of confirms that there's more numbers over towards here. So Crazy Guy's going to clear this one out for the drone, but how early do they do it? Because the earlier they do this, okay, it's pretty early. They clear out the question mark over towards B. You might even see a double rotate, especially with a Killjoy util like this.
B seemingly pretty empty, so It's going to get the rotations coming through to lean back in towards
Yeah,
the
this
A
might be a
side.
stack site as long as
on his
Cushy
way.
doesn't go down here.
Cushy just waiting with the knife. Throw it right at the back of pipe.
0 point now, going to be sent out.
Okay, that hit 2.
I think he had 3.
Foxy here. Top of 410, just tucked in behind the box. I mean, GENG trying to scale forward. Monyet still not quite here as, risky business going across the rope there as Munchkin trying to pace forward, but now Spike going to be dropped. Foxy not able to find one crazy guy, take it down. Texture tries to exit, but Jemkin finds the headshot.
It's
And
nice
just
though.
like that,
4-person
Powering
stack
gets
on the
cleaned up.
site. Everyone was
Foxy
calm.
falls
There's
in
good
Sparrow's
smokes from
hands.
Jemkin
Just
as
the
well as
one
shots.
casualty in the anti-bonus for RRQ.
Solid.
The gap now just 1 round separating.
Yeah, it's just really good diligence, but obviously
Yeah, the
Jemkin
drone over towards B
hitting
reclear
openers
really
like
helped them out
this.
as well.
That helps, no doubt about it. Man's just been outrageously good all day. He has plenty of gas left in the tank, seemingly. He just does not stop. Crazy guy's got noted.
Oh.
I bet you're real thrilled about that.
There's Jemkin if he meant to drift down off the top of yellow or if that was an accident. Either way, dimensional drift here for Texture. Spotting out a couple targets. Don't know if he necessarily made note of money. Yeah, okay, now has absolutely seen him. He's going to exit right here at the front of the side of Sparrow.
He's just going around the site twice.
Munchkin gone, spray through the overwhelm here on the side, but Monyet
Hey,
right
Monyet
back.
did pretty
He's managed
good,
to find at least
but
2 kills, but
that's
Jemkin
too much.
now all alone. His teammates down on the
He should
floor.
be saving anyway just because of the
do it.
money. Might get a little bit
Top of the
tempting
dash.
once you hear some of the damage comms coming in, but
Alarm bottle around the corner. Heron, narrow little reposition. Texture about to be the first challenger here, perhaps. Jemkin rides the rope, peeks in. Nothing spotted. Likely will just go for the exit. A couple shots coming his way, but opts to go for the save. GENG.
yeah, it's definitely the right choice.
They're
They
not gonna
can
be
they can
allowing
still buy
that
into this.
tie-up to come through. It's going to be 9-7 as this
Crazy
fight
guy's
goes
going to
on.
have to take a bit of a hit if they
Finding
do
great
buy in. He's going to be
value
sitting
out
at
of Texture's
3-3.
ultimate. Able to ping out 3 different players. Get the GENG players in position where they can take advantage of it. Put themselves up by 2 rounds again. RRQ. Seemed like maybe they might start to stabilize a little bit. I mean, it was 1 round, but this round right here, Munchkin just so ready there for that angle. Texture's just doing around the world near the nest. Not yet, trying his damnedest, but gets shut down, and into the next round we go, into the breach once again.
Yeah,
Karan's
this
got the
is the
Viper's
round though.
hit.
2
He's
here,
got nearly
5
to his
here.
ult.
Can't buy
Things
next.
to consider.
Viper, if they get over towards site
play for that
and
A orb.
1 away from a tail on
pretty deep
defense,
salvos,
which
yeah.
looks like they're going to get now for free. Nothing behind this for GENG
Hello,
to stop
Monyet.
them from getting that.
Yeah.
I mean,
Back
I'm
pedal.
loving that if I'm RRQ.
He's playing this site alongside Xfero, both of them here on the ground. Playing along that elevation. And Texture just swings out a little bit further than Xfero might have anticipated. Ends up finding that
Oh,
kill.
gets out.
Yet now desperately trying to escape. Barely manages to do so. The salvo's chasing in as well. And now it's going to be Cushy just trying to show up the peel here
Oh
for
my
his
God,
teammates.
what a
Who ends up being
flash.
casualty. Finding one, Jemkin finding another.
Wait,
hell of
how did it...
as now they get themselves in with the player
Was it
advantage.
team flash?
Here Armageddon, Munchkin just narrowly able to avoid it. And that should tell them the rotation has begun. The ping's starting to come down, but they don't know if somebody's put themselves further forward here, implanted on a lurk.
I mean, if GENG could get here cleanly, they've got so much post-plant util to delay. 2 nanos and a fragment.
I mean, off the top of the
Goes out
spike,
to
though,
check
they can
back
just
sight.
stop the original plant.
Munchkin to dodge the util.
Salvos go out to prevent the plant. Riding it forward.
Chill, mate. Wait for your
Munchkin
team.
narrowly coming away with a kill, but now the spike.
Spike down 20
Dropped here
seconds.
on the forward angle.
20 seconds.
Foxy riding that rope forward, dropping down, collecting it. Commits to the stick.
Oh.
A quick peek, the drop down. Goes up and over the top. Position noted, heads spotted. Rides back up. Drops down once again. Just dancing around. The nano caught in his hand, Monyet.
Monyet just had enough and started
Just
running at
fiercely
him.
runs him down. He cannot separate, he cannot divide and conquer.
Was the Fnatic
RRQ
Liquid series good?
will
Ah,
go
it's really
blow
good,
for
man.
blow.
It was an absolute
this
banger.
so
The
very
fracture was
tight-knit.
so sick.
It's just so tough for GENG there to get onto the site the way they want. I think Ash oversteps a bit on the follow-up behind Texture here.
Today you'll roast me to
Misreads the
Yinsu. That feels like
situation.
every day
Should've
on the
known there was a
EMEA
high low
broadcast
there.
at the
Swinging
moment.
out into that is not a high percentage play. I think that's what cost GENG that round. I think if Ash just holds the line there, they might be able to get a B plant down and have a ton of great post-plant utility, but instead they're onto some stingers and a couple rifles. Bye going to be a bit weak. RRQ a chance here to tie it up. 0 point. Sees a couple. Seeing that Tejo though, that's quite valuable. Look at where they are on the map. They have all of the map.
They're just completely boxed in.
I mean, this is technically a low buy, but it's not too bad. Missing out on an armor, that's about it.
Looking to make this round nigh impossible. Flash out, Cushy swinging the corner, eats a full flash.
It's
No
perma
punish
blind.
to be found quite just yet though, as Foxy9 able to find one. Texture, Caron however answering back. And Caron looking to counter pit perhaps.
Dude, look at his
Here we
brain
go
going through all the
again.
options.
Answer is yes! As around the corner, Crazy Guy catching a huge
Well, this
glimpse,
is gonna
but
just
the
be
shots are just
impossible
not
to see
connecting.
anything. Oh.
Sparrow up and over the top, however.
Okay, they're locked in,
Finding
but
Munchkin going on a
they still have
walkabout.
a pretty good pit
Everyone
where there
now
could be
from Gen
multiple
G.
places.
Stuck here inside of the pit.
Oh my.
HP bars all over the place, and Ash! Barrel stuffing with the stinger, able to find one mon yet.
That's
now
the kill,
dead.
though.
Their own pit gone. The
Nicely
TP
done
in the
from
back,
Texture,
and
dude. What a round
Texture
this was. Oh, that was
finds him for
crazy
the
again as
3K.
well.
Genji somehow scraped by with this round.
I think
Oh my
they
God. I mean, I thought this
completely
round
own
had
them as well,
RRQ
right? Money wise,
written all
I think
over, and
they forced them
read
down to an eco.
the early
Might
part
have
of
to
it
be the whole map on
well.
this.
They're just taking all this space, but then when the execute starts to develop, oh my God,
Just the feet spotted there for Texture.
unbelievable. But when the execute starts to develop, RRQ
The defense pit,
kinda
the
second-guesses
defense
themselves.
pit
They
was
pull
fine.
everybody back
They just, when they were double
towards
swinging,
the
well,
screens and towards the rafters,
when they were fighting
and
over
that's where
towards the
try to
right, they
set up
just
their
needed to
defense.
coordinate better.
I think they would have been better
There was like
suited
two holding
to
left,
send at
but
least two players around onto
they're not
that
going to
flank.
push through the all. Everyone's
You know, like
reactively going to
Sparrow
go
there
left.
Found some decent damage. If they could have gotten one more player through that backside, I think that could be a very different round. I think they just weren't 100% sure, confident. I don't know.
Tough to say. First time out calling here from the side of RRQ. It's been one use for each team, despite how neck and neck.
The stinger, I mean, the stinger
map has
definitely
been.
needs enough.
We'll see though. A back and
We
forth
won't see it
across the
until
last
after
4
champs, though.
rounds. Does that continue? The round win off the back of this timeout call here for RRQ.
Has every best of 5 that GENG's played
Gone to 5.
I think,
I want to say yeah.
well, both
At least
Masters.
this iteration.
Yep.
So across the last 2 years.
Yeah.
I mean, Genji are in a lovely
Yeah,
spot now.
Yeah.
Double pistol definitely helped them out a
Seems
lot.
about right, I guess.
They're like big number.
Oh, no, wait. They beat DRX 3-1.
How do you nerf the stinger? Just the fire rate, to be honest. Fire rate's too high.
But a lot of
Fire
them
rate
have
or
gone to
add
5.
more
It
recoil.
feels like they've gone to 5.
They seem to drag
And like
a bit.
more random recoil.
Let's see if that is going to happen again, or if RQ can find their bearings. Genji just 3 round wins away from sending this to split.
Yinsu, for God's sake.
5's in hand for Jemkin.
Look at
here at the top of screen.
I think the Phantom needs enough. Nah, I think it's fine.
Here at spawn.
Everyone wants the Vandal anyway.
Pressure, but Xferro ends up pulling away from the angle. Suppress not connecting on the Jemkin, and he immediately finds value. 3 peaks.
That was
to the
close,
on the
that shot.
Foxy9, cannot find him. Now
Killjoy
locked
goes
down,
in.
coming
Oh
to
no,
play.
not another one of these.
Clear it out with the
The
Armageddon,
ults
but
on the
seems to call
ecos,
pivot
but this
calls
one
to
makes a
B
little bit
side
more
is gonna
sense
be
than
made
what
here
we
for
saw
Genji.
earlier.
Yeah, I like the change from GENG round to round, leaving Karon over in the spawn, recognizing that their flanks were weak.
Spotted one, nothing else going to be seen here by Texture. Sends out the gate crash. Takes it back into this realm of reality.
Yeah, I think
Side of yellow.
the salvos from Crazy Guy aren't good there, in my opinion.
Starting to dwindle, and Crazy Guy finding a
He
time.
did good with
Foxy9 is
the
gonna be
shots though.
Trade out, but Jemkin now another reset, another kill. Ash dead. That's the
I
Armageddon.
mean, Karen has
gone
to
to the
go.
post
Karen
play.
or
Now it's just
Texture,
a
one of them
snake
has to go
bite.
crazy. looking at this, you would imagine it has to be Karen.
Xfero once again is on a lurk. The gate crash right here next to him. Gets around the back. A coup de grace to Karen. Looking for a little bit more, but Texture now completely, utterly surrounded. Finds the first, and Jemkin
What around
carves
this
him
is
to pieces.
3 guns to pick up as
The
well.
timeout works. The
Jemkin
back and
hit a
forth
lovely
continues.
shot to start it off.
Jemkin is just unreal.
Yeah,
He is
Jemkin
so
is
dialed in.
scary
He is
though.
Dragging RRQ, kicking and screaming.
He's
in some of
really
these
scary.
rounds.
Dude, again, the
And
top
just a
like
huge
10,
thrifty.
top 20 list for this tournament's
few
be
better.
really hard.
In the world right now than Jemkin at this duelist
Because where on
role.
earth do you put Jemkin? He's very high up there.
This is why. Outrageous. And he's always just cool. It's like, yeah, guys, I'm happy. We're doing good. You know, in his post-match interview, he's like, yeah, I'm happy. And I'm like, are you? It's hard to tell. Once again, gonna make some early pressure towards A.
Okay, low by now for Genji.
You get a little bit of info that Jemkin's there, but that's
Good news is they
that's
still have
scary.
ults, I guess.
But I think, you know, for Genji, oh, Karan just gone. Got out-dueled.
Oh, duel, there wasn't a timing hard that they couldn't.
Yeah,
quite tell if
I
the
want to
wall
say
was
that
up.
the
It
smoke
sounded
was
like
up and then they
it
just
dropped.
spammed.
Maybe that was a poison orb.
Never know.
Yeah, that could be.
Either way, it's a huge advantage here for RRQ as they look to break the back.
The
and
mods,
forth
yeah, they're out of
streak.
control, but
Doing a crazy
they run
2-2
the
split
stream.
here,
There's nothing we
Genji.
can do.
This is
On the corner, shots avoided. Texture repositions.
Munchkin's going, got a
Slowly
stinger.
starting to work their way back, but Xfero now entrenched here at mid. Like you said, a stinger in hand. Here's the
Yeah,
rotation.
you can't try that
Hasn't
stuff for
been
me,
spotted.
Insu,
If you
come
get
on.
a catch on the texture, no. Angle just not
You're
quite there.
confusing me
I
for
saw Texture's shoulder.
I
the
think
other
you saw both
coach.
of them, but they haven't seen him.
Yeah,
Pink
that's
come
true.
down. Salvo's now flying. But yes!
Dude, he's full running.
Hitting the fadeaways. Foxy 9 hits the floor.
How many shots in just this map alone are we going to see? That's so
Basically
stupid.
no real way to do it. Texture's dead.
Imagine losing the
And
round
Munchkin
because
just
of
cannot
that.
even
I
get
think
that
they probably
plant
would have lost
down.
it anyway, but that's
RRQ have broken
outrageous.
the back and forth in flawless
They
fashion.
didn't even attempt to stop here.
I mean, this is just great map awareness. And all it takes is one little spot onto
Dude, look at this
Jemkin,
round.
and
They got
Genji
smoke kill
changes
into this.
ideas.
Oh
You
my
lose
god.
Karan early. And we don't really know how, but Genji tries to do something a little bit tricky with a 2-2 split. And it gets punished. Nice positioning from Xfero to get the read on the round. And Ewok was saying, surely this time. Surely this time.
Like I said, does this cut the lead down? Not really. It'd be 7-2. Genji, they have always been able to dominate RRQ. But even though the numbers don't look good on paper, the feeling that RRQ gets, the feeling that they give to Genji means a hell of a lot more than a scoreline written down.
Oh, beating them right here on this
And
stage,
then they get a full
getting
buy.
the #1 seed out of Pacific to go to Masters Toronto. That
Chad,
wipes
is
all
this
of those
the
other
most
losses off the board.
that a #1
Cleans the
seed
slate.
in a region has ever meant?
See if they're
I think so.
can continue
Miss
this.
Miss
Timeout call
Swiss.
for Genji, their last one.
Because normally
here
you
on
just
the
miss
map.
Swiss.
RRQ still one more
And that's
timeout,
pretty cool.
able to be
But
dispensed.
that means that but this one means that you miss Swiss and get the
Coach
extra
Solo
time for Teo.
Sending Munchkin and the team out.
And you got a map going
hoping
out.
that when they come
Like,
back,
I think the
they
2
say,
weeks are
"Hey,
just so
we're going to
important.
split. The series isn't over.
And I think with how scary a lot of the other regions are as well,
No
skipping
Genji
Swiss is
players
probably like...
falling under those crosshairs just yet.
I'm not saying that
Balls, though,
the
for
other
Genji.
teams
Flash into a
in
TP
other
forward.
tournaments when we've had Swiss have been free, but
Crazy
I think
guy.
this is like
Full shots
probably the most
out and
competitive it's
some
been.
damage onto Ash. Some being a bit of an
The
understatement.
points mean
24
more as
health
well,
now
so the
finished off by
points as well.
Banyet.
Yeah, you're
Texture
right.
continuing the chase,
Okay,
does
big change up from
mention,
Genji,
find
just
that
taking over
punish.
towards
A
Snowman
1-for-1
with the
on
flashes.
Teos as both get taken down. Still no Armageddon able to be used here for the side of Genji. Lockdown, however, for Foxy 9. It's going to look to try to make this maybe a bit more complicated, but maybe even not necessary. Banyet trying to find a bit of a timing spray, but Texture
Yeah,
owning
look
the
at him
round.
go.
Pop flash, 2 targets nearby. Can't find either of them.
GG4 at its peak. Molly
Zoe
on
with the
spike,
kill.
extra molly
Now
here.
it's a
Should be
2v3.
impossible.
Fragment the clear
I
yellow.
mean, it's just
Jemkin.
impossible, right?
The chase forward, the 0 point to try to reveal all. Goes up and over the top. Hunting heads as they cannot get on for the defuse. Jemkin now alone to try to at least make it costly, and costly it shall be. 2 players surviving, however, and GENG
Money's
back
really good
into
for
the
RRQ.
lead.
They
The
can buy
timeout
easy.
works the treat for them. 2 rounds away from taking this to map 5.
Yeah, just creeping up a little bit towards B, and once they're given enough space to get set up for the flash TP to take control of yellow, Texter's on the hunt. Once he seemingly gets past the B site, that's when Texter just becomes an absolute nightmare.
Swiss starts on
He's
7th
so
of
good
June,
in
player
those
starts on the
long-range battles, even
13th.
with a Phantom.
Oh, is it actually that soon? Okay, so it's only a week extra,
still in, though.
but still, I think a week's nice.
Heavy investments here from the side of RRQ. Cash is going to be in a rough position if they drop this round.
I don't think that GENG even knew there was an op in that previous round.
Wait, how are they cramming that much into that many days?
Karan gonna be taken
Does that mean we get like 3 matches a day or something?
finding one. Texture
Dude, he tunnel vision's so heavy.
dead, and all momentum gained from the previous round victory snuffed out. Jemkin will get timing. Foxy doing well to come away
Okay,
with
it's
that kill,
doable
but
after
now
that kill.
needs to try to get himself out of this spot.
Tail all
Flush forward
pushes
here
him
at yellow.
forwards. That's an incredible flash to bail him out of here.
Down on him again, but cannot confirm the kill.
Dude,
Crazy guy
lovely
swinging,
from
finding it,
RRQ.
Banya
Everyone
still
trading at the
standing.
same time as well. 3-pass and peak.
Tied up. 11
So I'm looking
to
at
11
Monyet there thinking,
RRQ.
damn, he's still peeking, but as long as I see everyone else
Pulling
doing
it
that, I'm
back
so
in.
fine with it.
Not letting this team run away to run towards that map 5.
It's a round-around adjustments. Very nicely handled here. Crazy guy
One enemy
putting
remaining.
Jemkin over there with the op to make sure that it's locked down, and you have a follow-up for that flash TP behind yellow. You have a
Monyet's
positioned
Monyet's
Monyet,
beast
who is
in
now
the
tied
22 to
Jemkin
15, same as
in the kill
Jemkin.
count for this map.
Okay, force him down to an
Monyet.
eco. If there's ever a time to not get
for
ecoed, it's this
RRQ,
one.
Who's seen the deepest runs in tournaments, now showing his value when he's needed most. 2 more to go. Can they get it done?
0 point. Clears the stealth drone, stops Ash from getting further information.
Okay, this is something I wanted to see here from GENG. Oh, Foxy. Had him caught
Rechallenge
hard.
it. Takes damage, takes the headshot. Xfero holds the line. Damage not suffered. Nano here in front. Crazy guy. Just swinging out, making
Yeah, it's
noise.
perfect with the
Still
smoke behind as well.
winning the fight. Texture eliminated now. His weapon will get scooped
It
up.
could have got scary. If he got around that corner
Phantom,
with the
a
alarm
Vandal,
board
a
up
Sheriff.
without Crazy Guy seeing him,
Versus
it might
five of the best
have got
players
close.
here. In Pacific, RRQ looking to get up to match point. The wall in his face, a flash as well. Ash scales forward, is able to find one, but Monyet shuts him down. The repeat from Jemkin is on point.
30 seconds left.
It's Karan now with the Sheriff.
Here.
Still needing to wrangle 3 outlaws on the opposite side. Spike in hand, the push out, and Jemkin staring down the scope.
Okay, one go at it.
RRQ 12 to 11, match point in their hands.
Man, Xfero wins a big duel here against Foxy. Foxy had the jump on him initially. He caught him a bit off guard. It's a good change up from GENG. Take a little bit of mid control, but RRQ just really solid right now. The op coming alive. Monyet holding the line. That opening kill from Crazy Guy, so impactful, and it's 1 more to go.
Economy hasn't meant too much for either team across the last few days, we could say, especially though in this series. And GENG's still in a very rough position. 3 half armors, a Spectre in hand for Munchkin. Same strategy set up.
I mean, it's still a nice take though.
Back yellow, stealth drone spotting nothing.
He'd
Some
be
shots out of
Oh, dude,
Monyet.
this guy is dominating.
Finding him through the wall.
There's a
Texture
wall here.
Dead on the floor.
They dug into that well too many times. RRQ's got the read on it, so you got to try something different, and this time they are. They're going to rewrap, they're going to rotate. Foxy over towards the belt, but they're going to be at a man disadvantage, and they're going to be potentially facing Jemkin's operator.
And they can't even try to
I
recover the
mean,
weapon.
Jemkin's got a
It is too far
miss,
gone.
I think.
Piling in. to the weaker setup as far as numbers are concerned, but like you said, that
I
operator
think Jemkin's just got a miss. Let's see what's happening. It's a lovely push behind on this one. Pops his dash early, gets out of there, okay. All used to push him out of there. Full retake, but then you've got to start looking. It's a Pharaoh behind. I mean, this is the push behind. Dude, the knife just hit the killjoy, so the alarm bot went down as well.
The answer's no. He strikes. Ash taken down.
Shot. Absolute shot.
Just the one. It's all on camera.
Man, RRQ. That's so big for them, dude. That's sick. I don't think anyone had them winning this at the beginning of like stage 1. That's awesome.
The king of kings.
Man, Monyet had a really good map. Jemkin had just a sick final in general.
Stage 1 champions.
Surely this time. And there is no doubt about it now. 3-1 will be the score that RRQ
Is it confirmed? Chobra? Dude, all they had to do is get rid of Chobra. Yeah, you're right.
Finally,
that was the real change.
So many close calls.
So I was looking at them adding a coach.
So many times denied by this team on the
I was looking at them getting cushy, but honestly, the real thing was getting rid of Chobra.
And now it's their turn. Now they have claimed the Stage 1 VCT Pacific Trophy.
Dude, Nongshin must be looking at that contract thinking, man, why do we put 2 years in that contract instead of 1? Just looking at the terms, like, how can we end this contract early, man? We gotta get this guy out of here. He's going to other orgs. Anyone want this guy?
What a stage for this squad. Long awaited, much doubted, yet so well deserved.
Dude, a lot of hard work put in for this though. They were really good at this meta as well.
Crazy guys tell them to pump
It'll be interesting to see how they are without the Teo stuff, but they really had it locked down.
I say you just get ready to go for it.
Probably the best ults we've seen in Pacific.
Guys, it has been a hell of a stage. For myself and Paper Thin, always a pleasure to bring you these matches as they will lift this into the air. Group effort. That has got to be cathartic as all hell. But that about does it for myself and Paper Thin here on the stage. I'm sure we'll see you guys soon. And we're gonna send it down to the stage and hear from our Stage 1 champions.
발로란트 챔피언스 투어 퍼시픽 스테이지 1의 우승팀 바로 RRQ입니다. 큰 박수 부탁드립니다.
Chat, for anyone that is wondering as well, they have the draw after this, group draw for stage 2 after the interview as well, so we're sticking around for that also. Group draw for stage 2 is going to be big.
정말 팀 창단 역사상 처음으로 우승을 차지했습니다. 다시 한번 RRQ 선수들을 축하해 볼까 하는데요. 빛을 발하기까지 참 오랜 시간이 걸렸습니다.
Without EMEA, is it not for Toronto, mate? Stage 2 of Pacific.
그리고 끝내 우승을 차지했습니다. 퍼시픽의 새로운 시대가 열렸습니다. 스테이지 1 챔피언 팀 RRQ! 네, RRQ의 선수들과 이야기를 나눠보도록 하겠습니다. 먼저 엑스페로 선수에게 질문을 하겠는데요. RRQ가 팀 사상 첫 트로피를 들어올렸습니다. 퍼시픽 시작부터 함께한 엑스페로는 감회가 남다를 것 같은데요.
I tell you what RRQ also had going for them. Sideshow was a huge disbeliever at the beginning.
Historic moment for the org. First trophy ever since the franchise league. I mean, you know, you've been there since day 1 with the org. What does this moment mean to you?
For me, it feels amazing. Actually, I'm grateful with my teammates. We lost against GENG like 2 days ago, and we mentally come back for this game.
지금 기분이 너무 좋고요. 팀원들에게도 정말 고마울 따름입니다. 그리고 불과 이틀 전만 해도 젠지에게 졌었는데 그래도 멘탈 관리도 잘하고 다시 더 단단하게 돌아올 수 있어서 이렇게 우승이 가능했던 것 같다고 하네요.
자, 몬예 선수에게도 질문을 하겠습니다. 몬예 선수 드디어 트로피를 들어올렸고요. 퍼시픽 다른 팀들의 유니폼도 입었었지만 RRQ와 가장 잘 어울리는 것 같은데요. RRQ와 함께 우승을 이뤄낸 소감 부탁드리겠습니다.
몬예, we're gonna come to you with this question. Trophy for you at last. I mean, you've been sort of a Pacific's journeyman, been here and there, but we feel like this RRQ jersey is the best to look on you. How do you feel about the trophy?
I don't know, feels nice. But still, we still have more to do, you know. I mean, it's nice to celebrate we win the stage 1, but we still need to be focused on more to Toronto.
잘 모르겠는데 기분은 좋은데
He looked
아직
over at his coach to be
남아있잖아요.
like,
일단 뭐 트로피를 들어올려서 기분은
You see?
좋지만 그래도 마스터즈에
I'm focused on Masters.
또 좋은 모습을
He's looking over for the approval.
때문에 그 부분에 있어서 더 열심히 하겠다고 말을 합니다.
그렇군요. 이어서 젠킨 선수에게 여쭤보도록 하겠습니다. 매 시즌 본인을 증명하면서 퍼시픽 최고의 엔트리로 거듭났습니다. 세계 무대에서도 활약이 기대되는데 세계 무대에서 본인의 엔트리 역할을 또 보여줄 자신이 있는지 그리고 마스터스에서 만나보고 싶은 선수가 누가 있을지 궁금합니다.
Jemkin, match after match, you prove yourself to be the best duelist in Pacific, and now you're heading over to Toronto to compete with the world's best. Are you ready to surprise the world with what you can do?
I think I'm always ready.
Okay. Is there a player? Is there a player you would like to face?
Raga, of course. He's my fan. Ixodri.
Rarga from China.
Rarga. 항상 뭐 세상을 놀래켜줄 준비는 돼 있었고 그리고 더크 선수 만나보고 싶다고
Did he say
합니다.
he's my fan?
자 그리고 크레이지가이 선수에게 물어보도록
What did he say?
하겠습니다. RRQ 합류와 함께
He's my friend. Oh, okay. I was gonna say.
아이들로서 팀을 훌륭하게
I was gonna say that's crazy.
증명했습니다. 첫 시즌부터 이렇게 훌륭한 퍼포먼스를 보여줄
He
수
said friend.
있었는지
Yeah, that
비결이
makes way more
궁금합니다.
sense.
Crazy guy. I mean, you stepped in as the IGL,
I would've been sick
leading
if
the
he
team
had said
to
fan,
victory.
holy.
You're very much part of the success that this org had so far. What allowed you to be this great IGL, and what allowed you to perform this well?
Like I know my team are very good, so I just focus on like reading the map, leading the guy how to play, where to go, and they just do the shooting job. And yeah, this one feel amazing because last night I can't even sleep. I slept 1 hour only last night, and I'm very happy that I still can win today.
What a turnaround from this guy though.
출중하니까요. 그냥 팀원들을 믿고 그냥 맵 리딩하고 상대를 파악해서 콜만 해주면 총 쏘는 건 알아서 팀원들이 해주더라고요. 그래서 편하게 좀 경기에 임할 수 있었고 그리고 사실 지금 어제 너무 떨려서 1시간밖에 잠을 못 잤는데 그래도
He's on that
너무
1
좋은
hour
모습
sleep schedule.
보여주면서 이렇게
Yeah, he's
우승까지
got a
할 수
lot on
있어서
his
정말
mind, man.
다행이라고 얘기를 했습니다.
Too much adrenaline.
아까 잼킨 선수의 대답 중에서는 XLG 엔트리를 만나고 싶어 했던 것 같습니다. 아까 대답 중에서.
네네, 죄송합니다.
네. 자, 이어서 쿠시 선수에게 질문을 하겠습니다. RRQ의 상승세는 쿠시의 합류 이후에 또 돋보였던 것 같은데요. 팬들의 응원 덕분에 이런 퍼포먼스가 나오지 않았나 싶은데요. 우승까지 아낌없이 응원을 해준 팬들에게 한 말씀 부탁드리겠습니다.
Kushi, and ever since you joined the team had so much momentum going on. I mean, you guys all showed up today as well. And we also had fans, riding with you guys through thick and thin. So is there anything you would like to say to the fans?
For everyone who's supporting us from before me and before Crazy Guy and until now, thank you very much. I hope we showed a very fun game that we played, and keep supporting us in Toronto. Thank you.
쿠시 선수 그리고
He's been a
크레이지가이
great pickup
선수가
though.
합류하기 이전부터 또 RRQ를 응원해주신 골수 팬분들도 계신데 모든 팬분들에게 항상 응원에 감사하다고 얘기를 하면서 오늘 경기 많이 즐기셨으면 좋겠다고 얘기를 했네요.
네. 자, 이어서 코치 이워 감독에게 물어보도록 하겠습니다. 퍼시픽 시작부터 우승 트로피를 들어올리기까지 RRQ의 모든 시간을 함께 하셨는데요. 첫 마스터스, 첫 결승, 첫 우승 계속 더 나은 기록을 만들어가고 있는 RRQ이기 때문에 얼마 남지 않은 토론토의 활약이 더 기대됩니다. 우승 소감과 토론토 각오도 한 말씀 부탁드리겠습니다.
Ewok, and you are the guy that made everything possible for the team, working for the team 24/7. Now, first win, first Masters qualifications, first champion title. So, how does it feel for you to be able to lift the trophy all together? And also, how confident do you feel heading into Masters Toronto?
It's been a really long journey. So especially for me and Xvero, we've been on the team for a long time, and we've always promised that this is what we can do, and so it really feels good to be able to achieve that. And then one other thing, of course, just wanted to win today for Mother's Day, for all the mothers out there, for my mom back in South Africa. Thank you.
사실 엑스페로 선수도 그렇고 이웍 감독님도 RRQ에 정말 긴 시간 함께하면서 길고 힘든 여정이었는데 항상 우리가 정말 할 수 있다는 걸 믿고 있었기 때문에 오늘 그 믿음이 좀 그 결실을 맺은 것 같고요. 그리고 또 하나는 그 어머니를 위해서 또 가정의 달이잖아요. 그렇기 때문에 꼭 우승을 하고 싶었는데 그 약속을 지킬 수 있어서 너무 좋다고 얘기를 하시네요.
네, 마지막으로 워버즈 코치에게도 질문을 하겠습니다. 선수들이 빛나는 무대지만 그 무대 뒤에서 그 누구보다 힘썼던 게 코칭 스태프들일 것 같습니다. 그 고생했던 결과를 선수들이 함께 만들어줬는데요. 자랑스러운 선수들에게 한 말씀 부탁드리겠습니다.
Warberts, you know, winning a champions title, it's a group effort from the coaching staff, grinding 24/7, and also the players being able to execute accordingly. So, you know, I know you're really proud of your players at this moment. So, is there anything you would like to say to them?
Yeah, we're enormously proud of them. We ask a lot out of them. That's the biggest thing. Is we, you know, day in day out, they're just constantly grinding the game, constantly studying. So yeah, we're proud of you guys, but keep going. This is just the first step, right? Now we have Toronto now.
정말 RRQ 감코진이 선수들에게 바라는 것도 많았고 기대도 많이 했었고 또 그만큼 그 기대에 부응해서 열심히 해준 걸 알고 있기 때문에 이런 트로피라는 결과가 있었고 그렇기 때문에 너무 자랑스럽다고 얘기를 하시면서 하지만 토론토에서도 잘 해야 되기 때문에 앞으로도 더 열심히 해야 한다라고 말씀을 해주셨습니다.
네. 자, 킥오프 때는 사실 트로피가 물방울 모양이었다면 지금은 물방울이 더 성장을 해서
It's not enough, he said. I mean, you're always Masters are the big ones. Masters chance big ones.
VCT 퍼시픽 2025 스테이지 1 다음에 마스터스 토론토가 펼쳐질 예정입니다. 6월 7일부터 22일까지 한국 시간으로 6월 8일부터 23일까지 진행될 예정입니다. 퍼시픽을 대표해서 RRQ, 젠지 그리고 페이퍼렉스가 진출하니까요. 여러분들 많은 응원 부탁드리겠습니다. 그러면 저희는 스테이지 1 챔피언 RRQ의 트로피 세리머니와 함께 인사를 드리겠고요. 잠시 후 스테이지 2 조추첨으로 돌아오겠습니다. 다시 한번
Stage 2 draw, I think we're talking about.
스테이지 1 챔피언 팀 RRQ!
Yeah, let's see how fast they get into the group draw after. Dude, the groups could be kind of weird, I think. Depending on how they do seeding, I don't know how they're going to do the seeding in Pacific, but... Because obviously, where enough does T1 end up? I don't even know where to put them these days. RRQ with this, I mean, yeah, all they gotta do is do okay in Toronto to get extra champ points, and they're probably good. They smash groups as well, right? They smashed their group, so they farmed as many points as you can get here. Yeah, I think the group draw should be like pretty soon. Top 3 Masters, mate. Masters is going to be hard to predict. The safe bet is a couple of the Americas teams just purely because of the extra time that they get, but I don't know, man. With a new meta, it's whoever has like the best read on maps. I don't think anyone... I don't know. I want to say I don't think anyone that isn't top seed in their region can win, but you never know. Because I think what should happen is the teams that have first seed just not being able to show their stuff and having a new meta, they should have so much good stuff on every map with the amount of time that they should just be able to beat all the people that have shown stuff. Can I react to this? Am I going to regret picking this? Probably. It's 6 seconds long. Am I getting banned for this one? Let's find out. As long as Minnie's in here. Oh my goodness, I've just seen it on my second monitor. For God's sake. So if I see it, everyone else is going to be able to see this. One sec. Okay. Stage 2, draw coming up. While you wait, you lot have to watch this as well, because I did. I'm not sure I want to put music on this.
Smile, be like dick.
Mini, come on. He's actually a little too happy for my liking here. Look at him. Then look at both the instant regret. Hypox like, how have I been dragged into this? Hopefully they paid him extra for this one. Mini, yeah, they're making sure that everyone's trying to make sure that Mini goes back to coaching by the looks of it. Like, oh, you want to be on the desk? Here's some TikToks. Make sure you'll never do this again. Crazy guy played incredible, to be honest, yeah. Draw show, yeah, that's the one. That's what we're waiting for. Do this. Draw show. Do I think Heretic's gonna win EMEA? I do, yeah. From what I've seen, I think they'll be fine. The draw show, Sonia? Yeah, I'll do that. It makes sense to do that. EMEA? Yeah, we'll be streaming EMEA in 2.5 hours, so I'll go get some food after this and then we'll be back for EMEA. Today we have Liquid against Na'Vi, elimination game, and BBL against FUT elimination game as well. 4 teams, 1 spot for Toronto last team. Check the Discord after the stream. We'll do, boo. We'll do. BBL or FUT? I think BBL win again, right? Yeah, Lexi, I got it. All good. If I had to predict today, I would say BBL and Liquid. I think Liquid Na'Vi goes to 3 maps, though. And honestly, I think they both go 3 maps. RRQ worked hard. They deserve this. Oh, for sure. They got again. They got this meta down, and their ults are really good. Minus like a couple of rounds in the yeah. The thumbnail, yeah, I saw this earlier. People that haven't seen it yet. Dude, this is funny, man. It's a good thumbnail. The thumbnails are always incredible, yeah. When is Plat Chat? It's I can check for sure when it is. I think it's Tuesday. It's Monday or Tuesday. I don't know which. Again, I'm not on it. Gotta do some things. Let's see, when is Plat Chat? It is on Tuesday. Check this from Sonia. What we got? Wait, that's sick. That's nice, dude. You got the pixel art. Waiting for the draw show? Of course we are. Can't take that long to set up, right? The rare like, yeah, I give like what, 2 a month? I think I gave both of them out already. Start the show, mate. There's nothing I can do here. Forsaken yesterday? Nah, he had some crazy numbers, man. On a different agent every map as well. What would I change in the current meta? I mean, what I would change in the current meta is happening, so it's fine. I think as long as Teo gets out of here, we're in a really good spot for the game. I think ISO and Deadlock are probably a little bit too strong at the moment. Like maybe the only extra changes I would make, but... Fade? Yeah, you'll see more Fade. Dude, you'll just see more of every agent, basically. It no longer means that people won't play Teo, which means that Breach is only going to be used on a certain couple of maps. And if anything, you'd say that the main Breach map is going out of the map pool as well in terms of Fracture, so... The Breach Teo map picks are going to go down insane amounts. Like the biggest drop-off we've seen of a couple of agents, and then... yeah, it's open. Everything will go up. Is Teo dead on all maps? Yeah, Teo is just a dead agent. It's the worst agent in the game now. Alright, here it is. Do we get some messed up groups? Hopefully.
I hope you guys are recovered from the grand finals just now of stage 1, but it's time for the VCT Pacific draw show where we're going to find out what the groups are for stage 2. And as you guys can see, the groups really do matter. I'm your host, Victoria, and my co-host, Jen Lee.
네, 지금부터는 스테이지 2를 위한 조 추첨식을 진행하도록 하겠습니다. 이 조
There's a lot of
추첨이
bad
어떻게
agents.
되는지에 따라서
I mean, yeah, but Teo will be at the bottom.
팀들의 향방이 갈릴 예정이니까요. 오늘 매우 중요한 조 추첨식 끝까지 함께해 주시길 바라겠습니다. 조 추첨식에는 빅토리아가 수고해 주도록 하겠습니다.
Now, we cannot proceed through the draw show without our one and only Seogwon Lee from Riot Korea Competitive Operations.
네, 오늘 그리고 드로우를 해주실 경기 운영팀의 이석원님 소개해드리도록 하겠습니다.
Now the rules are very important, of course, and I don't want to get any of this wrong, so let's go through it one more time. And as you guys know, the 12 teams in VCT Pacific are divided into 2 groups. We've got Alpha and Omega, and the basic group structure for Stage 2 remains the same as Stage 1. However, based on the standings from the Stage 1 group stage, new seeds have been assigned to each group.
네, 먼저 추천 방식에 대해서 설명해 드리도록 하겠는데요. 그룹 구성은 스테이지 1과 마찬가지로 알파와 오메가 이렇게 2개의 그룹으로 나뉘게 됩니다. 그런데 스테이지 1 순위에 따라서 시드가 현재 새로 배정된 상태이고요. 여러분들 보실 수 있도록 이어서 추가적인 규칙 설명해 드리도록 할게요.
Now the 6 seeds are divided into 3 pairs. It's going to be the first and second, then the third and the fourth, and the fifth and the sixth. And each pair is placed into its own bowl, resulting in a total of 3 draws. So from each draw bowl, 1 seed slip is drawn and swapped with a team from the other group, creating a completely new group composition through these exchanges.
네, 이어서 여기 6개의 팀들이 각각 3개의 그룹으로 분류가 될 텐데요. 1번 시드와 2번 시드가 같은 추첨통에 들어가 있고 3번 시드와 4번 시드가 같은 추첨통, 그리고 5번 시드와 6번 시드가
China
같은
reseeded,
추첨함에
yeah.
들어가게 돼 있습니다. 이렇게
China reseeded
3개로 분류가 된
Americas
가운데 총
and
3번의
Pacific have done
조추첨이
it off groups.
진행될 예정이고요. 이어서 뽑힌 팀은 서로의 그룹을 맞바꾸게 된다는 점 이해해 주시면 됩니다.
Now I think we're ready. Sogwan, are you ready? Okay, let's start from the top. We're going to start with the first and second seeds here so that we boom
think the China way is
RRQ,
better, to be
DRX, and
honest, but
Talon. We're
here
going
we
to
are.
find out how these seeding swaps are going
I
to go.
don't think these groups are as bad as what it was in Americas,
시작하도록 하겠습니다.
but we still might get some stack groups here.
The moment. Oh, okay.
Oh boy, okay, well,
It's RRQ.
it's looking like
Gonna make
the
that swap here.
RRQ, what is this, group Alpha might be
네, 1번
stacked.
시드끼리 맞바꾸게 됐는데요. 투명성을 위해서 나머지 공 하나도
That's right. For integrity reasons,
공개하도록
we want to make
하겠습니다.
sure you guys believe us when we say this is not rigged. So you will see both of
Dude,
these
no matter
open
what,
up.
everyone's gonna say it's rigged anyway. It's all good.
Swap. Well, RQ, our new grand finalist. of
Okay, so
stage
what do we
1, and
actually,
boom,
to get the
also top of
most
their group.
stacked
All right,
group
let's
here,
move on to
you'd
the
want a
third
T1
and
Gen G, I
fourth
guess.
seeds here. This includes Gen G, T1, Paper X, and Nongshim.
3, 4시드 조추첨 진행하도록 할게요.
Paper X fans, I think you want to be over in Omega. Well, there you
4번
go.
시드입니다.
Paper X fans happy with this one.
And
Chobra Cuss once again.
Nongshim.
네, 다시 한번 남아있는 하나 공개해 주시죠.
And that's right, we're going to reveal the second one again for integrity reasons and for transparency, so you guys know this is not rigged.
투명성을 위해서 나머지 하나도 공개를 해드렸고요. 농심과 페이퍼렉스의 자리
RRQ,
바꾸겠습니다.
DRX,
This is already
Gen
looking
G.
really spicy right now as we go
Nongshim.
into the third
What's the
group here
roughest
with
here?
the
Like
fifth
Zeta
and
moving
sixth
over, I guess,
seed.
is the
We've got
strongest group.
Global Esports, Zeta Division, DFM, and Team Secret.
네, 5, 6번
Dude, no matter
시드
what, Group
진행하도록
Alpha is
할게요.
absolutely
This is going to be
stacked.
very exciting because we know a lot of changes are going to be happening with these four teams as we come into stage 2.
But regardless, we have the Japanese teams facing each other anyways.
Okay,
6번
so
시드
DFM get the
바꾸겠습니다.
nice group.
나머지 하나도 공개해 주시죠.
Dude, poor Team Secret, man.
This is very exciting, guys. That yes, the
Poor
two Japanese
Team
teams will
Secret.
be facing off, and they are going to be in Group Omega.
6번 시드 수업 진행하겠습니다.
Dude, Team Secret and GE, it's looking rough out there. We got to win one of these.
All right. You guys, we have our groups
Boom,
now. Shall
Talon,
we go
T1,
through all of
Paper
them
X,
in
Zeta,
Group
DFM.
Alpha? We've
Oh,
got
that's
RRQ,
nice, though.
DRX,
Talon's
Gen
be super
G,
happy.
Nongshim,
I mean,
Global Esports, and Team
everyone
Secret.
should be so
and in
happy
Group
in this
Omega,
group.
we've got Boom Esports, Talon Esports, T1, Paper X, Zeta Division, and DFM.
네, 그룹 다시 한번 정리해드리도록
Damn, this is
하겠습니다.
kinda
스테이지
crazy.
2에는 그룹 알파의 RRQ와 DRX, 젠지,
First
농심,
seed,
글로벌
third
e스포츠
seed.
팀 시크릿이
Sorry,
있습니다.
first seed, second
3명의
seed,
한국 팀이
fourth
이렇게
seed,
같은 그룹에 묶이게
and
됐고요.
fifth seed.
그룹
Where did
오메가
Nongshim
스테이지
come? I can't remember
2에서는
anymore.
붐 e스포츠, 탈론, T1, 페이퍼렉스, 제타와 DFM
But
이렇게
still,
두
you
일본
got
팀이
three of the top four in
같은
one group
그룹에 위치하게
in
됐습니다.
playoffs.
Do you have a side that you're more excited about?
Well, I would say no.
No?
I would say this is a good group. It's a good group.
This is going to be very exciting, I think, especially the performance we've been seeing from stage 1. So either way, we're going to have an awesome stage 2. I would like
No,
to thank
yeah.
our Riot
Actually, looking at them,
Korea
look pretty
competitive
even.
ops guy, So-Gwan Lee. Thank you so much.
네, 경기 운영팀의 이석원님
Dude,
고생
Alpha's
많으셨습니다.
crazy stacked. It really
And
is.
thank you, Jen. I'm Victoria. Everyone, see you at stage 2 and Masters Toronto. And I want you guys to all support our 3 teams going, Paper X, RRQ, and Gen G.
Okay.
네, 마스터즈
Lovely.
토론토에서 활약해줄 저희
Definitely,
퍼시픽의 세 팀 많은 응원 부탁드리고요.
Man,
저희는
Paper X
마스터즈
fans.
이후에
The
퍼시픽
train's looking
스테이지
good for
2로
Paper X. That's
돌아오도록
all I'm saying here.
하겠습니다.
T1 might be loving this as well. Okay, chat. Who are we raiding? That is it for today. Who are we raiding? I say that's it for today. That's it for the next 2 hours. In 2 hours, we're going to be watching EMEA. Chobra. Another pity raid for Chobra. Go on, we're hitting with this pity raid.
Every single time, so that drone doesn't mean much.
Oh, quad stack here, texture, trying to get out. Mo's down 2.
Raid Mini Boo.
Drawn out,
Ooh.
knows that he's going to be low on HP.
Mini Boo for
Dips in, finds a
chat.
headshot, swings
Mini
out.
Boo for qualifying to Toronto, surely.
Guy, the 4K Red Bull clutch, Karan. So we're going forward, and Foxy 9 trying to hit this flank here in mid, but Chemkin activating, finds a headshot, Mo's down 3, and RRQ. They finally had enough.
Wait, he's got 0 in his name, right? I messed up again.
13-11, an unthinkable scoreline on this map.
Close out the TP. Sparrow so
Okay, there we go. There we go. This was way too long.
For the reset on this.
Thank you so much for watching, everyone. Thank you. I appreciate you all. If you're under 2 hours, we need to still find out who the last person going to Toronto is. We've got 4 teams in the EMEA. All elimination games today, so everyone playing for their life. Yes, I will check Discord. Thank you so much. Thank you. Chat, everyone say congrats to Miniboo once we raid him as well, because they obviously have qualified for Toronto as well. And maybe say good luck in the playoffs as well, because they've still got a couple of games. Right, thanks so much, everyone. Thank you. I appreciate you all being here. I will see you for EMEA in a little bit. Bye, everyone. Bye. I appreciate you all staying here. Thank you for being here. Bye. YouTube chat, thank you so much as well, guys. Thank you. Subscribe if you can. It would help me out. And I will see you all very soon for EMEA. Right, bye everyone. Bye, chat.